we'll hang out for a couple of minutes here till we get some people in, because I don't like just uploading videos. Hey, we got 3 viewers in here. Good, 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 good. The more the merrier. The more the merrier. Ned McGreevy is with us. Hey, nay, now we're down to 2. So anybody coming looking for drama, ain't gonna be any drama. No, 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 no. No drama. Just gonna set the record straight. Have an old chin wag, and there we go. And maybe we'll get back to business. Hopefully, hopefully, hopefully. So we'll hang out till somebody says hello, because I'm not just going to talk to the anonymous people. So I can sit here and play some piano, but really don't want to do that. Just got off work, so a little tired to tickle the ivories, as it were. There we go. Hey, we got a little spike in something there. We got 2 people. 2 people. There we go. Hey, hey, Midlife Crisis says, yo, Beatles, on your way home from work. Drive carefully, my friend. Drive carefully. All right. Well, so I'll go ahead and talk anyhow, and anybody wants to rewind, they can rewind. So the other night, so we got in a little bit of a fracas, a dust up, if you will, because I had begun by mentioning good intentions. It was the night that, right, so 10 people had been slaughtered, murdered, taken from this earth in California. A mass shooting, something that I believe that has been plaguing us for far too long. And I don't think whichever side of the issue you stand on firearms and things like that, hey, Mike, Sports Time Machine, I think we can all agree that we don't want innocents to die. All right? So a little bit of why I get passionate about this, because, hey, Ken, people think I'm just, trying to be this firebrand for the sake of being a firebrand. And one person in particular thinks that. And you're dead wrong. So you know what? It's not always safe on YouTube to talk about yourself, but I will. And I'll tell you why I hate violence so much, but why I'm not a pacifist if somebody attacks. The way I had to grow up would definitely freeze. And I'm not saying this out of pity. Just telling you who I am so you guys understand a little bit better. And I'm not out here trying to be an asshole whatsoever. All right? I told you guys I'm the son of a double murderer. He's also convicted of a string of arsons, kidnapping, tampering with a government witness, all that kind of stuff. Ended up ratting out certain organization to avoid the death penalty. Now, he was also a child molester. I know because I'm one of the survivors of that, as was my older brother who passed away in 1995. 2 other kids committed suicide because of him. I've grown up with violence. Every day I didn't know whether that was going to be the day I was going to die or not. And I made it through. And I promised myself I would never be what he was. Before he joined that shit that he was involved with, he was a legitimate multimillionaire. I come from money, but I have none. I'm not a spoiled rich kid. Not. I work I doing like blue collar work, man. Right? I'm a musician. I've done this stuff, music magic full time. But I'm not some spoiled rich kid liberal. I lived through violence. I'm a survivor. I'm not a victim. But when I see that innocents have been killed, I'm not going to be quiet. I'm not. It was my fault as a channel owner. I will open and I will own up to this. I shouldn't have let myself get impassioned and let the thing go on. I should have just said, guys, now I know better. God forbid when this happens again, I'll say, let's just take a moment to remember these victims or what have you. All right? So, I own that. I am owning up to that, and anybody that's coming here seeking drama, Beatles Eternally is just trying to stir up shit, well, guess what? You come to the wrong place. That's not what I'm about. Guys, I have 297 subscribers on this channel, so I'm obviously not doing it for money. You guys who know me well enough know that I have said, hey, Forever Remain 90. I've said how many times, I know I'm not going to, this channel's not going to get big. I'm not Al Red Sox fan. I'm not ID Jester. All right, they're the guys with the big, they have the biggest, they're like, right, whatever. I'm not Dave Gardner. I'm not Ron Juckett. What they do is awesome. All right. Now, that being said, a person who I thought was a good friend had the temerity to warn me. Well, and I'm going to call him out because you guys that were in here that night, and I'm not stirring shit. I've already dealt with what I've got to deal with, but I don't respect a keyboard warrior. I do not. And those of you in the Discord saw the message that I was warned. You know what, dude? Go. I wanted to create a little niche channel here. That this particular channel, while I've tried some other gaming and stuff, I'm creating a new channel devoted to music, to astronomy, to history, to regular gaming, to RPG, to everything, to magic, whatever. This is going to be what I intended it to be from the very beginning, really. It's going to be a baseball channel, but more specifically, a place where baseball fans can come and talk, preferably, baseball up to the 1950s, maybe 1960s. We can talk about any era, right? And so I feel in one way that I failed everybody the other night because I let things go on that shouldn't have. Well, that won't happen anymore, I promise you. But when Clinton Parks warned me and threatened me that he'll take his marbles and go away, go away. Now, I'll let you guys know I haven't banned Clinton from this channel. He's not. If Clinton would like to be a gentleman, and all he could have done was said, hey, Beatles, maybe that wasn't so cool, that would be cool. But warn me, I'm going to fire back. Don't poke the tiger. I don't care whether you're a vet, whether you're not, whatever. Right? I'm going to stand up. And at the end of the day, I don't mean to sound like a dick here, guys. And don't take this way. It is my channel. And though I'm not, and I hope at least people have known me a long time, especially Ken Castro. You guys know, man, I'm not about being a dick to anybody. And I just see, somebody unliked. That happens. I'm not about that. I'm not about the drama. All right? But if somebody pokes me, I'll poke back. If somebody swings at me, I'll swing back. I might be a tree hugger, but I'm not a pussy. All right? I'm not. So I'm giving Clinton Parks a chance to apologize for his tone to me because I tried to tell him as he was leaving I would stand against any government effort to take away firearms. I am not against firearms. Here's a surprise for you guys. I love target shooting. I love it, and I'm actually pretty good too. I can shoot. I love target shooting. Not at animals. I'm a vegetarian. I'm a vegetarian for ethical reasons. All right? I don't judge anybody who isn't. I don't. What happened the other night, I will take responsibility for the fact that shit got out of hand. But if somebody like Clinton wants to warn me, you know what? And by the way, Clinton, his name is Ned McGreevy, not Ed McGreevy. You've been butthurt for quite a while because your team's in last place. Sorry. Can't help that. I respect you, Clinton. I've always liked you. I've looked up to you as a very knowledgeable person, and I have said that so many times. But your message to me was bullshit, and I was pissed. And I thought, you know what? Rather than ban you from the channel, I'm just done. I don't need it. I can start another channel, 0 subscribers. But you know what? It was you guys messaging me in Discord. And the guys that I thought about most were Ken Castro, who's been a fan since the very beginning when I was just starting out, and D. Scott Howard, Robbie Wartburg a little bit later on, and after listening to you guys and what you had to say, I realized that if I close this channel, I've let somebody bully me, and it's not going to happen. So the channel goes on. We're going to have Ned McGreevy in the nights that we can do it. After this, I'm going to do a baseball for Windows. We can type chat for a while if we want, or we can just sit and have a chin wag and get back to baseball. So I'm man enough to say I screwed up and let things go too far. And I should have said, look, guys, whoa, let's rein it in. I know that some of you felt uncomfortable, and my deepest apologies for that. It really was just my intention to just remember the victims of this recent mass shooting. Should it happen again, God forbid, but it will. That's all I'll say is I'll just say, guys, could we just take a moment, take a pause in our game or whatever, let's take a minute, just nobody chat for a minute, and let's just remember those victims. To me, it's not a political issue when innocents are killed. Whether you want to have a debate about the Second Amendment, or then we veered off into capital punishment, we veered off into the history of Ireland. I don't even know what the hell happened. But I respect all you guys. And if he's listening in, because he's not banned from this channel, I respect Clinton Parks. But Clinton, if you're hearing this, the way you approached me, don't ever think of me a child. Ever. 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 Don't. I've played as a musician. I've played for the Hells Angels. I've played for the Pagans. I've played for the Warlocks. Don't ever think you can scare me. All right? Because the way that I grew up and what I lived through, the worst somebody can do is kill me. And you need to understand that, my friend. And if you talk about being a friend, act like one. You could have approached this in a better manner. All right? I felt like crap when I got off of there. If you have this thing that I'm trying to make my channel into some political soapbox, once again, you are sadly mistaken, pal. And yeah, there's an edge in my voice at you because that was uncalled for. Now, I have not banned you from my channel. Also, to address Robbie Wartburg, I know he was hurt from this. Robbie, you need to understand, I didn't do what our Red Sox fan did. I didn't pull wrenches. Everybody in here who has a wrench has one. All right? What Al did, maybe it was an knee-jerk reaction the same way I did. I'm still hurt by that. I didn't do anything to bring Al's channel down, and I still don't have a wrench. But he has one in here. My issue is not with our Red Sox fan. Somebody, in case you guys don't know, it was I think 2 years ago or a year and a half ago. There was some sabotage on his channel. Al thought it might have been one of his moderators, so he got rid of all his moderators. Now some people have him back. Clee baseball fan, Dave Gardner, who I don't think ever lost his, whatever. So Robbie, you still have your. I'm not doing what Al did, and I'm not knocking what Al did. He felt he had to do what he felt was right, and I did that last night. And to be frank, you guys, I hardly slept, and started work at 6 o'clock this morning, and felt like shit, you know. So I apologize, you guys, for letting things get out of hand, but I will not apologize for my reaction to Clinton Parks. He's not banned from this channel, and I'm asking him to be a gentleman, and I do think he does owe me an apology. And at the end of the day, not to sound like a dick, but it is my channel, Clinton. You have a channel. You used to broadcast. You know? I'm not going to get into a pissing match, but don't poke me, because I'll poke back. You bite me, I'll bite back. That's the way I am, and I'm a nice guy. But there's Irish, Italian in me, and both sides of my family. You don't back down. And closing this channel, I thought was the right thing to do because I thought, you know what? I'm just going to get away with all of it. But what kept in my mind was all you guys in this chat. And again, I mentioned Ken and D. Scott Howard because these guys were there the very first night when I was still back across the pond, helping me test out whatever. And they were there, and then Robbie came along later, and all the friends, the Cubs, the Bears, has been coming in, and the newer folks, like Aaron, and of course, Sports Time Machine. I've known Mr. Utah Mike for quite a while. What a gentleman, what a good guy he is. Even though he's a Yankees fan, and I mean that. So there's where it is, you know. Nah, Aaron. Not only have I'm not going to close the channel, my friend, but let me get a paycheck under my belt, and we're going to get you baseball for Windows. All right. So hang in there, man. I don't break promises. Kib99 says, no need to recap Paisan, but I guess I missed a few things since I was check. Yeah, you did? Don't poke this Yankee, Yogi Bear, said Sports Time Machine. I missed you guys last night. In fact, you know what I did? I watched the Game 7 of the 1952 World Series is what I did. Watch that on YouTube. So, anyhow, I've given my apology to all the all subscribers to this channel. I hope you know that I let things get out of hand that night. I shouldn't have. I did. But again, you can go back and listen to that 3 hour. Well, the first 2 hours was a doubleheader or so. But Clinton, I'm leaving. And I'm like, whoa, hang on, dude. Hope you're hearing us on the way out. Right? So that's it. And I'm not trying to play innocent guy here. I will own up to my part. But I'm not going to take anybody giving me shit. He is not banned from the channel. But if it happens again, I will. It is what it is. So I'm hoping he will want to finish out. And if he does, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't. He has a team in the Ned McGreevy League. He kindly, and if I have to say it in Italian or whatever language the languages I speak, but he kindly, wanted to do this project, and I believe it was Status Pro. I think that's awesome, but he also threatened, I'll go and my friends will go and I'll stop this. And it's like, well, number one, you're not much of a man, because I know that anybody in this channel can speak for himself. So that's number one. Don't give me that bullshit, because people aren't going to say, hey, Clinton, go tell Beatles this. I know all you guys in this chat will say what the hell's on your mind. Right? I know that. So, yep, Mel Allen and Red Barber. Absolutely, Aaron Reed. What a game that was. So, I'm not attacking you, Clinton, but I am calling you out. I'm calling you out, and I'm asking you to apologize. You don't have to come on here to do it, but I don't even see your name in the Discord. Maybe you took your shit and went home. I don't know, dude. I will say this, guys. I've blocked him on Facebook because I don't need toxic shit there to spill over into my life. I get an apology from him. We're friends. It's forgotten. That's one thing I've also been taught, right? Once man settles something with a man, that's it. You're done. You don't hold grudges. And I don't have a grudge on my part. So I hope we're all good, everybody in here. And again, if you came in looking for drama, it's not. I'm owning up to where I screwed up. And, I've got to remember my goal of this is to be a baseball channel. And so I'm going to try to keep it that way. But when tragedies happen, guys, I'm not going to be quiet about them. I'm just giving you a fair warning. I'm not. Because all I could think about that night while we're having fun playing baseball, simulating baseball, what have you, is there were 10 families who are going to be seeing those empty seats for every Christmas, every Thanksgiving, every wedding, every birth, every baptism, and that hurts. Because for a person that grew up in violence, I abhor it. I abhor it. So I hope we're straight. I hope we're good. If I lose some subscribers, I'm not going to be crappy to people about that. It is what it is. I'm always going to be a straight shooter with you, though. Always. I'll be a straight shooter. So, that's it. Guys, have at it. Do you have anything to say? You want to talk? I'm not going to be a prick at anybody. Anything like that. And I know YouTube's probably going to flag me because I guess apparently now it's not enough that you can't curse in chat, but apparently you can't curse when you're doing whatever, even when your thing's not meant for kids. So thank you to Cubs and Bears. All right, guys. So now on to happier things. We are getting down to the end of the Ned McGreevy League. I know Steve is working like a madman on the Negro League stuff. Looking forward to doing some more head-to-head and just having the privilege of testing those things with him. I think that's going to be such an amazing project. I really do. And Steve is taking something that MV and I were talking about. We want to do some Negro Leagues. Just like you guys, and I will say this, Ken Castro had first come up with this, early on when I started this channel, he said, cousin, we could, be nice to, could we do something with Deadball and especially 19th century because, right, those are his eras. I said, yeah, what can we do? What can we do? What can we do? And then he said, what if we did a draft league? And we joked. We joked, my friends. Ken and I joked that we would be probably the only two people in here doing these games, and my channel viewership shot up. It was amazing, and how many people have gotten an interest now. Some for MV, just interested in baseball again, but others who are saying, hey, this dead ball stuff looks pretty cool. So a couple people got interested in an era of baseball they didn't think they would like. Mission accomplished. Good stuff. People seem to be having fun with it. Seems like forever ago, Ken. It does. It does. So it's kind of a bittersweet thing because we are coming down to the end of the Ned McGreevy League. There's a lot of things I wish I could have done differently. The next time we come around to something like this, it's going to be a bit spiffier with some music, some cool kind of videos I want to do. But what's bittersweet is we're going to be giving Deadball a little bit of rest on the channel in the 19th century after this is over. Just a little rest. We'll be back. But I'd like to get your guys, if you would, some ideas of understanding that my channel is a little bit different than the other baseball channel or the other sports channels on here, I should say. I think I'm the only purely baseball channel among all the sports gaming community here. I think I'm the only one that's baseball only. What you would can't swear on YouTube. I was going to make your first ever video ranting about Strat trying to gouge customers with a $150 collectible set that would have dealt a lot of cursing. I don't know. There's a big YouTuber, and he is big, literally. Boogie953. Dude has like 2 million viewers. And he's been going off saying that YouTube's now starting to crack down as far as those of us who are speaking on mic. That we're starting to get dinged, which doesn't make any sense because my channel is clearly marked not for kids. And I would hope that anybody in 18 years of age and older can handle words like shit. I mean, come on. That's about as bad as I go. Enough of that. G Puck, haven't seen you in an age. It's good to see you. Although G Puck is saying gentlemen, we're not quite sure about that. Anyhow, I'd like to get some project ideas from you guys. So as we finish up Ned McGreevy, I have nothing else really going on as far as a project. There's the 1960s thing that is ready to go. But if you guys could just sort of think about it, if you enjoy coming to this channel, you know that it's mostly, the game is incidental. I love that everybody's in here chatting, whether it's baseball or the lesser sports, that you guys have a place to go to. And somebody wrote to me and said, and I'm not going to say who, but it was very nice. And it kind of got me thinking as I was falling asleep. They said, this channel is really very special. And it is a place. And I will even give Clinton credit that. Even Clinton said through his meanness that it was a place where people come to relax and talk baseball. And that's really what I want. And the lesser sports. And I really want it to be that. I really want it to be that. I don't want people coming in thinking you're going to get some crazy lefty on here that's going to go nuts all the time. I promise it won't be all the time. You guys know I'm a liberal. I am a liberal. But I felt that last night or the other night, the death of innocence is not a liberal or conservative issue. The death of innocence is a human issue. And I should have, again, I'm offering my mea culpa, that I should have said, guys, look, let's just take a minute and remember these souls no matter where you stand on whatever issue. With that being said, I'm a lefty that's pro-gun. And I guess I didn't make that clear enough. I'm a lefty that's pro-gun, and I am anti-death penalty. But I don't want to get into that crap anymore. I will save that for my channel that I'm not going to be telling anybody about. So, hey, World's Worst Gamer. Good to see you, man. All right. So, Looking for some project ideas, dudes. My next check, and we can work on getting you a PBA baseball. Absolutely. Good. Yeah, you'll like it. As long as so for those of you who don't know, Aaron Reed has he's site challenged. I will put it that way. And so what we're hoping is that the software he has will be able to read to him the menu choices and stuff that there are in baseball for Windows. He is such a rabid baseball fan. Everybody's saying hi to Aaron. He's a good guy, knows his baseball, and he wanted to get baseball for Windows. It was something that was a bit out of his means at this point. And you know what? As I said, okay, all right, he's fully blind. All right, well, I know that for some people that having, that they don't like that term. Hey, Steve, yeah, I'm back. And you can go back and listen to what I said earlier if you want. So I'm back, like it or not. You'd like some charity or some clarity on what? What would you like some clarity on there, World's Worst Gamer? Am I upset at you? Nope. So what is your clarity, sir? Anyhow, so Aaron has been coming in here faithfully at all hours of the night, and as I've said to him, you could be totally bullshitting me. Um, oh, okay, gotcha, World's Worst Gamer. Aaron could be totally bullshitting me, well, whatever. But I put it this way. I'm thinking it this way. I invest 28 bucks and right, whatever, and I get him baseball for Windows. If it makes him happy, guess what? I made somebody happy in the world. So there you go. So therapy, Steve, me therapy, Steve. All right, yeah, Steve, I did send that 20 via PayPal. It's coming, my friend. No, 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 world's worst gamer. We have G Puck in here, but he just said Puck, so it's all good. It's all good. Everybody, chill, cool down. Anyhow, let's get back to baseball. Let's get back to some other stuff, man. So I'm in Egypt when it comes to projects. The Negro League project's not going to be ready for a few months, obviously, because we don't want to rush Steve. This thing's going to be a masterpiece. There is going to be, provided Steve can get it done and he thinks he can, there will be a Negro League All-Star game that we're going to put on the channel in February. We're going to play it at Comiskey Park just like they played the East-West game in the Negro Leagues. So we will be able to do that. That's going to be fun. Um, so I have a 1960s project that I sort of put together. I was thinking about it'd be fun to just have people just draft a team blindly and play it out, but everybody's wanting to see and this and that. So I'm looking for something interesting because when Ned McGreevy winds down, I don't have any projects until the Negro League thing takes off. So, um, and what would I do? I want to be hanging out. I want to be doing some stuff, and I just don't know what. And usually I'm pretty good at coming up with ideas, but I'm stymied to say the least. So, anybody's had some ideas of some sort of baseball stuff you'd like to see on here? I would really appreciate suggestions, seriously, um, because we're really winding down on the Ned McGreevy League, and I'm gonna miss it. There was something I wanted to try would be a what if type thing. As I thought about this idea, but I think it's a bit way out in left field. I wanted to try a thing called a World Series tournament because I'm all about education, right? Is I want to take so we take a so the first World Series would be a replay. I don't know where it would start. The winner of that World Series would go on to play the historical winner of the following, and so on and so on and so on. And I just wanted to play it through for a while. Um, I realized that would be a big project. I finished the historic 16 tournament. I really don't want to do another one of those because that's kind of reinventing the wheel. There's a lot that could be done with Steve Tate's 5-year files, but frankly, my mind boggles because I can't even begin to decide what I want to do with those files. They're that good. Baseball for Windows, and there will be an afternoon game tomorrow and an afternoon game Thursday for those of you that are enjoying those. with the present work schedule, and somebody's dinging me on Discord, so I don't know who it is. I'll look in a while. So it's like I have all this baseball stuff. I don't know. Would you guys like to see tutorials on certain things? Would you just like to create some sort of turn? I don't know, man. I have no idea what to do. Looking for another announcer for Ned McGreevy leading up to the end. Hey, Aaron, if you can get on, you're on our Discord. Um, I'm fine. I've been asking other people want to come on and do some color, do some play-by-play. I love that. I did that on my channel a couple years ago, and we used to have Bob Borowick come in here, and Clee baseball fan took the mic. We had Ken on one night. We had Utah uh, Sports Time Machine. Please subscribe to that channel. MV, cool. Hey, buddy, I'm back. You can rewind later and hear what I had to say. But thank you guys for your support. Is the short end of it. Suggestions: if you like certain players, maybe replay certain games they played. That'd be kind of cool. Maybe try to recreate their best games. Likely not going to the same result, but that's a pretty good idea. Tim's been doing that. Clee Baseball 879 with pitchers. So he's doing a Mike McCormick replay, which is pretty cool. Doing it in a summer of love, by the way. Ken Castro, lurkers in here in hopes of hearing some drama on what's going on in this community. There's no drama, man. I already talked about this at the very, very beginning. There's no drama. In fact, I owned up to my part of it. I let shit get out of hand. So there you go, lurkers. If you're looking for drama, you're coming to the wrong place. You're coming to the wrong. What was that? What was that great line in Master and Commander: The Far Side of the World? What is it? He said, "If you're looking for anarchy here, brother, you've come to the wrong shop." So none here. Beatle's not sure if it's possible, but how about a World Baseball Classics mini tourney? Now that is okay. G Puck. All right. And yeah, midlife crisis. I'll get back to that. Yes. So G Puck, that is actually very possible, and here's why. Because the newest update to the baseball history collection comes with players sorted by nations. And I think that would be fun because the World Baseball Classic is coming up in March. But wouldn't it be fun to do an all-time sort of World Baseball Classic? I like that idea. That is really cool. Midlife crisis saying like a king of the hill starting with the first World Series. Absolutely. So, but we would so the first one would be replayed. I don't know whether we would go back to 1903 or not. But let's just say for giggles, okay? So for giggles, we would go back to right the Boston Americans and the Pittsburgh Pirates. And let's just, or we know Boston won the World Series. But let's say we replay it. We would stick to that format as the World Series was, so it was best of 9. It didn't become best of 7 until a little bit later. So let's say the Pirates won. There wasn't a World Series in 1904, so the Pirates would play the winner of the 1905 series, which I believe was the New York Giants. Whoever won that would just keep going ahead. Now, the only reason I'm kind of worried about dead ball baseball is because I mean, these guys are going to eventually fade out, but I thought it'd be fun. But here's the problem, gentlemen. From 1903 to 2023, we've only missed 1904 and 1994. That's a hell of a lot of World Series. Would it be just a one-off game? I don't know. I think it would be crazy. Hey, there's one of the people who used to come on mic with me, Clee Baseball Fan 879. So the World Baseball Classic might be, I don't know. So those are two projects I have. I don't do season replays online. I do them offline. I am doing 1949 Brooklyn Dodgers offline because I want them to beat the Yankees. No disrespect there, Mike, but it took them until 1955 to beat the New York Yankees. That great catch by Sandy Amoros in 1955, or Amoros. Wow, awesome stuff. So I am doing 1949 offline. I don't think that there'd be enough interest to see a 1949 replay online, and that's just a every once in a while project. The baseball for Windows stuff that I do, that's just basically for everybody's listening pleasure during the day. That's not a project. I'm looking for a new project. This one's about 2 to 3 weeks away, and it's done. Ned McGreevy. So, oh yeah, definitely. I would agree with that. Tim, while you're on here, man, where are you on your Mike McCormick? I was telling people about your McCormick replay. So where are you on that? Let everybody know. Whatever you guys are rolling up, whatever you're doing. The World Baseball Classic could be super cool. Well, Sports Time Machine, guys, he does a lot of really cool replaying and stuff like that. And so yeah, um, start 30. Okay, so on the McCormick replay, Tim says he's in start 32, so two more starts after this one. So you're down to the end of your project too. I don't know if you're a sort of. I try to only do two projects at once, and now I'm going to be down to like nothing after Ned ends. So I am trying to look for something that would be fun that you guys would like. Again, I'm not try, it's not trying to build the channel. It's just if you're choosing to spend your most precious commodity with me, and that's time, I'd like to at least try to make it worth your while as much as I can, and with my limited skill set as a quote unquote broadcaster. So, Mike is working on a 76 Stratomatic Advanced Project PC only. Nice. Nice. Outliers and oddities with replays. That's an idea. Tim says he was doing McCormick concurrently with 2007 Indians replay, but Indians replay was bumming me out. So, Tim, do you remember what happened to Earl from Delaware? Was that back in 2017 when he was doing the 2008 Phillies? Do you remember that? Oh man, Earl and so mucho respect. He got through it, but but and I think he was doing cards and dice. So Earl Weaver baseball, or perhaps hardball. Well, hardball is a Twitch game, buddy. If I'm going to do that, I might as well do MLB The Show or Super Mega Base, which I'm going to do Super Mega Baseball 3 some night on here, you guys. I think you'll actually like it because you can adjust the difficulty. So even if you don't play, it's a surprisingly deep. It's as deep as MLB The Show, just uses fictional players. And I don't want to steal something from our Red Sox fan and create like what he did was really cool. The Friends of the Channel, like the wrestling tournament. Um, because you can create players in Super Mega Baseball, but I don't want to be. I don't want people thinking I'm stealing an idea from Al, even though it's a great idea. It's a lot of fun. Besides, who'd want to put up with my batting or pitching? Anyhow, yep. So Mike, you remember that? Yep. Tenacious Strat was doing 2008 Phillies with cards and dice, and guys, he did it. He did it. I mean, huge respect for Earl, but he said he would never do that again. I couldn't imagine doing out cards and dice. And Earl is such a good guy, and hopefully he and I get a chance to jam sometime together. As musicians, I don't know if you guys know that he's a very very good musician, very good guitar player. And hopefully my keyboarding and vocals will be up to snuff, and he and I will jam. So, oh, was it 2018, Tim? Thank you, 2018. All right, so far, an all-time, it seems like all-time World Baseball Classic would be cool. All right, and it would also be doable. That World Series project would be maybe a little insane. That would maybe be a little bit insane. All right, well, we at least got one. So that's cool. Maybe I can set that up. Um, yeah. I mean, there's decades that would be fun to explore. I mean, there's certain projects like that. Maybe I could put up a poll somewhere. It's like, okay, what's the decade that you want to learn more about, right? So for my weak decade is the 1960s. Um, I know for others it's different decades, whatever. Um, I don't know, man. I'm open to really pretty much any idea. Once the Negro League thing gets kicked off later this year, that will like sort of trump everything. So a March Madness for baseball, that's a brilliant idea, Mike. I've always said I get the smartest folks in here, and apparently I do. Whoever is dinging me on uh, Discord, I can't check it right now because that would put the Discord on our stream. So I will check those messages afterwards, whoever you are. That is nice. Was May Madness. Baseball demos is the reason I even found this community. Actually heard audio from a base. Yeah, Tigers and Yankees. I listened to that, Aaron Reed. So you guys know about classic baseball on the radio. There's another one called MLB Vault, and that's where I watched the 1952 or Game 7 1952 series last night. And boy, that batting slump that Gil Hodges had in the World Series went on into the beginning of 1953. And there's a story apparently that there was a Catholic church, and because the Dodgers, I think it was Carl Erskine was talking about it, and I guess apparently it was a hot day in Brooklyn. It's a Sunday, and the priest, though he cut like the part of the mass short or whatever. He said, "Remember your 10 Commandments. Pray, be good to each other, and also pray for Gil Hodges to break his batting slump." And whatever, it was just a regular day that day. So I think Hodges went 4 for 4. And Erskine was laughing, and he told Gil Hodges, he said, he said, "I'm a member of the Baptist church." He said, "But I think the Catholics must have something there." So great. You guys will see that in that thing I posted in Discord called The Ghost of Flatbush. And it talks about Gil Hodges um, and that terrible batting slump he had during the 1952 series. It's brilliant stuff. The Cubs and Bears says I spend 3 to 4 hours a day fighting with knuckle draggers on Twitter. I just want to relax now and see some baseball. Gotcha. I didn't know you were on Twitter. Did anything over there? So if you guys are up for a baseball game, we'll just do a game of baseball here just for giggles. Not Ned McGreevy. We'll do something else. Um, Midlife crisis. He says I'm 71 games into my 77 Dwayne Kuiper project with Strat Cars and Dice. Respect, man. Took the fall and winter off to play some basketball and F-ball, and of course he's now doing the Steve Tate King of the Hill. I wish you had a channel, man. I wish you had a channel, because that would be like a blast to see. So, all right, all these this is great ideas, man. Yep, the Super Mega Series World's Worst Gamer is awesome. I played the living crap out of the first one, but the third one is just super super deep. Love it. So Ken Castro says 75 games into Cards and Dice, 1965 replay. Way to go, man. Sports Time Machine. Watch a channel called This Is Where You Find Baseball, More Modern Baseball. Nice. Of course, not yet Phillies, right? Ken Castro doing Phillies. Yeah, so I mean, don't be shocked, guys. You're not gonna. One thing you're not gonna really see on this channel is base. I mean, I love it. I love all of baseball, but you're not gonna really see much here after the 1960s on this channel. But you know what? A lot of really, really good people on here are doing more modern baseball. So I want to try to make the 1960s kind of the latest decade I'll go, except for something like a World Baseball Classic all time. Then of course it's going to be cool to see. I want, um, some of these players from the 80s, 90s, whatever, 70s even. AAA baseball. This is where you find baseball. That's nice. Aaron Reed says he's having vlogger's block. Don't know what to do next with your channel or whatever you call it. I'm gonna have to check that out. Ken Castro also, he has a 19th Century League going with Diamond Mine. So Ken, you're still liking Diamond Mine? You're still liking Diamond Mine, huh? That's awesome. You're playing Diamond Mine longer than you played Out of the Park baseball. How cool is that? Mike, you have a cool channel too. It's just I've not been getting notifications from you, my friend, and I swear to you, I have the bell set for everything, and I'm not getting notifications. So there you go. At least Ken and I both love, right? We love. Yeah, thank you, Windows Defender. I know, no threats. Thank you very much. You can go away now. That's cool because Ken played. What was it, Ken? 2 or 3 weeks of out of the park baseball, and you chucked it in. And sticking with Diamond Mine. Good on you, man. Gaming and music, karaoke stuff. That's cool. Maybe we do something sometime. Well, you be careful of the copyright strikes, but maybe I can. Of course, there's a trick to that. We just put the song in a different key, and I don't think that YouTube's algorithm can pick it up. We should jam sometime, man. Yeah, Super Weird. He just put up an American F-ball game. Um, but I've been have Robbie been telling me he hasn't been getting notifications. Steve has told me a few times that he hasn't got notifications from his channel. So anyhow, I appreciate you guys and your support. You know that. I really, really do. And I do hope that, you know, again, Clinton, if you're out there and you're lurking, you're listening, whatever, I hope that you and I can straighten accounts, buddy. Okay? I really do. I truly, truly mean that. I'm not going to beg you, but I hope we can because I do respect you, Clinton. I just don't respect your message in Discord. That was not cool. So, be up for it. Love music. Just has to be a song you know. We'd be here all day doing that, right? Yeah, I know. I have to get in touch with Chris Delaware because he wants to do something. So this guy has a great voice, Chris Delaware. I don't know if you guys know this or not. He goes by Lower Slower Gamer now or something. Chris is another dead ball guy, huge sports fan, major baseball fan, big dead ball fan. Also, an excellent singer. One of his favorite songs is Journey, Faithfully, right? So musicians will know what I'm about to say. So that song is in the key of B, right? Which doesn't, I don't care what key a song's in, I'll play it. Chris wants me to transpose it up a half step to the key of C. So that's going to be fun. I've never heard that song done in the key of C, so that should be interesting because if you know that song faithfully, right? Steve Perry hits a crazy, crazy high note, and I guess Chris Delaware is going to reach for the stars on that. So I do got to get back to Chris on that. All right. So are people going to hang around? Do we do a baseball game? Do you guys want an Ernie Harwell game? Do we just sit around here and talk? What do we do? What are we going to do here? I don't have to be at work till 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. So whatever. I'm guessing Steve is carding players like crazy because I don't know. I'd kick his arse in some head-to-head baseball, but I think he's busy. He's in there. He's digging deep. He's digging deep into Satchel Paige. I know it. I know it. He is trying to figure out how Satchel Paige with 20 batters in our game on Sunday. But I'm not gloating. I'm not gloating. It was a test. There has to be because come on, Satch could do that stuff, but not against hitters of that caliber. Cubs the Bear says he used to do a mean karaoke paradise by the dashboard lights, but he needed a young, attractive female partner. Um, I'd let you borrow my girlfriend, but she's not on YouTube, unfortunately. But I'd let you borrow her if you want. She's half Jamaican, half Cuban, so she's got a temper. But she is a hell of a singer. Oh my God, she's a hell of a. She can sing, and I'm not saying that because she can sing. Whew. She just won a karaoke contest actually on New Year's Eve, so did a great job. So yeah, sure, I could talk to her. I don't know. I think she'd be cool with coming out to Chai. She would. Chicago. I love Chicago. I love that city. In fact, back in the early 2000s, Stop right there. Holy cow. Uh-oh. So the holy cow. Mike is channeling. Mike, are you channeling your inner Phil Rizzuto there with the holy cow and the money store and all that? I'm lending my girlfriend out for singing, not for whatever. But no, she's got a bad. No, she's got a temper. I'm Irish and Italian. I have a temper. I'm not being like ethno weirdo or something. I got the worst and the best of Irish Italian blood in me. Meatloaf reference from that song. Oh, stop right now. So yeah. Anyhow, I will let her know that she could have a gig out in Chicago. She'll love it. She'll love it, or wherever you are. No, to Comes the Bears, you're not. Since you're a Bears Den that's now down in the. It's one of you guys are in Florida. What? Maybe it's Bears Den that's in Florida. No, I don't know. My brain doesn't work. All right. Well, we can do a game, or we can just call it a broadcast. We've been on here for 52 minutes, and I hope the record's straight. And thank you guys. And again, my mea culpas for letting crap get out of hand. I will take ownership. Be a man. Gotta be a man. Gotta take ownership when you mess up. And that was a mess up. As a channel owner, I should have taken responsibility, and good friends did feel uncomfortable. So, records are around. World's Worst Gamer will usually give us some good words of wisdom. So that's nice. He does. Gives us some good stuff. So Aaron wants to do a simulcast sometime. You didn't get out of line. Relax, dude. I'm saying I let everything just go when it was just supposed to be let's remember, and I let things go. So it's all good. It's done. No, you didn't. You were a good guy. Everybody's cool. It's all fine. It's done. 4 likes, 13 viewers still waiting for some drama. Well, tell you what I'll do. Now is the winter of our discontent. How about that? Would you like me to do some Shakespearean tragedy? I will. I'll do the opening if you'd like. If you like King, well, the opening to King Lear. Maybe some Henry V. Let us sit on the ground and tell tales of great kings. I don't know. Midlife crisis. Looking at now, 77 Tigers overperforming. They're 6 games up and in first place. He has Cleveland a game ahead of pace and 3.5 games back. Mark the Bird Fidrich is 7-1 with a 2.31 earned run average, so that helps. Only 3 starts until he's gone. You know how to get play some 1900 baseball. I should. Ken, do you remember the night we did a 1902 game? Do you remember that? We did 1902 Pittsburgh Pirates and what were they then? The Brooklyn Bridegrooms, I believe. Um, the Cubs and Bears says back in the 60s, I saw Chicago live when they were still called Chicago Transit Authority. A friend of mine is dying to start a Chicago Transit Authority Chicago band, and he wants me to play keyboards and sing in the band, but he's trying to round up brass players, which makes me happy because even though I'm a keyboard player, have all this equipment, I hate brass unless it's done by brass, right? Yeah, we could do 1900 baseball. We could do that. Or we could just let Ernie call a game because I don't want to. You guys have already listened to my voice for 55 minutes, and usually you have to listen to me for 3 hours. Maybe you deserve a break. You're all saints, except Ken. Ken is not a saint, but Ken does have a platinum membership, so 1901 Pirates versus Chicago is a good one. I'll be Bobby Lamb. Funny thing is, my speaking voice is deeper, but my singing voice is more up. Peter Cetera range, believe it or not. But I love Bobby Lamb's voice. Actually, superb singer. Superb singer. Steve Tate, you're back. What did you miss? Steve, how many new players did you card today? Because that's what you were doing. Puck knows him well. Yep. We all know you well. Oh, gee, Puck, um, you're a pretty frequent visitor to this channel. So what I do for frequent visitors to this channel is now when you type something, you'll see that you too are a moderator. I hate AC/DC, and I told you that, man. That's it. That's it. All right. Every wrench, just smack on Steve now. I should ban him for because I think I told him I loathe AC/DC. Oh man, nah, he's that G Puck is he's a moderator here now, whether he likes it or not. Just means you can post links and y'all can beat each other up or something, I suppose. You're welcome, my friend. If Ken Castro vouches for you, G Puck, I'm gonna let you in anyhow. Oh my God, Steve, I don't know. I'll tell you what, buddy. We're and I'm gonna forgive your AC/DC remark. We're just talking about some projects, and it looks like one that everybody's interested in. Will be using the new edition of the Baseball History Collection would be an all-time World Baseball Classic. So I think that would be fun to set that up as a tournament rather than a season thing, because the season thing is, whew, yeah. So yeah, Steve, tell the truth. How deeply have you dug into Satchel Paige's card? Because an Action PC, gotta know, man. Ken Castro says, as an only child, if I could choose a brother, it would be Puck. Okay, now, Ken, G Puck is in here, but the more you vouch for him, now I'm gonna start to worry here a little. And the Cubs would be your second choice. You guys, man, tell you what, G Puck. Well, Robbie, you're gonna have to rewind. The short version is I'm back. I took responsibility for my bit the other night, and I'm hoping that Clinton Parks will be man enough to retract his warning and stuff like that. So there, now you got it all. I'm trying to find a new project to do. Robbie Wartburg, you are caught up, guys. Robbie Wartburg's been filling in a nice thing, doing 1914 Federal League on his channel. And Cousin Ken wastes no time on Robbie Wartburg. He says, "A nap? What are you, 75?" So Cousin Ken Castro in rare form once again, gentlemen. Once again. Is that my phone or is that my whatever? So today at work, I have to tell you guys about the job I do sometime. It's really fun. It's the most different job I've ever had. But that'll be for another day. But had some people laughing today. Fun stuff. They hired me and said, we want somebody that can talk to people and blah, 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 blah. So, anyhow. We can do a baseball game or we're just going to sit here and talk. What do we do, guys? What do you want to do? Or is you guys what? I don't know who's streaming right now or whatever. So, I also want to see if all my videos have returned. Because you can actually make everything disappear in your channel. It's really weird. Yeah, we will. So, Ken, let me tell you guys what's going on. So, upcoming schedule, just so you know. All right, so this is Tuesday, so we're here. So, tomorrow there will be either a Baseball for Windows game or some sort of broadcast. Thursday, I'm done at 2 in the afternoon, so we can even do more because Friday, I don't go into 11, and I'm off Saturday and Sunday. So, I'm thinking Friday night was going to be our late night. Yep, our late night, all kinds of stuff. We will get back into that ritual, certainly. I miss that. I miss that. Unfortunately, I got to pay the bills. Got to pay the bills. Yeah, life is too short. It is. And I mean, let's face it, we have a collection of scallywags. We use the term gentleman loosely in this little niche of YouTube. I will be the first to admit I'm a ne'er-do-well scallywag. Uh, oh, dare I use the term wanker? No, I'm not a wanker, but I've been told I'm a wanker by my other friends. But I've got my shillelagh waiting for him. Ned McGreevy, he's happy here. I wish we could find his voice somewhere. Ned lived until 1943. I'd love to find a recording of Ned McGreevy's voice somewhere. Yep. It's. Thank you, Robbie. Okay. What do you disagree? The stream has gone on too damn long for your liking, or life, or the Cleveland Indians not being in the World Series since 1948, or the Bucks not being since 1979. Cousin Ken says he almost died 6 times in his life. Enjoy my perspective. Amen, brother. Amen to that. I almost got canceled twice. Almost got canceled twice. So one night we're driving back from a pub where we were setting up, and it was a foggy, rainy night. It's the only time in the world I thank God for snow. I hate snow. So we're driving back. So there's a bunch of us in one car, and then a bunch of musicians in the car behind us, and we're driving. And I'm looking, and this guy's coming down head on, and I'm thinking, okay, no, right, this is like just it's the fog, it's everything playing tricks on me. Guy was coming straight for me. What's one of the first thing that you learn in driver's education is look for an escape route. I don't know what it was. I saw a snowbank, and I veered off and almost toppled the car. So ran my the other musicians in the car behind me, ran him off the road. Found out the next day the guy was a drunk driver, ended up dead, flipped over into a stream on the roof of his car. Now here's the thing. So that not only did snow save our life, so it was 2 weeks later we were driving down to that pub to do another show. What was beneath that snow was a rock wall. Had that been 2 weeks later, I wouldn't be here. And so that was one instance where I almost got 86th, man. So I get you, Ken. I love life. You kidding me? Every day, buddy. Love it, love it, love it. Driving the direction of the skid, that's the other one, yeah. Well, so my mom taught me to drive. It was great. So I learned in a Jeep. It was awesome. It was a Sunday. So this is back right when places actually were closed on Sundays. And there was snow over this parking lot. She said, "All right, you're gonna learn to do donuts." Like, this is my mom, dudes, right? I'm like, "Cool." So I'm hitting. She said, "Now hit the wheel, bam!" And and it started skidding. She said, "Go in the direction of the skid," and it was right out. So, yep, good times, good times. Yeah, seriously, G Puck, that it was a rock wall, man, rock wall, and that is so. I thank God for snow that night. Um, And I don't know, this was this weird calm that came over me. I just told the guys quietly, I said, "All right, you guys, we have an issue coming up. I just want you to hang on and don't say a word." And we went up on the snowbank, and thank God. Whew. But that said, I still hate snow, except that one night. Yeah, Ken Castro, you guys. Hey, D. Scott Howard, welcome in. So, get that. This is a second midlife crisis, but I have to address something that Ken Castro says. So Ken says, it's not closed on Sunday corn sites. I don't know how many of you guys know, but Ken has taken a keen interest in the cellulose covered comestible. But he likes all kinds, whether it's field corn, uh, Asian corn, right? Ken's a big fan of, the sort of hometown corn. Ken's a very big fan of corn. And so he has certain memberships to sites that focus on field corn and the DeKalb type. Right, Ken? There we go. Midlife Crisis says, here's something interesting. Thinking Jeremy Renner surviving his accident with 30 broken bones at a 1947 beer truck run over your lower half when you were a teenager. Good God. Ah. While baling hay. Oh, man. Tough, tough, tough. Damn. Only left about a centimeter deep dual axle line tread mark in your legs that didn't go with nothing broken. And you had basically right. So 1947 beer truck. I mean, that might as well be like an armored personnel carrier. Damn. Yeah, definitely Providence was smiling down on you, midlife crisis. It's when Zevon said, "Enjoy every sandwich." Yep. Awesome. Robbie. Robbie says corn is not his favorite food to eat in the world. Okay, guys, I'm not touching that with whether you use metric or imperial measurement poll. There's no way. I I can't give it a good laugh. I am not touching that one at all, Robbie. So, Tim, Clee baseball fan, 879. Tim just hit it out of the park. He said some people might like pie. Ken Castro, pie's my second favorite. Stop it. Oh my God. It's like that night I did the Ned McGreevy League, and it was an right? So Hannes Wagner, we have him on Robbie's team, Arsenal, and I've said it other million times, but so the ball was grounded. What do you usually say when it's grounded deep to short? You say grounded deep in the hole. But what I said is Wagner took it deep in the hole, and I lost it for 2 minutes, man. I had to go off mic. I couldn't breathe. So this happens sometimes. D. Scott Howard likes his score on the. Again, I'm not going there. How you know this is turning into a see. So this is the other thing that happens, and this is why the games are incidental on my channel, because everything degenerates quickly and beautifully. It really, really does. But Tim, I tend to be an aficionado of pie, indeed. So I don't know what to say after all this. We saw earlier in the chat though that Mr. Utah Mike and Steve in the same state. That's cool. Utah's a big ass state though. I don't know how you're gonna hook up, guys, but that's kind of cool. So here's the thing I'm gonna ask you guys in chat. Why are you guys not trying head-to-head action PC baseball? MV said he had a pitchfork go through his foot in a gardening accident. So MV, you have seen, and that man, I mean, wow. I mean, you're obviously fine, ambulatory, but I'm sorry, and I'm not making light of what happened to you, but you guys remember Spinal Tap movie, right? One of the drummers died in a bizarre gardening accident, so you triggered that in me, my friend. But hopefully, right, that didn't have long-lasting effects, but that had to hurt like, oof. It's really like a symphony of motion the way things degrade here. Yup. Okay, so you don't do head to head. But if you were like the other person, right? All you basically would have to do is press a button. But nah, it's cool, man. G Puck says, Beatles, you ever play him in B3? Yes. Yes. No, no, the subject always changes in here, G Puck. That's the beauty of it. So I can answer you and also see, um, yes, I have. B3s are awesome. I wish I could have one. I have to settle with things that if you were blindfolded, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference as far as the sound of a B3. But that being said, there is nothing like playing. There's nothing like the real thing, baby. Nothing like playing a real Hammond B3 with the Leslie. And man, those things, you get that growl. Or you go all stops out like John Lord did, right? All the drawbars out like John Lord did with Deep Purple. or you get the Jimmy Smith kind of click kind of thing going on. I mean, Hammond B3s are alive, man. They are alive. Love them. Love them. Midlife Crisis said it was built for World War II at the end of the war and was never commissioned. It was purchased by local, so it was built for World War II. Wow. Talking about the beer truck. It was painted red where the paint was peeling. You could see the olive drab. Yeah, so that wasn't just your run of the mill beer truck, and you just got with 2 centimeters. Wow. What record are we setting straight? Just the stuff that got a little bit weird the other night. Big clue. So, and apparently straight. So people are still here. So Big Clue is in training. Cool. D. Scott House is looking back at the chat. I will say Tenacious Earl's Phillies replay is one of the most compelling replay projects I've ever seen. Could be edited into a doc in the world of Sims. It could be. And I mean, it really, and such huge respect to Earl, because I mean, it was really affecting him. You know, you're taking, I mean, he's a huge Phillies fan, and to take that on cards and dice, but he did it. He did it. And D. Scott Howard just nailed it. That was like we're all just keeping like, can Earl do it? Can Earl do it? Not that we weren't making book on whether Earl could do it, but I'm sure a couple of us thought about it. But he did it, and I have such a world respect for Earl getting through that, man. That was nuts. Yep, ran the gamut of emotions, but he did it, man. He did the 2008 Phillies. That was crazy. MV's loving early Harwell. Good. MV, Robbie's been keeping in touch with you and hopefully with Arnold Hunter to get you guys going with some more stuff. So if you've seen GPuck, we've changed subjects at least 10 times. That's what makes it go around. Holy crap, we have 19 viewers. 17 viewers now. Ernie's voice. All right, looks like we're getting votes for Ernie. I can put on an Ernie game, guys. Seriously, and just sit back and we can listen to some. There's Arnold Hunter. Arnold, thank you very much for your encouragement in the Discord. Big Clue says, what happened the other night? Did you slip and admit the Beach Boys were the greatest band of the 1960s? All right, that's it. That's it. Big Clue. Well, wait, the mods can't kick you out because you're a mod. Some good Beach Boys music, later stuff. In fact, the Beatles were huge Beach Boys fans and vice versa, though there was some competition. Brian Wilson said that when he said he listened to Sgt. Pepper nonstop for 24 hours, and he said, oh my God, what do we do? But Beach Boys, great stuff. I like them from Pet Sounds on. The early stuff, but again, a lot of people would say that about the Beatles, a bit too poppy for me. But yeah. You want Action PC in the background so I can still talk. Well, shit, I could do that. Well, I could just sit here and press the button and do that with Diamond Mine Baseball and not read the play-by-play, but anyhow. Arnold Hunter is the man. MV, the Beach Boys. They need to get the band, the Stones, Beatles, and Kinks. Well, actually, so I would say the Beatles, Kinks, The Who, Pink Floyd. The Stones, I kind of, put down a little bit. Yeah, great era from Pet Sounds on. Beach Boys did some amazing music. I actually I don't know a Beatles fan that doesn't like the Beach Boys. Although you talk about strife, at least, right? John, Paul, George, and Ringo ended up like recapturing that close friendship, that brotherhood they had, because especially between McCartney and Harrison, there was not some nice things going on between those two, um, but yet the Beach Boys, there's some true animosity still going on with those guys, and it's like, come on. It's the same with Pink Floyd, David Gilmour and Roger Waters. It's like, come on, guys, get real. Right? Just remember Pink Floyd dead now. I mean, Richard Wright. It's like, just patch it up. You guys are legends. Stop this shit. Robbie Wartburg. Ken was asking me if the play-by-play can be edited in Diamond Mind and how. Oof. So there's custom play-by-play that you can find on the Diamond Mind forums. So the answer would be yes. Do I know how to do it? No, I've never tried it. Easier to do in Action PC, I'm guessing, but you can do it. Yep. Grab a drink and commiserate over the inevitable cow patty. Oh, that's right. That's tonight. We should stay on, huh? Baseball Writers Association of America is going to be making an announcement tonight who is going to be in. Um, wow. I forgot all about that. I can't have the sound on while we're doing it though. But we could all tune in and kind of react to it. That'd be fun. Midlife Crisis looking up we were talking about in Spinal Tap. He says had to look it up. The drummer's name was John Stumpy Pepys. So of course a little nod to Samuel Pepys, the great diarist, right? Who died in the tragic gardening accident in Spinal Tap. Big Clue says Hall of Fame elections are like waking up Christmas morning, unwrapping your gift under the tree, and finding a big steaming pile of feces. Not even the decency of a lump of coal. Nice. I like this. Have to agree with you. Phew, especially last 10 years or so. World's Worst Gamer says, honestly, though, I'm gone in 30s. He has to object himself to the nightly non-mainstream media news, including all the drama on the freedom movement. Gotcha, World's Worst Gamer. Man, thanks for coming in, though. We'll hang out with us for a little bit, though. Maybe they will vote to expel Harold Baines, says D. Scott Howard. And Midlife Crisis says, best leave it unsolved. Big Clue. With each passing goose egg, they make themselves more relevant. They do. And imagine who's going to be, who's going to be coming in 10 and 20 years. Robbie Wartburg. No, I just never tried to edit. I can look into it, Ken, as far as editing. I've just never thought about doing it. D. Scott Howard says, I'm not sure which drummer was with them when I saw them in Seattle. So again, talking about Spinal Tap. Sal Bando should, yes. Yes. Any disagreement, fans? Yeah, I think Sal Bando should be in the Hall of Fame. I agree with you, MV. Totally, totally, totally agree with you. Bando should be in the Hall of Fame. Hell of a player. Hell of a player. Big Clue. If they pitch a shutout this time, it'll be the first time in history to elect just one player in 3 straight years of election, 2021 to 2023, an historic low. By the way, there, Big Clue, well done with the grammar on the N historic low. Well done. Don't see that too often. And sincere compliment. Robbie Wartburg, maybe they could do something useful and vote on a wife for me instead. Robbie, dream on. Seriously? Yeah, Bando. So there, Big Clue giving MV an amen on Sal Bando. Why isn't he in? Why isn't Sal Bando in the Hall of Fame? He should be. I don't know. The thing that blew me away a little bit about, and I'm not saying he shouldn't be in. I think it's great that Mariano Rivera is in, but oh, Ken Castro. We have a dissenting voice, gentlemen. I'll finish my Mariano Rivera comment in a minute, but we have maybe a dissenting voice. Ken Castro saying Bando, meh. I don't know, cousin Ken. Bando is pretty damn. I think he's Hall of Fame, buddy. No, I'm not going to finish just yet. Okay, so big clue because we're talking about because you have like an historic right. So a hat tip. He says to the British school system you went through, of course. Proper grammar. They're using the N before the H. The N historical. MV says I watched something from 1969 to 74. Bando had a better wins above replacement than Joe Morgan, Reggie Jackson, and Johnny Bench. Big Clue says at Robbie Wartburg, I wouldn't trust the Baseball Writers Association of America to find you lunch, much less a wife. Yeah, Robbie. Robbie, seriously, if you wanted to go with anybody to try to find your woman, go the NBA. Go to basketball, dude. At least their Hall of Fame, my understanding, still has its, feces together. So you might want to try the NBA, see what they do. So, no, the other thing I was going to say about Mariano Rivera, cousin, is I don't understand how it took all those years for him to be like 100%. Now, albeit a great relief pitcher, but I don't know. I just never got the 100%. If I would have, I don't know. I don't get how you do that when I think of all the pantheon in the Hall of Fame. You're right, Mickey Mantle wasn't 100%. Ty Cobb was the highest vote getter for ages and ages. Babe Ruth wasn't 100%, right? Of course, maybe they did the voting back differently in 1936, so we'll forget that for a second. But the Mick wasn't 100%. Why not? Hornsby wasn't 100, but Mariano Rivera was. And that's all. I'm not knocking Rivera. He's definitely Hall of Fame. That's all I wanted to say. That's all I wanted to say. World's Worst Gamer says Tony Fernandez hopefully will be put in the Hall of Fame by the writers eventually. His regular season playoff numbers are outstanding. Tigers fan I know never said Trammell was yeah. And Trammell's in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. Will you see Fernandez in the Hall of Fame? Not for a while, but yeah. Okay, so Ken says he is a fan of Sal Bando, but he's not sure if he's Hall of Fame. Gene Tennis. So Tom Seaver held it. Okay, thank you, Big Clue. Yeah, I don't know. I was just shocked with Mariano. I was just a bit like, whoa, 100%. So I guess that's a record that's never going to be broken in the Hall of Fame. 100% of the writers vote you in over names equally as great. I'm not going to cause any controversy. Ken says, I'll be frank, the Hall of Fame, from my perspective, is the shell of its original intent as I see it. Yep, 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 yep. I don't think you're going to get any disagreement in there. Alex Raffini, somebody very, very missed in the community. He and I had a conversation one night, just over the phone, talking, referring to it now as the Hall of sort of very good. Aaron Reed says, I did a game once on Harbaugh 95 for the Sega Genesis. It was Cincinnati versus Florida. It's only YouTube. The Reds won the game on a Tony Fernandez walk-off homer. Third baseman seemed to get a little love. Schmidt set such a high bar, and before him, Eddie Matthews. You got Brooks Robinson. Pie Traynor in his day was a superb third baseman. So, Ken says he personally knows four baseball writers, voters. I'm not going to do the whole thing again. I'm not impressed, to be honest. Won't break the 100% in an election. Well, unless it's Pennsylvania Supreme Court monkeys. Oh my God. so, so, let me see. Andrew McCutchen coming back to the Pirates for a year. I think he's going to provide some nice veteran leadership, but it looks like Reynolds is on the block. So Bob Nutting is going to screw it all up. If he gets rid of O'Neill Cruz, that's going to be it. That is going to be it. Ned is looking. Ned is kind of like he's looking like he's sort of like the Oracle of Delphi. He really is. He's kind of has that look there. So he's listening to all of us. I wonder what Ned would say if he was here right now. He would say, "Enough said," right? All right, we'll do a stogie and then whatever. Right? It's getting near dinner time for many. What are you guys thinking about this baseball season coming up as far as like every team playing every team and expanded playoffs and just nonsense? I'm sorry, I think it's nonsense. It was everybody's playing everybody. And this isn't me being a curmudgeon. I have finally accepted that the National League is no longer unique. It pains me, but there it is. I've accepted. What? Why can't we go? The owners, I know everybody's about the money, but you know what? Let's just go back to a championship series and a World Series. If I had my way, just be a World Series, but we can't now. Just obviously we can't do that. Um, but what about just a championship series, World Series, and let's have done with it? What is this stuff, man? Too many teams make the playoffs in all sports. I know. So these people with whom I'm staying are Pittsburgh Steelers fans. And the Steelers, from what I understand, right, were a crap F-ball team this year. And they actually had an outside chance to go, like, to the Super Bowl. What's the point, man? So, Robbie, I don't know what he would think of you. Definitely don't like the expanded playoffs. Agree with just League Championship Series and World Series, says my Paisan, Pib99. Balanced schedule is crap. Disgrace. Tampa Bay Bucks 8-9, an 8-9 win, and they win their division, host a home game. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know a lot about f-ball, but what I'm seeing happening to baseball is the thing I used to poke fun at f-ball fans about. I'm like, are you serious? Your team is how many games do they have in f-ball? It's like 18 games or something. I'm like, wait a minute, your team's like 9-9, and they could like make it to like the biggest game in that sport. I can't poke fun at them anymore for that now because now baseball's going to do it. I mean, holy, they keep expanding things, man. The Pirates could make the World Series, and I would be so ashamed because we're not ready. So Aaron Hunter is a Steelers fan for life. I'm not knocking the Steelers, buddy, but they were not good this year, from my understanding. And these are, again, I'm living with people that are Steelers fanatics, and they were like, "This is crazy. What are they even doing there?" Big Clue says division titles should mean something substantive or don't have divisions. They ought to play their divisional opponents 2 to 3 times more than other teams. Yeah, exactly. Um, Midlife Crisis, or D. Scott Howard says add 2 teams, have 2 8-team divisions. Only top 4 make playoffs. That could work. Midlife Crisis said for competition's sake, I'd love to see 4 8-team divisions with uneven schedule and only division winners make the playoffs, but that's a pipe dream. Yeah, it is, unfortunately. No, what they think it is, so Robbie says, I think the schedule thing is going to be weird whether they think this is soccer. No, it's money. It's just money, Robbie. They think they're going to make money, but I think what's going to happen is it's going to become so diluted that you're going to get fans like everybody in here. I don't care who your favorite team is. Robbie, I'm just going to use yours, right? Texas Rangers. So let's say the Texas Rangers finish 3 games below 500, Robbie, but they make it to the World Series and they win. Are you really going to feel proud of that? I mean, I know if my Pirates, which they not even with all this crap this year, but let's say if things keep going a couple years, we got O'Neill Cruz, we got some more good kids up there, and maybe they might have the third or fourth record in baseball, but at least they're, you know, 15 games above 500, 20. I could live with that more than I could live with a sub 500 team theoretically making it. I don't like that. Big Clue says my dream change would be to expand gradually to 36 teams, 3 division of 6 teams in each league. Best overall record gets a bye to the league championship series, and the other 2 division winners play best of 7 to advance. That could work. Regular season has meaning. Playoff teams are legit. Playoff series are exciting. Division titles are substantive. That is nice. Do you really think Rob Manfred's going to listen to the fans and the owners? And let's face it, even the players. Let's not just dump on the owners and the commissioner. The Players are getting some extra pay too. I don't know. D. Scott Howard says the National Hockey League one year played, what, 84 games to eliminate 3 of 21 teams? And the World's Worst Gamer says more teams than 21 now, but I hear D. Scott. Yeah. Texas was 10 games below 500 on August 12, 1994, and won the division. Lucky we missed out on the playoffs that year. And then there's the 1914 Braves, who were in last place in July 4th and won the World Series. So, but that was, of course, back in the day when the best teams met in the World Series. So, and we're never going back to that. We're never going back to that. I'm not saying we should. Although maybe there's some franchises that do need to go, but they're not. You're never going to see that again. But the I don't know. I just want championship series. I like Big Clue's proposal. I think it's cool, but I don't think it's going to happen. I wish it would. I really wish it would. Thank you for that, cousin. Appreciate that. Cousin saying hit the like button. Thank you, buddy. Commissioner doesn't exist to look out for best interests of baseball. He looks out for collectively the owner's bottom line. Yeah, exactly. That's literally his job. Well, baseball's never going to have it. Now, Landis was a jerk as far as barring, players of color. But Landis, we almost need somebody like Landis again in baseball. Somebody who actually has a role. But does any commissioner in any of the other 3 sports have the power? And after Landis died, right? And they had, who was it? Happy Chandler next. Like, we're not giving this guy the same power. I don't know. Midlife says what they could do, and I think I'd be for it, is to have an interdivisional playoffs like the National Hockey League used to do. Teams would actually have to square off versus their own division first before advancing to a league championship series. Ken Castro, G. Puck says to Ken, I'm probably going to jinx them now, but do the Bruins have a chance to break most wins in a season record? Big clue along with that, I would realign divisions along strictly geographical lines. You'd have similar sized markets more directly competitive with each other. As a Pirates fan, I would like that because, Pittsburgh and Cleveland. I mean, you're going to be breaking some old things, but we've already seen that, right? The old league alignments. I mean, Pittsburgh and Cleveland, it would be really nice to see them play each other more. For instance, small market teams. Somebody brought up on this channel one time, actually, because I was complaining about the old cement ashtrays like Riverfront and Three Rivers and all that. And somebody mentioned to me, and I hadn't realized this, that those were all small market teams that had those cement ashtrays, as I call them. And I didn't realize it, but it's true. It's true. They all had them. Right? Because, right, Cubs, White Sox, they didn't have them. The Yankees certainly didn't have them. Mets, big market team. L.A., San Francisco, Oakland. Although, Oakland with the Coliseum. Oakland might be. They shouldn't be, but they got to tear down the Coliseum. They had a game last year with 6,000 fans, I think, if that, in the stands. But that would be nice. World's Worst Gamer says, how about the NFL having one team having a sports book at their stadium? They just all want our money. That's what it's all about. Yep. Agree. It is about money. They do. Ken Castro answering G. Puck, he says they do, but just remember, only 22% of the President's Trophy winner get to carry the cup. Reds, yeah. I again agree, man. I'm not trying to sound like a yes man. I think this makes perfect sense. Big Clue saying, I'd much rather see the Reds play the Pirates, Tigers, Indians, etc. regularly than have to stay up late to see the West Coast games third of the season. Yeah. Baseball should set up, D. Scott Howard says, a two-tier system with relegation down from the National League to the second division American League. Robbie, yeah, Coliseum has got to go. And ask every Oakland A's fan, and they will tell you the same thing. It does have to go. It's crap. Imagine playing, Big Clue says, imagine playing 0 opponents outside your time zone. What a huge boon to the quality of play over 6 months. World's Worst Gamer saying to D. Scott Howard, I love the relegation system. Enjoy following that in EPL soccer. Lots of great ideas, but how do we get Rob Manfred, the owners and the players, listening to the 13 people hanging out here in this little channel on YouTube? Oh, you mean for Tampa Bay, Robbie? Tropicana Field? You're talking about Tampa Bay, right? Thing is, though, is Tampa Bay keeps fielding good teams, but their fans aren't supporting them. Is it because of the ballpark? I think Tampa Bay. I think they got to move the Tampa Bay Rays to a city that wants baseball. Charlotte, North Carolina has wanted Major League Baseball forever. Move them to Charlotte. Um, did Sanders come in as a pinch runner in that, Aaron Reed? I don't remember. They are dropping it, Aaron. My understanding is the extra inning guy starts on second. I think that's from what my understanding is when I was listening to last year when they were doing the votes and all that kind of stuff that one of the proposals was to get rid of that. And my understanding is that will be gone for the 2023 season. I that was said last year though. Midlife Crisis says too many transplants in Tampa Bay area. When I went to a Yankees game there were overwhelmingly more Yankees fans than Tampa Bay fans. Move them to Charlotte. Big Clue says Major League Baseball's competition committee are full of idiots. Don't even recognize what the right problems are. Smoltz has been on it, and every suggestion he has is a step backwards, says Big Clue. D. Scott Harris says for years the Mariners threatened to move to baseball hotbed Tampa Bay and their spectacular new stadium. Okay, he ran for Greg Olson afterwards. Yeah, Barry Hill came in to catch. Robbie says they were looking at moving to Montreal, but my opinion on that is no, because Montreal had their chance of having a team and lost it. Montreal, though, Robbie, to be fair, and just to be fair, if the 1994 season had played out all the way, I believe Montreal would have made it to the World Series, and I believe Montreal would have won the World Series. And had that happened, I think there would still be a team in Montreal. But, yep, keep baseball baseball. If you want F-ball, it's out there. You want basketball, it's out there. You want hockey, it's out there. Keep baseball pure, or as pure as can be. But holy hell, now we're going to have pitch clocks. And I remember what was Mario Cuomo was talking about in the Ken Burns baseball documentary. He said, there's no clocks in baseball. Earl Weaver's quoted, and I'm paraphrasing, you don't need a damn clock in baseball. Man gets his innings, so you get your last outs. That's one of the beauties. Now the pitch clock, is that going to be the next thing? Are we going to have timed baseball games? People are complaining the games are too long. I don't know. Ken, you and I have talked about this. The baseball game, you can sit, you can talk, you can have good discussions, and all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose in the field. And I love that about baseball. Try doing that in a boxing match. You can't do that. And I don't hate boxing. I actually like boxing. But anyhow, if I wanted a game like F-ball, follow that instead. Yep. Bud Selig began this process of F-ballizing baseball. Yep. Baseball's not supposed to be NFL light. I mean, it says Aaron Reed with all the challenging calls, right? And the pitch clock is going to suck thieves. They're going to use it, Aaron. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Yeah, it's coming. And as far as they're talking about umpires, I have the solution. Just get rid of Angel Hernandez, and we're good to go, man. So I don't know. We're gonna get Big Clue. We're gonna elect Big Clue to speak for the baseball fans of America because he is. Yep, no clock watching. Aaron Reed with the understatement of the chat. Angel Hernandez sucks. Yup. Yeah. The two pickoff rule is going to be an interesting change. I think it's bad. But again, I'm like such a, you know, I would admittedly say this. I'm such a curmudgeon that the only innovation I've approved of in baseball is the batting helmet. So, and I'm not that old. I don't even remember baseball, like ever seeing baseball before batting helmets. So that should tell you where my head is in baseball. I mean, look at the dude up here on our screen. Ned and I would be like, "Look, you bastards." Anyhow, yeah, pitch clock starts this summer. That's bull. All right, Robbie, thank you. Yeah. Oh no, there's a lot of good stuff, Robbie, but I thank you for that. There's a lot of good channels here, a lot of good people. But thank you, buddy. That really that means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Joe West. Oh my God, I forgot about Joe West. Aaron Reed says I watched the Brewers and Phillies game on ESPN from last summer. They had 26 strikeouts combined. Angel was just being a major league diva. Even the players in the field got sick of him. He's bad, man. Oh my God. Keep the batters in the batter's box, and the time problem will be solved. So you know who you just made me think of, D. Scott Howard, is Nomar Garciaparra. Do you guys remember his ritual between each pitch? How can you? The man should be in the Hall of Fame just for batting glove adjustment. Holy shit. Big Clue says, Beals eternally, I would think you'd be advocating return to pre-1893 pitching distance. All right, touche, my friend. Touche. Steve Tate is back again. He's like coming in here he's making his appearance. He's a rock star. He says sorry got pulled away again and now he's back. Missed the last 30 minutes. We'll have to go back and rewatch. Yeah, there's no cliff notes, I'm afraid. G Puck says he goes to a lot of AAA games and it's nice to be home in less than 3 hours, but not sure how it would be in Major League Baseball. Ichiro was probably worse than Garciaparra as far as taking his time. But what a great player. Hunter, does anybody here remember Mickey Mantle and Willie Mays were told by Major League Baseball they would not be in the Hall of Fame because they took a job with consider. I never heard that story, Arnold. Never heard that. Steve, I swear, Steve, if you weren't a mod and a genius and like a really cool dude, I'd knock your ass out of this channel right now for that. Okay, note to self. Now, well, I've told the whole channel. The whole channel knows I hate ACDC now, so that's it. Steve's just not going to let me live it down. Anyhow, I never heard about that. So, truly, this happened? Mickey Mantle and Willie Mays were told that they would never be in Hall of Fame because they had casino jobs? I mean, granted, in the time they had casino jobs, the casinos were run by the mob, but still. Wow. Yeah, should boo the pitch clock. I agree with you, Aaron. So if you don't pitch it in 30 seconds, it's a ball. So we can end up having a walk-off win for a team where the winning run is walked off without throwing a pitch. So they kind of did a Michael Jordan on them. Wow. Steve, seriously. He said something more melodic like Back in Black. Oh my God. you know you won't stop. You know you won't, right? So it's okay. It's all right. So I have to click on that and do some reading. Thanks for that. I did not know that. Thank you, Arnold. I never knew that. That is crazy. Steve putting a link in the chat, everybody, for that story about Willie Mays and Mickey Mantle. Good stuff. Good stuff. Scallywags and all that. All right, so get ready to start winding down here in a minute. Midlife Crisis says, I'm curious to see if teams actually do steal more with new pickoff rules. If they don't, they're idiots. I don't know what they're trying to accomplish with that. And the shift. Oh, come on, right? So they outlaw the shift? What's that? What's that crap about? What is that crap about? That is a legit baseball strategy. And I know I might take some guff here, but come on. The shift's been around since dead ball. I mean, it's been around. Don't get rid of the shift. I mean, Ted Williams, right? He knew they were shifting him, and you know, Ted Williams, guys, he could have hit it to left field. He didn't. He hit into the shift, but he said, "I'm not going to give in to them." So, you know, if Ted wanted to, he could have hit the damn ball anywhere in the 1946 World Series, and nobody, and Ted Williams didn't bitch about it. The Red Sox didn't bitch about it in 1946. So what's the deal? Why is it outlawed? Why? Isn't back in black the color scheme of? Oh my God! I am never ever going to live this down about AC/DC. Steve Tate says, here's an often forgotten Major League player created yesterday, Del, Del Bissonnet. This will be the Joey Gallo watches here to see if he raises his batting average above 200. Big clue, and he kept the same color format for Major League cards as well. Those cards look great. If you haven't seen it, guys, I caught it after the fact. Last night, after I watched Game 7 of the 1952 World Series, I watched Steve showing off the cards and everything, and they're really beautiful. They look great. American League logos for American players, National League for National League, and the Negro League logo that he found, and variations of each. So, good stuff. Just good stuff. And Steve, didn't you say that you're going to take a little break and do a stream and do a basketball game, or you were going to show off your basketball 5-year files? Is that, I heard you correctly on that? I think because you showed a little bit at the end of your stream. Yeah, yeah. Steve was on his lunch yesterday. I watched it last night. He's like, "Well, I got to go in 5 minutes," and Steve went another 20, which was brilliant. Proud of Steve for that. Okay, guys, so here you go. He's going to do a basketball broadcast within the next week. So, Hoops fans, there you go. Going back up to Aaron, he says, I like playing MLB The Show because you can turn off some of the things you don't want to see during the game. Yep, good stuff. D. Scott Howard, big fan of the basketball file. So you guys are aware that Steve's, not only doing baseball, but the lesser sports as well. I think hockey, he said, was his not strong. I guess he's going to get Dave Gardner to kind of help him, or had spoken to Dave Gardner. And go back and check out, Steve did a great podcast on Digital Dice with Dave Gardner and Ron Juckett. So check that out. Really good stuff. It was great to see those two guys really amazed and flummoxed, gobsmacked, if you will, at what Steve's doing. So do check those out, man. Good stuff. We've got a lot of Action PC basketball fans. There you go, Steve. So hockey, he says, is his weakest, and he's only done 5 teams so far. World Source Gamer says, to avoid being punished for not pitching in 30 seconds, will we see pitchers throw the first base with nobody on? I wonder if that's been covered in all the rules surrounding it. Can you even? Yeah, right? Yeah, they are available, Midlife Crisis. You can download. I don't know where you can download them because I'm not a. Babe Herman is now complete. Great hitter, bad base runner. Oh my God, Babe Herman. You guys know about Babe Herman stories. I don't think I need to recount Babe Herman. Um, there's a little nod, though. There's a little Easter egg to Babe Herman in the movie The Natural. Who can pick it out? There's a line in there about, and it's a little Easter egg for Babe Herman. So, any of you guys remember the movie? And you should. The Natural's an excellent baseball movie. What is the line in there that is a nod to Babe Herman? A little trivia for you today. Before you guys go way off on basketball. Love Dave Little's epic basketball. Dave Little is sort of like Christopher Slovic and Ron Juckett, in that it sounds like you're listening to a real broadcast. And I'm not a basketball fan, and I will tune in on occasion to listen to Dave Little call a basketball game because he just is brilliant. He's brilliant. Yep. Big clue. I didn't even see your comment, but yeah, absolutely. Babe Herman was the poor man Pete's Browning. Still waiting for somebody to come up with that. There's a little nod to Babe Herman in The Natural, and it's a line that's said in the movie. And it doesn't mention Babe Herman by name, but a little nod to him in The Natural. So, if not, good reason to go back and watch The Natural, and you'll remember. You'll be like, oh, I get it now. All right. Now, I'm going to test you guys' typing speed. You ready? Here it comes. Easiest trivia question in the world. I just want to see who answers it first, just for giggles. What's the only Major League Baseball club, right? So we're talking modern. So from 1900 to present day, there's only been one club in Major League Baseball that did not represent a city. Which one is it? Quickly. Who can do it? Who can do it? The only club to never represent a city. No Googling. Yeah, you guys caught me out. It was a trick question. Now, here's the real question, okay? Of the 16 franchises, one of them did not represent a city. Which one? Of the 16 original, who was it? So yeah, Minnesota, Texas, obviously. Trick question. Because I wanted to see if somebody was going to get the answer to this one. So, of the original 16 franchises, one of them did not represent a city. Which one was it? D. Scott Howard, man, he's quick. So, actually, there's one more. I'm being sort of a jerk. There's one more. There's one more. Well, actually, no, the Senators, no, because Washington, D.C., they represented Washington, D.C., so no, not the Senators. There is one that was not a city. At one time, it was a city, but then in 1898, now I'm giving out big hints, was no longer a city, and yet this team represented. That's it. Big clue, hit it. The Brooklyn Dodgers. Brooklyn was not a city. Well, it was a city until 1898, and it was incorporated, and it was still called right. Brooklyn was a borough by 1901. So that's it. So, but yeah, you guys got the trick question. And I said, oh, there's just one. I just want to see what team didn't. So yeah, the Twins, the Rangers, and both versions of the Rangers, and of course the District of Columbia, Yeah, but if they weren't called the District of Columbia Senators, oh my God, you guys are too good though. You guys are too good. Yep, Brooklyn Dodgers. Poor Brooklyn. You know, there's still a movement to bring them back. By the way, we can't hate Walter O'Malley anymore. You guys know that. The guy we got to hate is Robert Moses. Because Walter O'Malley apparently tried and tried for years. There was a big meat market apparently that was not too far from Ebbets that was closing down, and so Robert Moses, I guess, apparently had way more power than the mayor of New York, right? Because he decided what got built where, and Walter O'Malley was just pitching, 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 and right, pitching, pitching, pitching. This whole thing, I want this, and Moses shut him down. So all these years, Walter O'Malley took a lot of crap from Brooklynites and from baseball fans in general. But it's really Robert Moses, who was commissioner, buildings commissioner or something, just told O'Malley, nope. He actually wanted to move the Brooklyn Dodgers to Queens, and O'Malley said no. Brooklyn, like, we're not going to Queens because he said, well, no, it's the geographic center of the city, and so Robert Moses is the man to hate if you long for the Brooklyn Dodgers. There you go. Can you imagine if they just took out the team names for every baseball team and just called them all by city or whatever city baseball club? That'd be interesting. Not the only other person in here from one of two commonwealths. Yep, not states. Wink. Yep, from one of two commonwealths. Big clue. Giving the nod out there to. Is he still in here? Where is he? Here we go. Yeah, I'm just waiting to see if anybody else catches up. I know exactly who you're talking about, Big Clue. And in fact, it's voting. They may no longer be a commonwealth. A lot of people not liking King Chuck out there, I guess. I forget when their vote is coming up though. But I don't want to give it away, Big Clue, so can't even say who it is. For example, the Atlanta Baseball Club. So you're hearkening back to the 19th century, because while the teams did have nicknames, Aaron, a lot of times you would see in old newspaper reports that the Pittsburgh without the H baseball, the Pittsburgh Nine or the Pittsburgh Club faced the Cincinnati Club. So you did see that. You would see that back in 19th century. Big clues going off here. So, oh my God, yes. He's Scott Rowland got elected. Okay, definitely. I can agree. I can definitely agree with Rowland getting elected. I forgot that was on. Here we are talking. We have Big Clue update us here, man. Inter Atlanta versus Cincinnati United. Let's see, was it when I was in the Netherlands for a while? It was they used the team nicknames, of course. It was God, who was it? I forget the name of the city where I lived. The name of their football team, because Amsterdam, it's Ajax. You say it in Dutch. Of course, we would just we right, but it's Ajax is how you say it in Dutch. I can't remember. So somebody out there is a football fan. Who's Rotterdam's team? Because that's where I lived, and I forget Rotterdam's football team. It's one of the planets. I know that, but I can't remember what it is. It's still not a good result, but way better than expected. Yeah. So Scott Rowland in the Hall of Fame on his way to Cooperstown in August. Give a good speech, lad. And get upset at the Hall of Fame for not electing Buck O'Neil when he was still alive, by the way. I'll never forgive the Hall of Fame for that one. All right, D. Scott Howard's going to walk the dog. All right, take care, D. Scott. We'll be around with some probably Thursday night with some Ned McGreevy. Thursday night Ned McGreevy game. Holy shit, we've gone 2 hours. I think we're good. All right. Yeah, everybody's ready to step out. No, I get it. It's all good. So Aaron says he's going to step out and do some stuff on RetroArch. Thanks for coming in, Aaron. Big Clue says, question. Which original National League club had the oldest pedigree in baseball? The Braves. The Braves, the Braves, the Braves. Because your trick question, you were hoping I would say Cincinnati. But it's the Braves. Highest remaining wins above replacement player that needs to go in is Lou Whitaker. Yep, Sweet Lou, not in. You want to be part of McGreevy on Thursday night? All right, man. If you're feeling comfortable coming on the mic, we'll set it up. We'll go through the Discord channel and do it that way. So we're going to have Aaron Reed coming on with us Thursday night for Ned McGreevy, and it's probably going to be Manchester. I don't know who's going to be playing Thursday night. Manchester and Philadelphia, the first and second place teams. Cool. Got to get Mr. Tate on there for simulcast on that again. So we had him on doing one. So good, Aaron. Guys, play some head-to-head. Oh, Aaron, you'll add class to my channel, man. It needs it, so I'm honored. You'll be like, Beatles, we're doing a baseball game. Yeah, you're saying wrong. You're saying wrong. Yeah, but big clue. But they joined the National Association. Okay, but that wasn't right. But we're not talking about the national. Ooh, I don't know. Ooh, really? All right, big clue. You are really smart in your baseball. You are super. You're like baseball genius, man. You're like steely-eyed baseball man. But gotta, I gotta look into that, and we'll see. And if you win, you win something. I don't know what. I'll figure out something. We'll have a big clue. Won something. So you're saying it's the New York Mutuals, and I'm saying it's the Braves. Braves aren't even the oldest existing team in baseball. The Cubs formed the year before, 1870s, an all-pro team. Ooh, all right. Steve says that he posted the basketball file link earlier. Oh, you said original. Oh, you bum. All right, big clue one. Big clue one. All right. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. You won. I don't know what you won yet, big clue, but you won something. You got me. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. You got me because usually the obvious answer is Cincinnati. That's the obvious answer everybody gives. Cincinnati Red Stockings. And that is not true. But okay. All right, I lose. I won't up. Cousin Ken, I told you guys, disabused me of the notion that Forbes was the first modern ballpark when Shibe actually beat it by 3 months. So, yeah, a lot of people have disabused me of things. I'm here to learn. Don't. Oh, big clue, dude. I didn't tell you what you're going to win yet. I still get to decide. He says, don't blame me that you can't read. Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, buddy. All right, everybody's starting to sort of want to kind of drop off. So we'll go ahead and start ending the festivities right here. Well, no, we'll wait for a few minutes because Carlos Yaz is in here now. Carlos, ¿cómo estás? How you doing, my friend? Good to see you. He says, hello at work, but trying to listen in. Carlos, basically what we've done is we've elected our friend, the inestimable, the erstwhile Big Clue, who shall represent us in front of Der Fuhrer, Rob Manfred. Am I allowed to say that, YouTube? And we're going to change baseball. And Big Clue is going to present a compelling case. Yeah, he's going to win a knuckle sandwich. Big Clue, my friend, if I'm not called illiterate at least 3 times a day, it's a day wasted. It's all good. But yeah, Carlos, we're Big Clue is going to be meeting with Rob Manfred and the other owners and the players and saying this is how it's going to be. After some brilliant suggestions here from All and Sundry in the chat, although we have nobody here who is Sundry, so some of us are sundered. G Puck says Beatles just got email from my minor league team. Automated robotics. I think it's awful. It's terrible. I heard that was going to be happening in the minors. It's you know what? It's worse than what Judas did. It is worse than what Judas did. Sorry, folks. And I'm Orthodox Christian here, Eastern Orthodox dude. Automated robotic strike zone, dude. Way worse than Judas Iscariot. This is terrible. And you know if it's in the minors, it's coming to the majors. It's coming. It's coming. Big Clue says his coworkers don't know what the word illiterate means, so no harm, no foul. Steve Tate should replay a 2006 World Series game, Detroit versus St. Louis, to honor Roland getting elected. What do you think there, Steve? I'm trying to get Steve to broadcast more games because he's good, but he's like so busy. He's so busy crunching numbers that we can't get the dulcet tones of Steve Tate to broadcast a game, and we gotta have it. We gotta have it. Steve, Big Clue's got you on the. He's yeah. I'll tell you what, Steve. If you broadcast that game, right, that Detroit St. Louis game, I will on one day on my channel. I'll hook up a keyboard and I'll risk the copyright strike and I'll sing a damn AC/DC song. What about that? It will sound like shite, but I'll do it. See, you know what Steve's gonna say? He got pulled away again. He's gonna say it. Just wait. I got pulled away. I'm sorry. I just carded Moonlight Graham or something. I don't know. They may want to forget 2006. Yep, Scott Rowland. Is that all? Big Clues. It's just Scott Rowland this year. Then is that it? Since I don't have it up here, I don't know nothing. And yes, I purposely used a double negative. Thank you very much. Because I don't know nothing. I know something. I know that I have the coolest people that come into this chat, and I mean that. Big Clue. Someone answered my bump. No, no one answered. No, they did not. No, they did not. Big Clue. I've been waiting. Midlife crisis. Can I take a stab at the Babe Herman question? Cheat a little by reading. Yep. Go ahead. Go for it. Both of you, because it's just such a cool line, and the way it's right, and the exchange that happens. Yes, go for it. Please do. You got a wrench? There's there's another one though too. That's even more, and somebody hit on it. But yes, but there's another nod to Babe Herman. Another one. And actually, that cigar in the pocket, this is really bad, but I forget which player it was in the 1980s. Didn't want to slide because he had some powder in his pocket. I forget who that was. But I'm going to wait and see if anybody comes up about Babe Herman in the natural. There's something else in there that's in the natural, and it's a nod to Babe Herman and something that he said one time to his manager. I'm trying to think who was managing the Dodgers at the time. Yes, yes, it was based on Babe Herman's fielding, which Okay. Oh God, wait a minute. Hold on. Don't die. Okay, sorry. OBS just had a cow, but we're back. So yes, exactly. Midlife crisis. That's it. So you think of it because it was such a bad fielder when he lost it in the sun and it was cloudy. That's exactly it. So he said, yeah, lost it in the sun. And Wilford, right, Wilford Brimley, who plays the manager of the New York Knights, looks up and says, blinding. That is a direct reference to Babe Herman. That is it. That's it. Babe Herman. That's what I was looking for. You got it. You guys both got it. You got it. Yeah, Bump Bailey banging through the wall like that. Oh my God, that was. Phew. See, I have always said I got the smartest people in this chat. Smartest people in the chat, man. Getting the Babe Herman reference in the natural. Herman's. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Wilbert Robinson. You're right. You are absolutely right. Brian McRae ran through the wall in a minor league game. Yeah, one time there wasn't ivy in Wrigley. Imagine, and even that ivy. Isn't there like I think there's padding now in front of those brick walls, and the ivy's going up in front of that now. Could you imagine hitting that brick wall in Wrigley? Holy man, crazy stuff. There's a pirate that went through a wall, but that was by the time they had that big cushiony stuff. But Bump Bailey, man, he hit that fence hard, didn't he? And died. So there you go. Well, you had to work Robert Redford in somehow, right? So Michael Madsen had to take one for the team, literally. I heard though in the natural that Robert Redford, I guess apparently he was familiar with that awful Babe Ruth story and bad how badly William Bendix was, right, looking at the plate and all that kind of stuff. That Robert Redford actually took some batting lessons. And why is OBS doing what it's doing? Yeah, and Robert Redford had a pretty good swing. He had a pretty good swing in that in the natural. Almost took his head off. Talking about Brian McRae, Midlife crisis continues. Almost took his head off. There was a solid beam. Oh my God! Right across his head. Missed it by being a little shorter. Holy man, that's crazy. Oof, crazy, crazy stuff. Still, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. But the last thing. So to my two takeaways last night from the 1952 World Series Game 7. Of course, you're watching. No batting helmets. Nobody gave a damn. But the other thing, Mickey Mantle tried to bunt his way on in that Game 7. So you know, always talking about dead ball baseball, where you see guys like other than a pitcher or way down in the batting order trying to bunt. Mickey Mickey Mantle tried to bunt. There's quite a few guys trying to bunt to get on. But I mean, to see the Mick trying to bunt, that was just missing that in baseball. When was the last time in baseball you saw a power hitter like that, right? And in the World Series, trying to bunt, and Mickey trying to pull off a drag bunt, and it went foul. And then I think the next pitch he did homer. Good stuff. Anyhow, guys, there's so many in this chat. Went long. Yeah, while still on. Yeah, Robbie, I still got to go have dinner. Yeah, we're talking baseball, man. About people almost getting their heads knocked off and running into walls and stuff like that. And Midlife Crisis and Big Clue answered the trivia question about Babe Herman. Now, and the nod to him, the two nods to him really, and the natural. And Jose Canseco, not the first person to have a ball hit him on the head, but Babe Herman also was hit. Yeah, Eddie Waitkus, I did know this. Yes, Bump Bailey is based on Herman, but did you know Roy Hobbs was loosely based on Eddie Waitkus? Yes, who was shot by a deranged female fan. I did know that. I did know that, Big Clue, but cool that you bring that out for the rest of the chat. I did know that. Just watched the Billy Doc on ESPN and YouTube. He asked Reggie to bunt, failed. Billy took the bunt off, then Reggie bunted anyway. It is a good chat. I gotta close it down here in a minute, obviously, because you know food and stuff. But yeah, it is nice. It's good. This is the way I hope it stays, and it will. And hopefully, Clinton and I will have a little chin wag at some point. Because I mean, I would like him to come back. I just, we need to fix things. Aren't they all? Says Ken Castro. Jeez. Yeah, none of Robbie's deranged female fans, unfortunately, right? Yeah, of course, and you guys also know The Natural ends very differently, the novella, than by Bernard Malamud than the movie does. I love that movie. I know, but that movie, I think I love The Natural so much because it really captures the way I think as kids we idealize baseball, right? And we still do. I mean, look at how we're vociferously defending the game and resisting the changes. We love this game so much that I think that that kid, and I don't know if that's true because I don't follow the other sports, but I don't know if a kid, maybe basketball, I suppose, but there's something about being a kid and these and baseball players, man, and it just encapsulates everything. That and that speech from James Earl Jones in The Natural or in Field of Dreams. Oh my God, when he's talking, right when Ray's about to sign away the farm, and all those players are watching, and everything just goes quiet. And James Earl Jones makes that amazing speech about baseball, and I'm like, that's it. And he's holding that big hernia-inducing Macmillan Encyclopedia. Awesome, awesome stuff. Somebody was chopping onions the first time I saw that movie. Love that part, Midlife Crisis, when Roy Hobbs hit the ball straight back into the press booth. That movie's great. Not Academy Award material, but what a great movie The Natural is. Every time it's on, I watch it. Every time. All right, quick trivia, guys. What year does Hobbs finally make it to the majors? What year? What year? What year? And bonus points, bonus points if you could tell me why. So you can do it. We can do it by the math. 61, good movie. Poor Roger Maris. God, what he went through, huh? So that's your favorite baseball movie, 61. Guys, got to check out Soul of the Game. I posted it in the Discord. Check it out while it's still on YouTube. Brilliant movie. Like 61. 42, they didn't do enough with that movie. Midlife Crisis. The only thing that bothers me about the film is he was only batting for the third time in the bottom of the ninth. 1936 says Midlife Crisis. Soul of the Game is beautiful movie. Beautiful movie. Beautiful movie. And the actor that played Josh Gibson, he looked like Josh Gibson, man. He looked like Josh Gibson. Josh dies of a stroke 3 months before Jackie makes it to the majors. Of course, he didn't live to see Satch go into the majors in 1948. But what a great movie. Love, love, love that movie. And Edward Herrmann, um, pretty good as Branch Rickey. Although what I don't understand what they left out of that movie, maybe because they felt the people would have gotten upset about it, was that, of course, as you guys know, Branch Rickey would like one day I guess had a meeting with Jackie, and he was screaming every racial epithet you could imagine and insulting Jackie's mom and his wife and all this kind of stuff. And Rickey said, "This is what you're going to face up here." And they left that out of the movie. Um, I'm not sure why. 1939 is the answer. Now, bonus points for anybody that knows why I know that. It is 1939. I'll just tell you. Next time you watch The Natural, look at the patch that they're wearing. That patch was to celebrate baseball's so-called centennial, right, 1839 to 1939. And if you look at that patch in their uniforms when they're in the dugout, right? So before Hobbs comes in, right? So they're playing the game. Remember, Pop, you know the Knights are playing the Pirates because he yells out, "Don't you know how I hate, losing to the Pirates?" That that insignia, that patch that they're wearing, is the same patch that players wore in 1939 because of the old myth that Abner Doubleday invented baseball in 1839. That's why you know it's 1939. One last. What was the original team that Roy Hobbs was supposed to have the tryout for? Who was it? No, Jimmy. That's called Fear Strikes Out. MV. The Natural is loosely based on a player named Eddie Waitkus, but Jimmy Pearsall. That movie is called. That's Fear Strikes Out. But man, Robert Redford had a good. He had a good swing. He must have trained hard for that because I mean he looked convincing. And I think I remember an interview somewhere where he said, "Yeah, I saw that William Bendix movie, and he said I knew I had to learn how to hit a baseball, and he did. And good on him. Good on you, Redford. I mean, Tom Selleck could do it because Tom Selleck played baseball. Kevin Costner played baseball, but so good stuff. Got shot in Chicago. Yes, exactly, exactly. Midlife crisis. You got it. The Cubs. He had a tryout with the Cubs and didn't quite make it. And of course, had we had the Babe Ruth character in there, right? Played by Joe Don Baker, who who played the best Babe Ruth ever in a movie, right? Because who was it besides Bendix? Who was it? And he's one of my favorite actors. Man, he's funny because he's in a lot of Coen Brothers movies, and he was in what's his name? Goodman. Played Babe Ruth, but Joe Don Baker played the best Babe Ruth I've ever seen, except for Babe Ruth himself, who makes a cameo in Pride of the Yankees. But Joe Don Baker captured that big personality of Babe Ruth. Yeah, besides Babe Ruth, obviously, yeah, exactly, Tim, doing this little lag here. Babe Ruth played Babe Ruth in Pride of the Yankees. But other than him, I gotta give the nod to Joe Don Baker. That was a great Babe Ruth he played, the Whammer. Love it. I'm so glad there's some fans of that movie in here. John Goodman, thank you, Midlife Crisis, the star of the famous Skin Brazier commercial. Yep, big John Goodman fan. Terrible as Babe Ruth, though. Terrible as Babe Ruth. But awesome in so many other movies, so we'll give John a pass. All right, guys. Um, I'm I'll probably put on a Ned McGreevy tonight. Not no, not Ned McGreevy. Baseball for Windows tonight. This is Tuesday, right? And tomorrow, Ned McGreevy will be Thursday, and then late Friday night because Ken Castro was talking about wanting to do a late game because he missed the late games and stuff we had. So McGreevy will be Thursday and Friday night. Um, Tomorrow night, definitely baseball. Or tomorrow is going to be Ernie Harwell. And Thursday afternoon, Ernie Harwell. So some baseball coming back. Big Clue says best Joe Don Baker scene was in Fletch, where Chevy Chase smashes the Tommy Lasorda photo on the wall. Steve did post a link earlier, and then he got called away. Let me see if I can find it. This chat's been going on now for 2 hours and 25 minutes. Yep, here. Oh, you know what? I don't know if it's. Yeah. Let me put it. I'll put the link in because I don't know where Steve is, so I will definitely put this link in for you. Ba, ba, da, ba, 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 ba. But yes, we're gonna finish Ned McGreevy, definitely. Okay, there we go. For those of you that are looking for the basketball file, MV, there you go. That's for basketball. I always loved John or yeah, Joe Don Baker. Did you guys ever see that movie? And it was the if you have to be an MST3K fan. Did you guys ever see the movie Mitchell? It's one of Joe Don Baker's best roles ever. Check out Mitchell, but do the MST3K version. Walking Tall, yeah, right. Big Clue says, dude, this chat's like a baseball game. There's no clock. Or no, no, really, there isn't. So yeah, so Friday night we're definitely going to do Ned McGreevy, and then our late night because I'm not doing anything Saturday or Sunday. In fact, guys, there may be Saturday night baseball. I might actually skip doing music this Saturday. I'm not sure yet. So we may even have Saturday baseball, which will be fun. And I know I'll be running up against our Red Sox fan and stuff like that. But if you feel like doing double channeling or something, because I know Al usually does a lot of stuff on Saturdays, but I'm really thinking about doing some Saturday night baseball too this week. So, but Friday night, Ken, we're gonna do a late night game, and then like the way you do it, we'll just chat till everybody just is done chatting. I don't care how long it goes. Like just like we used to, man. Okay. That I didn't know. Big clue. He says if I recall correctly, he played Felix Leiter in one of the James Bond films. That I don't know. I don't know if he ever was in a Bond film. That would be a good thing to research. My favorite James Bond is everybody's least favorite James Bond. So, but anyhow, yep. So yes, Robbie, we're gonna finish Ned McGreevy, and it looks like instead of the 1960s project, we're probably gonna do using the baseball history collection once again a an all-time World Baseball Classic. Since the World Baseball Classic itself is coming up in March, let's do our own all-time, since that's one of the new subsets in the baseball history collection. Living Daylights. Wait, no, seriously, you're a Timothy Dalton fan? Big clue. So you and I are the only people. If he's your favorite Timothy, or no, wait, oh no, it was the Living Daylights. No, so I'm the only Timothy person who Timothy Dalton is my favorite James Bond. I think I'm the only person. I think I'm the only person who his favorite James Bond is Timothy Dalton. My second favorite is Daniel Craig. And I'm not going to take flack for telling you who my least favorite is because I'll get a lot of crap for it. So we'll just leave it at that. I'll get a lot of crap for saying Timothy Dalton is my favorite James Bond, but it is what it is. Only because up to that time, Dalton was the closest to what Ian Fleming wanted James Bond to be, and especially, um, I believe, is it in License to Kill? I think it is. It's the one where he's more, right? Kind of like Christian Bale was the best Batman. Whatever. But I'm just a bloke. Robbie says, love it. WBC, bring it on. Yeah, it's going to be more of a tournament thing, Robbie, than a. Yeah, it'll be a tournament. It'll be fun. So your favorite Timothy Dalton roles with Flash Gordon as Prince Baron, but you did like the Dalton Bond movies. That's cool. Yeah, I thought they were good. Dalton's a pretty good actor. If you're a Timothy Dalton fan, then you should check out. He's a real bastard in it. Um, check out the original Penny Dreadful series. Timothy Dalton's in that and he just does a cracking job. It's amazing. And Fleming wanted Roger Moore for the role originally and settled for Connery because Moore was under contract for The Saint. Yeah. Oh yeah, Sadaharu. Ooh, we're gonna have him in there We'll put Sadaharu O in. You better believe it. Teammates with Ichiro. You got it. Big clue. You like the cheek of Sir Roger Moore. And you grew up with the Saint. Okay. Go for it, Robbie. Go for it. I mean, you can go up to 1997. I mean, you can create players in baseball for Windows too. So, I mean, if you wanted to go past 1997. Oh, big clue. We have a comment though. He says, "Wait, Penny Dreadful? I thought that was a show about the Pirates payroll." Yeah, you got it. You, you're absolutely right though. Big clue. There is no way I could even. I'll take that shot across the bow. You're absolutely right. If he's not in there, G Puck, I can definitely get Sadaharu O if he is not in that database. Versus the Angel. Yep. Versus the Angels payroll. Pennywise, pound foolish. Low hanging fruit. Yep. Yeah, we're still going, Steve. And I already posted your link again to basketball in this chat, too, by the way. BTW, man. That's right. Yeah, see, we were at single numbers, and I was going to start to wind it up. Now we're up to 10. Yeah, so if in that case, Robbie, just stick to 1997, and you should be okay. You could actually, in Ernie, you could go up to, what, 2000, 2000? Up to, what, so when was Ichiro's rookie year? When was Suzuki's, right? Because he's not going to, because there's no Suzuki. But, like, you can play, like, modern plays. Like, there's a lot that Ernie will still say. Like, if you boot up Baseball for Windows and you have the 2022 season, he's going to say, you're going to have Aaron Judge. You're going to have Mike Trout. Because those names, Trout and Judge, do appear. Joe Judge, Dizzy Trout. So as long as he said the name, you're fine. So and I feel ashamed for not knowing this. So I'm a big 2001. Thank you, big clue. So yeah, so there were no players in Major League Baseball that I know of named Suzuki prior to Ichiro. So he's going to say S, unfortunately. Yeah, he will say some names with the first letter of the surname for some players, but yeah. Yep. Yeah, and there's no pool holes either, so you're going to hear, and P comes to bat. So, um, there was something, yeah, about Branch Rickey. I'm a big Branch Rickey fan, and you guys are going to laugh, and I'm sorry. I know I should have known this. So, Branch Rickey, of course, right? Minor leagues, right? Affiliated minor leagues, all that stuff. Signing Jackie Robinson. So when Branch Rickey was unceremoniously booted out of Brooklyn, he was sent to Pittsburgh and signed the first great Latino star, Roberto Clemente. I did not know until 2 nights ago that it was Branch Rickey who signed Clemente. I had no idea. I had no idea, and I am ashamed. I should have known that. So Branch Rickey, I love you even more, man. MV says, he says, I just need more seasons. I've got some, but I don't know how to load them into the game. Colors of the uniforms in the field and the scoreboard. Are you talking about basketball or baseball, MV? Or are you talking about baseball for Windows? I'm lost. M's had Max Suzuki in the mid-late 90s. Okay, then Suzuki. Okay, then Nerdy will say Suzuki. Thanks, Big Clue. Don't know a lot about the M's, so thank you. All right, so that's cool. No pool halls though. Right? Because Albert, if he started in the same year, so Albert or Ernie's not going to say it. But I am so sorry. Wow. See, but I'll admit it. I did not know that Branch Rickey signed Roberto Clemente. I had no idea. Clemente pretty much banging open the doors for big time for players from Latin America, and Branch Rickey signed him. It's pretty cool stuff. And And from what I've read, I didn't know it was Branch Rickey, but Clemente actually faced not to the same level as Jackie Robinson, but there was some blowback on Roberto as well. So interesting. Oh, you need more seasons for baseball for Windows. Yeah, MV. I thought Robbie was working with you on that. If you need some additional help, I will help you. Okay? Be glad to do that for you. And if Steve ever decides to play baseball for Windows, I've also offered assistance there. Okay. Who are you talking about? Was there a Luis Pujols? You serious? Well, now I feel like a jerk. All right. I'm trying to think of a name. Or I mean, I know there's some names Ernie doesn't say. I don't know them all, but okay. How many more times tonight do you intend to be wrong? Oh, probably 13 at least. Clue. Big clue. At least 13 more times. He's got all night. Oh my God. Jesus, I can't get a break. That's why. See, that's why I ultimately have to stay on YouTube, so I can like really, really, learn because it's true. Baseball for Windows is awesome game. Yes, it is. Your first love is under attack. Out of the park baseball. Steve said something yesterday that I've said many, many times though. I think that you should have both out of the park baseball and action PC if you can do both. You, they're both great, both great games. And yeah, baseball for Windows is awesome. You can put on a game of baseball for Windows and go do something and still have baseball on, which is one of the reasons I love it. Big Clue says he's a Reds fan. He's got plenty of grief myself. He gets plenty of grief. Yeah, well, you guys sucked for a long time last season and ended up doing a lot better, and we finished in the cellar again. I was hoping beyond hope last year. It's like, yeah, the Reds are going to finish last, and that didn't happen. Yeah, but you're down there. But you guys are going to compete before we will. Cincinnati Reds are going to have a contender before the Pittsburgh Pirates do, because you guys don't have the same type of fire sales that we do. I mean, it's just so we want to lynch Nutting in Pittsburgh. We want to lynch him. Metaphorically speaking, YouTube. Metaphorically speaking, we don't actually want to lynch him, of course. Robbie says, I think if people gave baseball for Windows a chance, they might actually find they like it. So you know what I have, and this is just a hypothesis, Robbie, and nothing more. I think that a lot of folks. So baseball for Windows' greatest strength is also the thing that holds it back. And I'm not just talking APA's crap marketing, but there are people that call the Ernie voice, right, the Ernie Harwell thing, a gimmick. And they don't think that there's a serious baseball engine under there that's just as capable as Stratomatics, when in fact there is. So I think people hear that and think it's a gimmick and don't bother to dig beneath. But yeah, it's a great it's again, to quote our friend Steve Tate, he said if Apple was putting out, and let's face it, they've been in business since 1951, so 10 years before Strat. If they're putting out crap all these years, they wouldn't still be in business. I mean, they put out a good product. Baseball for Windows is an excellent game. Do I think it's as excellent as Action PC Baseball, or even Out of the Park for that matter? No, I don't think. But it's a damn fine baseball game. Damn fine baseball game. Yeah, you have to have talent to have a fire sale, says Big Clue. And he says you trade your entire system for O'Neill Cruz. Man, if the Bucks, and I always say you got to stay by your team, but if the Pittsburgh Pirates deal O'Neill Cruz, which right now they're not going to, but I think of all the players, right? So Kutch is coming back for his final season, but Andrew McCutchen begged to stay in Pittsburgh. Josh Bell wanted to stay in Pittsburgh, and Nutting dealt him away, dealt him away, dealt him away, dealt him away. If we would have kept Kutch, we would have kept Josh Bell, we would have kept two or three other guys like that. We would have been a power in the National League Central, like we were. Not a major power. We were pretty damn good 2013, 2014, 2015, and nothing broke it all up. And you have these marquee players that wanted to stay. Kutch is going to play out his last season, get a nice paycheck, and maybe make the Hall of Fame in 7 years or something. I don't know. Yeah, I've got your metaphor outside the trunk along with the rope, duct tape, and shovel. Thank you, Big Clue. I appreciate good metaphor, material metaphor, if there is such a thing, my friend. Big Clue, Diamond Mine has the best game engine, period. Unsurpassed accuracy. It's the GUI that needs work. I love Diamond Mine to death, but it doesn't go in the community. I swear to you. I've tried. I have tried so much to do Diamond Mine games here, and it just, maybe it's just me. It just doesn't fly. Maybe somebody else has got to do them. It's like drinking castor oil. It is. It is. Yeah, O'Neill Cruz is nuts. Yep, we had Jason Kendall, Brian Giles, Aramis Ramirez, Jason Schmidt, then a decade later, Kutch, yep, Starling Marte, Garrett Cole, Jameson Taillon, and let's not forget Tim Wakefield, by the way. Tim Wakefield has a bad year in Pittsburgh. He gets shipped off to Boston. He's shipping up to Boston. Thank you, Dropkick Murphys. Okay, viewership is dropping. We're going to start winding down. Wakefield makes a career, an excellent career in Boston. We gave up on him. Crap. Yeah, Robbie. The other thing with Baseball for Windows is APA is their whole thing is APA Go. I don't really think they care about Baseball for Windows anymore. They'll keep putting out discs, but I don't see any more development in it. Not with the way they're working with APA Go. Crap. Yeah, Jose Bautista. I don't know. Baseball. So MV says with action he feels like he's in the stadium. With Baseball for Windows he feels like he's having hot dogs in the stadium. Midlife crisis. What I don't get is the Pittsburgh fans fill that park when they're winning. It's reason enough to spend money. I know. Phillies have great fans, but even their turnout dwindled until 2019. Yeah, I know. Yeah, viewership. Yeah, it is the. Yeah, if we start talking about the Red Sox, we'll be up to 20 viewers. There's a lot of Red Sox fans in this community, and I don't hate the Red Sox fan. By the way, I don't hate the Red Sox. By the way. Yeah, I know, right? It's the smallest park in the majors, seating wise, midlife crisis, and I mean, you guys saw the 2015 thing. It was, they're calling it the blackout. You couldn't get a seat at PNC Park, and it's a beautiful ballpark. But yeah. Yep, APA's interested in moving a $110 card, says Ken Castro. Yeah, it is a classy ballpark, Big Clue. And I'm not even saying that just as a Buccos fan. I've had some good experiences in some other ballparks, but PNC is just unparalleled. It's amazing. Arnold Hunter, they purchased the History Collection 2022 from Action PC today on sale for $39. Arnold Hunter, you are the man. You are the man. Good. You're going to have infinite fun with that. G Puck says, yep. He says, he's laughing to Ken, and he says, and we keep buying them. Should sell who the rights? MD? Who's MD? Oh, sell you the rights, Robbie. They're not going to sell it to you. Yeah, good move. Arnold Hunter picking up the Baseball History Collection for Action PC Baseball. Get it, guys. Get it. Steve tried to show it off the other day and kept having some runtime errors. Get it. Spend 39 bucks and you have infinity right there. Big Clue says his last trip to PNC Park was in September of 2013. So you know how electric the city was that night. Very, very much. Steve Tate giving Arnold some love there, saying, way to go, Arnold, picking up the baseball history collection. Arnold, you're going to love it. You're going to love it. Yeah, Pittsburgh was on fire. We thought we were those 3 years, man. We thought this is it. Finally. Because we got our hearts broken in 1990, 91, and 92. And we thought this was it. I wish we could get Christopher Slovic. Dude, he's over there in Pakistan, what, 13 hours ahead of us? Well, even more ahead of you, Steve. You're in Mountain Time. I'd love to get Christopher to call one of our games. Be brilliant. Robbie's idea is sound. That's like Stratomatic. Best thing they could do is sell company to someone outside Long Island. Pfft. Strat. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, Arnold, you're gonna have so much fun. G Puck says, go Arnold, have fun. Robbie, you don't have to type. You don't have to type quickly. You do not have to type quickly. I try to get to every comment. I don't get them all, but I try to get most. Slow down, dude. Breathe. Midlife crisis has got to go, gents. Wifey's home, wondering where dinner is. LOL. Yeah, I hear you. My girlfriend, but I got to call her. I still haven't had dinner yet, but I'm gonna hang for one more stogie, cause it is 7:02. 90 to 92. There's a good argument that Pittsburgh was the stronger team in the National League in each of those years. Hell, 1990, we were in first place the whole year, and the Reds, well, of course, the Reds were on to own Oakland. So, but yeah, we were a strong team, but we buckled, man. Barry Bonds, pop up. Bobby Bonilla, pop up. God, those years hurt. It just hurt, the 90s. And then we thought in the 2010s, here we go, man. Jester skipped his annual baseball sim review in 2022, hoping he does one early. Yeah, his rants are epic. Oh my God, the Stratomatic rant has to be, as far as baseball goes, the most epic rant I've ever heard of a game for Strat PC. I'm sorry, got Cards and Dice players. This was Strat PC. Jester did that, what, 3 years ago or something? Because I was in America. And that was epic. It was epic. Didn't somebody just do a big rant about Action PC Hockey, though? Went off on it? I think it was somebody in here, actually, went off on it. But yeah, Jester goes off, dude. I love Jester. He's awesome. He is really cool, man. I go to, like, sometimes his board gaming and wargaming things. Even I'm not a war gamer. I am a board gamer. Jester's rants, second to none, man. Second to none. Big Clue says, between Pittsburgh and Detroit, Leyland really got screwed out of the Hall of Fame so far. Well, they bought him a World Series in Florida, didn't they? Clean house. Just get rid of Hal. Finishing up an article tomorrow. I'm writing for Sports Magazine about homebrewing for the February edition. Still offering to edit, Steve, or proofread if you want. But I think you'll be fine. Well, but I don't know. You know what, Big Clue? I think that's what makes it epic. Because how many times you talk about what I call the Byzantine interface? And he was just going off. There was just no filters from Jester on that Strat PC. And I hope he gets wind of this. Huge kudos, Jester. That was beautiful. Couldn't have done it any better myself, and yeah, that was Jester's rants. Actually, he even went off on the Cards and Dice game a little bit too, because right, Strat makes you pay for outlier players. I mean, come on, if you're gonna buy the season, sell the damn season, because on the PC game you get the whole season. Steve Tate says Leyland underperformed as a manager with the Tigers. His sticking with certain players could go both ways. You know, one of the stupidest moves Jim Leyland made, and I like Jim Leyland. So, in that 1990s playoff game against the Reds, I forget, was it game 3? Game 2 or game 3? He starts Ted Power because Ted Power used to be a Red, and so Jim Leyland reasoning was, well, Ted Power knows the Reds lineup. I'm like, what? No. Ted Power should never have started that game. We wouldn't have won anyhow because, again, Bonds and Bonilla were choking all over the place. But that starting Ted Power was bizarre. I have no idea what Leyland was. Because you guys know he used to smoke in the dugout. I don't know what he was smoking, man. Crazy. Yeah. The best Stratomatic video ever. It was. Jester wins. Jester wins. There's a guy I've been watching though that's doing some interesting stuff with Stratomatic. His name's Coach K or something. Do you guys know him? Yeah, yeah. I mean, I agree with you, Steve. I agree. I mean, Pirates had all the tools in 1991, 1991, 92, and we should have won. It just didn't happen. We should have. Just to come up with a collective wish list for a baseball sim, then pull out loose change and hire a programmer and a graphic artist and a musician. But I agree with you. Ted Power, conflict of interest. He started Power in that game against the Reds in 1990. Big clue. And I don't know what the Leyland said. He said Ted Power knows these hitters, so I want to start him. Ted Power was a relief pitcher for the Pirates, and he started him in that game in 1990. I forget. Power didn't last long in that game. I'm not knocking Cincinnati, man. I'm not. I mean, I know we had a great rivalry, the Pirates and the Reds in the '70s, but I have a lot of respect for the Cincinnati Reds franchise. A lot of respect for the franchise. Steve and I talked about the ideal baseball sim. Robbie, I'll get your comment in a second. What was it, Steve? It was the graphics of MLB The Show, right? The voice of baseball for Windows, and then we had Action PC in there for, was it customizability or something? So it was a combination of MLB The Show, baseball for Windows, and Action PC baseball. Put those together, and you would have the ideal baseball sim. That would be it. Robbie, I would say this about the Strat PC, just what Ken said about baseball for Windows. Strat would rather sell card sets. That's the big money. It's the big money for these two venerable companies. We'll put it that way. Think about it. What Ken say? $110 card, $110 card set. I don't even what are card sets going for right now. Cards and dice players that play APA and Strat. What do you guys pay a season for those games? I have no idea. I haven't played cards and dice baseball since I was an undergraduate, and so I got my master's in 2013. So that should give you an idea of when I was playing cards and dice. You might respect them, but I don't. Not since the advent of free agency. Oh, you mean the Reds? What your history? Come on, man. The history of the Cincinnati Reds. Huge respect for the Cincinnati Reds. That's what I guess I should say that. Yep. I respect the Yankees franchise, even though I hate the Yankees, but I respect the franchise. How can you not respect the Yankees? You have to. Like it's like not respecting the Cardinals. You have to, even if you hate them. It's big clue. He says, "My religion, my political party, my sports teams, my hobbies, the things I quote unquote root, right, uh, seem eternally dysfunctional, alas." You're in the right place then, pal. Welcome to the Beatles Eternally channel, and you're part of the staff here, dude. I like it. Eternally dysfunctional, and I like the alas at the end. Love it. So if you want some Stratomatic cards and dice in the cheap, pick up the best of the decade sets. Great way to get some great way to get some great teams and players. There you go, guys. I know Mike, who was in here earlier, Sports Time Machine's big Strat guy. I always feel bad when he's in here and I'm going off about Strat because I'm not picking on him. I'm not even picking on the game. I'm picking on their business model. Big Clue says he picked up those in the Great Negro League team sets and then mix and match when you won a game. That's cool. That's fun. They don't get another penny till they get new ownership from me, though. Anyhow, geez, we're back up to 13. So, yeah, back up to 12. Can't leave, Beatles. Working on Major League Baseball grades now. Gabby Hartnett at the moment. Gabby Hartnett, 1938, the homer in the Gloman against my Pittsburgh Pirates. We know Gabby Hartnett well of the Cubbies. Part of the staff. Me, purgatory comes before death. That's right. That's right. Big Clue channeling a little bit of Catholic doctrine there. So the weird thing for me, Big Clue, is I'm Eastern Orthodox, but I'm kind of flirting with the Byzantine Catholic Church, which is essentially, as you know, Orthodox, but in communion with Rome. But it's like kind of weird because then I have to sign on to purgatory, and I'm not sure about that whole deal yet. Because I used to be a Roman Catholic years and years ago, and it's like, wow, I don't know. But I think it is cool though, because in the Orthodox Church we got heaven and hell, just like the Protestants do. Um, but now I'm like thinking, I don't know, man. Maybe the purgatory thing kind of gives you a chance. I don't know. Yeah, their business model, their customer service, and their PC game are all outdated. Amen. Amen, Big Clue. Arnold Hunter says Stratomatic has the black card set coming out this year. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Big Clue asking Steve Tate how West Farrell turned out. And he says he's going to do them now live. Oh, this is so that's I can't leave now, I guess, because Steve's going to do them live, right? Really? That's cool. I saw that Steve, for some reason, I don't know if you know this, by the way, on your chats when you do your live streams, your chats don't show. Are you turning those off, like for whatever reason, or don't you have them turned on? Big Clue says, so I can see that you probably have way less objections to Francis than I do. That you know what? It's really kind of weird. As Big Clue giving Steve Tate some love for doing carding West Farrell in the MLB grades. So when he was first elected, the Orthodox were like, "Hey, we think this guy's going to be pretty cool." Um, the Baseball and Heretics channel. But now a lot of Orthodox are like, huh? We're not really sure what he's up to. So the Byzantine Catholics love Pope Francis, and here's why, Big Clue, if you didn't know this. And then we'll get back to baseball. So prior to Pope Francis, Byzantine Rite priests. So for those of you who don't know, there's 24 rites in the Catholic Church. The one that everyone's most familiar with is the Latin Rite, and they have the celibate priests in the very modern-looking churches. But there are 23 other rites in the Catholic Church. And so the other major rite is the Byzantine Rite. So you're bringing in what are like Greek Catholics, the Ukrainian Catholic Church, all that, whatever. But the point is prior to Patriarch Francis, which is what we call him, Byzantine Catholic priests, the only way they can be married is they would actually have to go to a bishop outside of the United States. With Pope Francis' election, Byzantine Catholics were told to go back to your Eastern ways, and Byzantine Catholic priests are now allowed in America are now allowed to be married in America. So the Byzantine Catholics love Francis. The Orthodox are saying, "What are you up to?" And then in the Latin Rite Catholics, you have the Tradcaths, who absolutely hate Francis and don't even think he's the Pope, right? And then you have the less hardcore but still a set of Sedevacantists. You have the SSPX. It's kind of a mess. And here I am looking at Orthodoxy and seeing that we're a mess too, right? Because Moscow is no longer in communion with, which we still call Constantinople. And there was just a big liturgy a couple weeks ago with Patriarch Kirill of Moscow and Pope Theodore II, I think it is, of Alexandria, who's one of the patriarchs. So ancient Christianity is just as messed up right now as Protestantism is also in a mess. Christianity's going nuts right now. The United Methodist Church is about to split apart. They're on the verge of schism. Anyhow, love it. Okay, yeah, it's not showing on YouTube, Steve. If Out of the Park got a broadcaster to do audio, they could afford it. That's true. Okay, big clue. Wes Farrell will be using 1930, 32, and 1935. The years with Cleveland and one with Boston. More updates coming. All right. Yeah, devout Roman Catholics loathe Patriarch Francis. Pro or anti-Vatican II. So, as an Orthodox, I'm anti-Vatican II. Strictly speaking, technically speaking, I'm anti-Vatican II. We were there as observers. So yeah, there's some things in. I like what I do like about Vatican II is putting the mass into vernacular. So we can switch from religion to baseball because what does Susan Sarandon say at the beginning, right, of Bull Durham? So we're not off topic. I believe in the Church of Baseball. I tried all the other religions. But yep, so we're good. We're good. Steve Tates talks about Wes Farrell, forgotten great, but curious about the bat as much as anything. So yeah, mass into vernacular, good stuff, good stuff. Vatican II. Um, I think Roman Catholic Latin Rite priests should be married because celibacy was actually not always a thing, even in the Roman Catholic Church until the 13th century, I think. Yeah, as an Orthodox, I'm anti-Vatican too. Yeah, we're like, what do you? But we don't recognize any council after 787. So, and we can't even call a council now. We don't have any way to call a council because they tried it in Crete in 2015, and I forget there was like two of the four patriarchs didn't show up or something. So we're a mess in the East too. The Byzantine Catholics give me hope. There is a chance that their proof is like this can work, man. Oh, dude, seriously. He says, Big Clue says, fuck Susan Sarandon. I'll stick with catcher Wes Westrom. Baseball is like church. Many attend, few understand. There you go. Who was it that said that if you think people who think baseball is slow are people that have slow minds? That was a good one. Yeah, I hear people say baseball's boring. When you get to know the inner game of baseball, the game within the game, you realize what an amazing game it is. And there's more action in a baseball game than there is in an F-ball game. There is a study out there that shows it, by the way. Average 10 minutes of action in an F-ball game. Just saying. Baseball, practically religion. That's K Beatles eternally. I don't recognize any council after the Council of Jerusalem. Big clue, even more hardcore. Smoke coming from Steve Tate's keyboard now, big clue. We're gonna have Wes Farrell done here in like 5 minutes. I could don't you guys wish Steve had like a webcam where we could watch him do a few of these teams like players from the beginning? Cuz right, he's doing right stat head and he's baseball for reference and da 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 and his Excel spreadsheets. I want to see Steve. He's just in there doing these players, right? I think it'd be awesome. Farrell could bring the smoke all night. So how come Rick Farrell, who's in the Hall of Fame, doesn't get love? Shall we open that Pandora's box? Rick Farrell. No, there's a Hall of Famer nobody talks about. In there for his defense more than anything. So what about Rick Farrell? What about him? He's on top because he's brother of Wes Farrell, but I don't know if either were Catholic or Orthodox, so we may be straying a little bit. I still loved our heresies chat the other night, and I still think Pelagius rocks. So We have to stop this at some time. You know that, right, guys? We have to stop this at some time, this chat. Because we'll get into areas that may affect Robbie Wartburg's innocence. And I don't want that to happen. He said with a wink, there's 11 people in here and there's nothing going on in chat. This is freaking me out. Okay, there we go. Big clue coming in with it. Rick Farrell was a meh catcher who didn't deserve election. His brother Wes is arguably the best or second or third best starting pitcher of the era. Steve Tate says, wow, Farrell gave up a lot of doubles. Let's see if that gets watered down now that he's put him in Cleveland's Park for 1933. Now he's on to stat heads. We're getting a play-by-play from Steve Tate on player development here, player carding for Wes Farrell. So you 10 viewers, and you're probably all in here, those of you not saying anything, stay tuned as Steve Tate is giving us a blow-by-blow. We need our Red Sox fan calling this like a boxing match because he calls the best boxing match on YouTube. We need Al in here calling this blow-by-blow from Steve Tate doing Wes Farrell. Where are you, Al, when we need you? There's an oft-repeated rumor that the voters confused the name on the Veterans Committee that you're actually intended to elect Wes Farrell. Didn't know that, big clue. That's interesting rumor. Steve Tate said could be because you have his season he was in 1935 Fenway. Okay, we're getting the split data for left-handers. He's doing the left-handed splits right now. Baseball fans. Big Clue says he's spoken to multiple sources who have confirmed it, but won't let me quote the source. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I've often thought about Rick Farrell's election to the Hall of Fame, much as maybe others have thought about, well, I actually, to be honest with you, I think about that about as much as I think of Bill Mazeroski's election to Hall of Fame, as in, and I know Maz is still alive. I'm sorry, Mr. Mazeroski, but you shouldn't be in the National Baseball Hall of Fame. I am overjoyed. I'm chuffed that you are. There's one for you, big clue. And MV, I'm chuffed that he's in the Pirates Hall of Fame. But I'm sorry, one home run and being a very good second baseman doesn't make you a Hall of Famer. And Bill Mazeroski should not be in there. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Not when you got Sal Bando out there, who was a hell of a much better player. I'm sorry, hell of a better player than Bill Mazeroski. Bando should be in there. Lou Whitaker. Why is Lou Whitaker's not in there? Bill Mazeroski is. That's problematic. People are very sensitive about not being seem critical of the voters or the institution. Well. What's wrong with Maz? His magazines sold millions, says MV. He knows. He bought some. Bill Mazeroski. Let's be honest. What is Bill Mazeroski? When you say Bill Mazeroski to any fan who knows a little bit about baseball, what are they going to tell you? 1960 home run to win the World Series against the New York Yankees. No, he's no worse than Shane Dienst, and I'm not, but I don't know. Could it be that Rogers Hornsby set so high a bar for second baseman? Could it be that? I mean, come on. But then again, Wagner set the bar high for shortstops, and we have some great shortstops in the Hall. Question, will Farrell's numbers go up or down when neutralized? Any guesses? I'm going to say neutralized. I think they're going to go down, Steve. That's my guess. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying Maz was a bad player, but I don't think he's Hall of Fame. Oh, there goes. We crapping out again here. I think we are. Getting no data. No data. No data. Why am I not getting no? Why is it sending no data? Uh, I don't know. Still looking good here. I think it died. I think it died. Can anybody hear me? I don't think anybody can hear me. Damn. I don't think. I think we gotta. I wonder if I can. All right. There's gonna be a bump. There's gonna be a bump. Let's try that. And let's see if we get a connection. Yeah, it's weird though because I'm getting no data on YouTube. There, we're back. Even if we weren't. Hey, Heads. How do I see your name? Heads Upton. Is that like Heads Uptown? Heads. Anyhow, welcome in. I hate to mess up people's names. So, Heads Upton is what I see. So it could be Heads Up Tennessee. It could be Heads Uptown. Ken Castro, the rest of us who are less erudite, waiting for a sliver of opportunity to get back in the chat. What are you talking about, less erudite? Ken, how are you less erudite? You're most welcome, Heads Upton. Seriously, Ken, you're one of the most erudite baseball scholars I've ever met. What are you talking about? One of the smartest people I've ever known. So he got better. Okay, so nice. Your hair. Oh, it's your hair salon. Okay. Heads up TN. Cool. Nice. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. All right, Greg. We go by however you want to go by. So welcome to the channel. We usually play baseball on here, but even when we play baseball, we talk a lot more and chat than we actually play games. It's we're a bunch of baseball fans sharing this love of the game and ancient heresies, by the way. And if you have one, please feel free to name your ancient heresy. Oh, okay. No, Ken, baseball and religion. Remember, whether it's Wes Westrom or Susan Sarandon, baseball and religion are inextricably linked. How I said that after all these hours of work and this, I have no idea. You know we've been on here for 3 hours, guys. Bill James reckoned he had the greatest win share percentage of all time. Who? Mazeroski? Once rated the greatest defensive player of all second. Wow. Hmm. Hmm. 8 gold gloves. I don't know, man. I don't know. Mazeroski was very good. Yeah, Alomar definitely. Thank you. Thank you, Heads Upton. We'll call you Heads Upton Greg. We'll do both till you figure out which one you feel most comfortable with. You've been following and really enjoy the channel. Thank you very much. It means a lot. There's a lot of good guys here. So everybody say hi to Greg or Heads Upton if you would, please. Welcome, please, him to the channel of Baseball and Heresies. Greg is fine. All right. Everybody say hi to Greg, would you please? Appreciate it. So I'm glad you're joining it, Greg. There's a lot of weird stuff in here, and it's all good. We're all about the weirdness here. So even though he doesn't, and I like him, good guy. Um, I will do a little. I think RJL Network is doing his 1988 replay tonight. So if you guys are jonesing for some baseball, I'm guessing that's coming up pretty soon. I suppose. I will be nice. So there, everybody's saying hi to Greg. That's cool. Arnold's saying hi. Yeah, okay, well, maybe everybody's saying I'm wrong about Maz, but I don't know, man. Maybe if Maz hadn't hit that home run, I could see it more. But Big Clue saying hi, and Greg saying thanks. So he says that He's fine with Greg. Let me just check for you guys because I know you're waiting for baseball. Okay, so for you F-ball fans, and again, I'll do this occasionally. Rob exclamation point is doing Tuesday night F-ball picks. These are for conference championships. I guess F-ball is still in the I guess you guys are still doing playoffs. Whoever follows that sport, I have no idea. I guess that's still going on. So you have that going on, and then you have us, and then MLB Vault, which is that channel I told you guys about. That's like a nice sort of adjunct or whatever to classic baseball on the radio. They're showing the 1986 World Series Game 7. So if anybody's interested, um, there you go. Thank you, Big Clue. Yeah, I just don't think. Yeah, I mean, I'd take Maz in a 60s league. Hell yes, MV. I just don't think Maz is Hall of Fame. I'm sorry. Pirates Hall of Fame, absolutely. I think George Grantham was a better second baseman than Bill Mazeroski. Grantham certainly had a better stick. Big Clue giving a sad face. Why, man? 104 walks, 119 strikeouts. Oh, we're still doing Wes Farrell, right? So, MVS was Hall of Fame based on, only on offense combination. So you know what? You bring up a good question, MV, because there was actually, and there is still debate about that. That some people have argued that the Hall of Fame, as far as position players go, sorry, tends to favor offense, and there may be some truth to that argument. I just mentioned a second baseman who was a better hitter than Bill Mazeroski, George Grantham. So yeah, but you're right. It should be theoretically both. Ozzie Smith is certainly not the shortstop. Well, who is? Let's take Hannes Wagner out. What if we compared Ozzie Smith to Arky Vaughan, or to Cal Ripken Jr. maybe, or to Derek Jeter? Jeter had a better stick than Smith, but Ozzie Smith is probably the greatest maybe defensive shortstop ever. He had speed and he had great defense. Wagner had power. Wagner could hit for power, could run, could throw. Wagner was a five-tool player. So that's why we've got to take Wagner out of the equation if you're talking about shortstops. No one's close. No one is close. Was whose bat worse? If Maz, why not Mark? Yeah, I know, right? You're right. You're right, Big Clue. Because Belanger was an excellent defensive shortstop. He really was. Big Clue envy, but it's no one single thing either. Players are a conglomerate of multiple skills. Not all things in a baseball field are of equal value. Maz's bat was a big negative. Maz was not a strong bat. Maybe when Steve's done carding Wes Farrell, he can throw in on Maz here a little bit. See what he thinks. I'd like to get his opinion. And Ken, if you're still here, we are talking baseball now. We're off heresies and stuff and ecumenical councils. Big Clue says the Pirates benefited from Maz's glove, but they were hurt by his bat. You have to take the whole package. His bat decreases how valuable a player he was, and it's very true. I mean, Maz was still playing for the Bucks in 1971, and you look at that. Yeah, Maz, not Hall of Fame, man. Not Hall of Fame. Not just. I don't think so. Robbie asked a question. MV, let me know what seasons. Yeah, guys, be careful about this. It'd be better to do these in Discord, and the reason should be pretty obvious. As a matter of fact, don't take this the wrong way, guys, but um, I need you both to please remove your comments about seasons for Baseball for Windows and kind of keep those. And I know I've said something, but YouTube really, really get it, maybe take that to Discord. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I would appreciate it. Big Clue says Maz was the Bingo Damas of his day without the legs. Yeah, I mean, I'm not giving you guys hell. It's just better you guys handle this in Discord. And again, I probably shouldn't have mentioned anything before, but I'm just thinking about offering assistance, so you know what I mean, right? So you look at Arky Vaughan. Arky Vaughan, right? A shortstop that hardly anybody, I mean, everybody here knows about Arky Vaughan, right? Arky Vaughan, excellent bat, excellent defense, could throw. You know, Vaughn had Vaughn had the tools, definitely deserving of the Hall of Fame, and of course he had natural talent, and it didn't hurt that he was tutored by Wagner. So great shortstop. So do we take Vaughn and Wagner? If we take Vaughn and Wagner out, let's ask this question about shortstops and defense. If we take Hannes Wagner and Arky Vaughan out of the equation, who's the gold standard for shortstops minus those two guys? Better on Discord, just like the metaphor talk about the, yes, exactly. Exactly. Who would be the gold standard for shortstop taking away Wagner and Vaughn, especially Wagner? Guy retired in 1917 and he's still considered the greatest shortstop of all time. Oh, Steve Tate is saying Luke Appling. Interesting. Old aches and pains. Joe Cronin. Joe Cronin, who great career with the Senators and the Red Sox. Luke Appling, of course, with the White Sox. There's two names and two Hall of Famers right there, Appling and Cronin. You missed it, Robbie. It's that's so far back in the chat. It's not even, yeah. A-Rod, Pop Lloyd. Well, yeah. I mean, Pop Lloyd's kind of Hannes Wagner, isn't he? But yeah, A-Rod, great. MV's going to take Maz, put Maz on his team for the 1960s, and he's going to laugh at all of us and say, that's right. Maz is a five. Well, he's not a five-tool player, but you're going to. MV's going to convert those of us and say Maz should be in the Hall of Fame. I mean, he is. Nobody's ever been kicked out of the Hall of Fame, so. But okay, MV. MV's going to bring it. MV is going to bring it with some Maz action. All right. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Top five shortstops: Wagner, A-Rod, Lloyd, Vaughn, Ripken. Tough, tough list there. All around, yeah, definitely. I had an argument one time with somebody in a baseball forum, and this person insisted that Ozzie Smith was like far above Hannes Wagner. And he's like, and the reason I'm right is because none of us alive saw Hannes Wagner play. And I'm like, have you ever heard of baseball stats? And and of course contemporaries and whatever. But I'm not knocking Ozzie Smith, man. Ozzie Smith was, holy hell, amazing. Okay, Robin Yount, Cal Ripken Jr. These are all subjective questions, no right or wrong answers, just a matter of preference. I would say the only one that is not wrong is really, as far as, I mean, again, Pop Lloyd. I think Hannes Wagner truly deserves being called the greatest shortstop of all time. And I'm not saying that just because he's my favorite player. I really believe he is the greatest shortstop of all time. I mean, God, he's one of the greatest players of all time. Big Clue says, with apologies to Willie Wells, Ernie Banks George Davis for missing out. Absolutely, yeah. And here we are forgetting Banks. Jeez. And Willie. Well, we're going to get to see Willie Wells, right? When Steve is done, we're going to get to see Willie Wells competing in the majors, which is going to be awesome. Wes Ferrell's batting 298 hitter with 3 home runs and 132 at bats. Not bad for a pitcher. No. A 298 hitter? Shit, he's a better hitter than Walter Johnson. Ernie Banks, great player. So I guess Joe Biden is a better president than George Washington by that logic, since none of us were alive back then either, right? I know. And it got heated. It got heated, man. Wagner, we don't know anything about Wagner. Nobody saw him. How can you say that? Blah 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 blah. And I'm even trying. I said, guy. I said, man. I said, I'm not knocking Ozzie. Ozzie was great. Nobody is gonna argue that Ozzie Smith wasn't a great shortstop. Nobody. But Ozzie Smith didn't win 8 batting championships. Yeah, you did, Ken. You missed that one. This was like a couple years ago. Ozzie didn't win 8 batting championships. Ozzie couldn't play just about every defensive position with almost equal, um, you know, expertise, what have you. I'm starting to lose words here. And the guy thought I was knocking Ozzie Smith. No way. I'm not going to knock Ozzie Smith. The guy could steal bases like a maniac, of course. He was superb in defense. But Wagner was a 5-tool player, and Ozzie Smith was not. Right there. But yeah, it was all about, well, we didn't see him play. But how many polls? How many polls have you seen? You know, the greatest players, and they can only be players that have been around in your lifetime. Wow, that pretty much screws everybody in the guys that we feature in an Ed McGreevy league, right? So that means Walter Johnson. MV's putting Barry Larkin ahead of Ozzie. Ken Castro says, I face the same ignorance when I brought up pictures from the 1900s. Yeah, that just blows my mind, too. That blows my mind. Saying A is better than B is not the same as saying B is better than crap. Saying Maz ain't a Hall of Famer isn't saying he wasn't a damn fine player. And you're right, he was a damn fine player, but not Hall of Fame. Alan Trammell, Steve Tate saying Lou Boudreau, excellent shortstop for his era. Definitely not gonna hold back any love for Lou Boudreau, for that team that plays over there in Ohio. We already beat Return of the King like a couple weeks ago, Robbie. The extended version of Return of the King. We beat that like weeks ago. Like we beat it by 10 minutes. So, yeah. What movie's longer than The Return of the King? I have no idea. I know there is one. I forget what the name of it is, but we haven't got to the Battle of Pelennor Fields yet either. Oh, that was the other night. Anyhow, Steve Tate's headed off to dinner, guys. Maybe I should do a video live sometime of player creation from scratch, but who the hell would watch that? Probably everybody in this chat would watch that, Steve. Come on. You keep thinking what you're doing is boring, and hang on just for 2 minutes. I know you're hungry. So am I. And we don't want Mrs. Tate upset. But just really, really quickly, just wait, before Steve goes, guys, put a yes whether you would watch it live or watch it afterwards. Put Y if you would watch Steve do player creation from scratch. And I'll put mine in like now. Just put a Y or something if you don't feel like typing. Robbie, just put a Y there, buddy. If you would, please. Look at this. There's Random Human 19. Look at it. Look, Steve, you just asked who the hell would watch that. Look at this coming up here. The 25th letter of the alphabet. Convinced? Yeah. So, Steve, there's 5, and I know there's more. So, he says, guess I can strap a GoPro on my head. Big Clue with a resounding yes. I think it'd be super fascinating, Steve. You keep thinking this stuff is boring. It's not. We're baseball fans. Ken Castros. Oh man, what have you done, Steve? You have no idea what you've just done now. Do you see cousin Ken Castro's? Oh my God. Oh my God. You're gonna get him started. Big Clue is just as sick as Ken. Oh my God. Those Tiger fans are weird, says Big Clue. Yep. Dude, fastball right down the middle, says Ken. There you go, Steve. I mean, come on. The people have spoken, right? The people have spoken. We have spoken. Anything for the community, says Steve. All right. Steve's going to be lending everybody $20. No, just kidding. I think you would get a lot. What? You have what? One, two, three, four. You're going to have 7 viewers right out of the rip. That was telegraphed better than a home run pitch to Ripken in his final All-Star game. Nice analogy. You can count on Big Clue for the analogies, man. Love them. Love them. You know, I have so many mods here. I could leave this chat running, go have dinner, and you guys could keep it going, except nobody would be talking because I'd have to get somebody on Discord to do it. Steve needs a tip jar. Well, we're going to have one. I'm going to be creating a baseball site with, it's going to have some files you guys can all download, stuff like that. Going to host files, but we're also going to be putting in a PayPal donate thing for Steve. So it's coming, guys. It's coming. I could put baseball. I actually could. There's enough mods here. Maybe I should do it and just let this thing run. Once you guys keep chatting, and I'll do that. If you guys are up for that, you don't want to hang out, and let me double check for you though, because I'm nice. See who else is streaming. Oh no, you guys, RJO Network is on right now. Seriously, 1988, and he's playing the California Angels versus the New York Yankees. If so, there's some baseball going on right now, and he's replaying 1988. And Robert makes it fun. He's one of these guys that makes cards and dice games really fun. If you guys have ever been into Robert's channel, you know he does. The crowd goes yay and section C or whatever. So Big Clue. Fun to be. That is the funniest thing I've read. But yeah, right. No, he is. He is amazing. I love what he does. I love what he does. All right. All right. Well, we'll see. Okay. Um, so some dude said like he was like freaking out about all my icons. So prepare yourselves, guys. 'Cause you know why? I don't know who's been typing at me. Oh, there. Okay. Um, boom. So look, what you guys are gonna see it in a minute. I actually have cleaned up some icons. I still have some. As soon as Ned McGreevy disappears, you guys are gonna be proud. You're gonna be proud. I've cleaned up some icons a little bit. I still have a lot, but I'm working on it. Iconic. I am iconic. Thank you. Thank you. Big Clue coming through. I like it. There. Look, guys. Look over here. There's space. There's space. Amazing, huh? Now I'm going to bring up baseball for Windows so I don't get. All right, you guys will pick the game. I'll put it on, and then I'm going to go have dinner. My desktop is iconic. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. You should be weeping. We're talking. This is. You want to discuss aesthetics? You look at my desktop. This is the most aesthetically pleasing thing outside of Kate Beckinsale you will ever encounter, gentlemen. As low as my playoff hopes. Oh, yeah, my brain fuel is getting low. All right, here's what we have for a game for Ernie Harwell. You guys, tell me what you like here. Well, shit, we just have the Pirates and Phillies. That's it. So that's what's going to be. Let me switch over. See if this is doing it properly. So I can read my mic. All right. It's let me see what years these are. I have no damned idea. So it's the Pirates, Phillies. I think it's the 79 Pirates and the 80 Phillies. Yeah. Okay. And we're going to let, because I haven't downloaded all these managers yet that I wanted to download. So we're going to let Sparky Anderson manage one team. Oh, what did I just do? Ah, wait. Shit. It's been a while. Oh my God. Hang on. I'm not going to wait. We outgrow our crushes except for baseball teams. Yep. Oh, so Greg says Ernest Schroeder was his great uncle and his best friend was Hall of Fame pitcher Burley Grimes. Wow. Who grew up 10 miles from where he grew up in Wisconsin. He said Mr. Grimes' brother Shirley delivered gas on our farm. Shirley would always joke about he was better than his brother Burley. What a story. Oh, is that how I can stop it, Robbie? Seriously? Oh yeah, that's right, Task Manager. Sorry, guys. Because I screwed up here. Now I gotta fix it again. So, Robbie, you've obviously made the same mistake I have. All right, here we go again. I forgot to pick the managers for both teams. Let's do it again. Oh, no, oh, Robbie, guess what? That didn't work. The game is still in progress. That doesn't work. Control-Delete does not work. Let me see if I can exit. Do I want to save my changes? No. I think it still keeps the game in progress. No. Okay, good. Whew. All right. Let's do this again. Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. Auto. Wait, I think I know what I did wrong here. Ah, that's what I did wrong. Oh, shit. I have Pittsburgh. Oh my God, I can't change this, can I? Oh God. Hang on, it's been a while. There we go. That's what I did. I was doing that video, and I left Pittsburgh. There we go. Now it'll work. God, is my face red? All right. No. Yeah, I do got to go. You talk about. There. Holy. There, you just got a mini tutorial on how to screw up baseball for Windows. Third time's a charm. Auto. We're going to let Sparky Anderson manage both teams. Enjoy the ball game, guys. I'm going to put this on mute, and I'll be back after dinner. It won't be long.
Here we go again, sports fans. I'm Ernie Harwell, bringing you Philadelphia baseball. Glad to have you with us for Big League Baseball. You're on 66 WAPBA. We're coming to you from out here at the park. Today, the visiting Pittsburgh visitors will test the locals at home. Overall, they now stand at 1-0. Game number 2 of 2 here in Philadelphia. The locals won the first. The locals take the field here in the first. Here's how it lines up defensively for the locals. Toland at first base. Cash at second. Boa, the shortstop. Schmidt at third. The outfield consists of Luzinski in left field, Maddox in center field, and Johnstone over in right. Boone is behind the plate, and today's slap man for Philadelphia, the lefty, Cott. He will be facing visitor starter, left-hander Royce. We'll tell you about him in the bottom half, so settle in. We're ready to start this game. Taveras will lead it off. A valuable bat to date. 2 for 4. Cott will go to work on him. The pitch. Taveras looks at strike 3. 1 down. Sanguillen to face Cott. A sure hitter. This is his second game. To date, he is 0 for 4. Boone ready to receive. He comes home. Sanguillen bounces one toward short. Grabbed on 2 hops by Boa. Makes the throw. And Sanguillen is out at first. And that's out number 2. Robinson, bat in hand. Very dependable power so far at the plate. 1 for 4. 1 homer. He's knocked in 2. Batter ready. Cott looking home. The pitch. Muscle to deep left. This one has a passport. Adios, amigo. It's long gone. So Robinson has his second homer of the season. He's now homered in 2 straight games. And the visitors go ahead by a run, 1-0 first inning. And Robinson now has 3 runs batted in on the season. Here comes Parker to take his cuts. Parker good at the plate. To date, batting 2 hits in 4 trips. Cott prepares to come home. He brings it in. Line drive base hit to right. Parker rounds first, but Johnstone wings it back into Cash, and Parker will settle for a single. All right, for Pittsburgh. 2 outs, 1 on. The top of the first inning. Here's Zisk. Capable of some fine hitting so far at the plate. 1 for 4. Zisk steps up to the plate. Cott staring in, ready to work. And a pitch. Taken. Parker is trying for the steal. Here's a peg for Boone. The sweep tag. And he's safe. That's his first steal of the season. Zisk stands in again. Cott gets set to work on him. Parker at second takes a big lead. Now he comes home with it. Zisk hits a frozen rope. Straightaway center. Right there is Maddox. And he gloves it for the putout. 3 down. The half for the visitors. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors. They leave 1. They jump into the lead. Visitors 1. Locals coming up. For the visitors. Overall, they now stand at 0-1. In the league, they're 8 in batting average at .235. Tied for second in home runs with 2. Tied for second in runs scored per game. First in slugging. The visitors take the field here in the first. Anderson has set his opening slate. Stargell at first base. Stennett at second. Taveras, the shortstop. Hebner at third. Across the outfield. In left, it's Zisk. And center, Robinson. And over in right, Parker. Sanguin is behind the plate and on the mound for the visitors. The left-hander, Royce. Leading off, Maddox. Gary, a strong hitter to date at bat. 2 for 4. He's walked once. Maddox stands in. Royce looking in at the target. Royce into the wind. Fastball, high drive. Zist is going back. It's playable. He's under it, and he pulls it in. 1 away. One down. First inning. Cash gets set to bat against Royce. A trusty bat. So far, 2 for 5. Cash steps up to the plate. Royce gets set to pitch. Now the pitch. Swung on. A little tapper up the line. Stargell's in. He's up with it. He tags Cash, and he drops the ball. Cash is safe at first. Stargell picks up an error. Well, for Philadelphia. 1 out. Cash down at first. Now Schmidt to face Royce. Exceptional power. On the year, 2 for 3. He's walked once. Left-hander Royce ready. Royce cranks it up. High and inside, and the count goes full. So Schmidt steps back in. Sanguin sets up. The payoff pitch. Schmidt lunges at it, and that's strike 3. 2 gone. Here comes Nuzinski to take his cuts. Nuzinski good at the plate so far this season. 2 hits in 4 trips. Nuzinski waits. Royce now set. Royce rocks and fires. Rip and a miss by Nuzinski, and that's a strikeout. 3 down. For the locals, no runs, no hits, 1 error. They leave 1. They had a chance but could not convert. The score is still 1-0 Pittsburgh as we go to the top of the 2nd inning. For Pittsburgh here in the 2nd, Stargell, Stennett, and Hebner. Stargell will start the 2nd. Stargell, a fair hitter. This is his 2nd game on the year. 0 for 3. He's walked once. Boone set. And the pitch. Stargell belts one to right center. Johnstone will play it on the hop. And Stargell is aboard with a single. And that's his first hit this season. Stargell on at first. We have Stennett coming up to hit. A valuable bat. To date, batting 1 for 3. Stargell on first is not speedy. Cott prepared to work. He comes home. Half swing popped up. Boa is over. He's under it. And he takes it in. Stargell retreats quickly. One gone. Stargell down at first for Pittsburgh. Hebner up. You can't afford to take him too lightly. This is his 2nd game to date. 0 in 4 trips. Catcher ready. Cott kicks and deals. Swung on. A vicious liner toward the corner in right field. It drops in for a hit. Johnstone cuts it off before it gets to the wall. Stargell is around 2nd. They're waving him on. Here comes a throw. Here's a play at 3rd, and he's just safe under the tag. And Hebner holds with a single. And that's his first hit this season. Visitors with runners at 1st and 3rd. 1 out. Here's a pitcher, Royce. Jerry taking his first at bat of the season. Catcher Boone sets his target. Infield back at double play depth. Stargell and third base are good friends. Cott comes to him. Royce lays off the pitch. Ball 4. Royce takes his base. That fills the bases. That was Royce's first walk of the season. Bases jammed. The top of the second inning. We have Taveras to bat for the visitors. Taveras in the box. Cott sets up on the rubber again. Cott now set. He breathes deeply. Exhales. Infield back at double play depth. The runners take their lead. Cott brings it home. It's popped up. Cash is calling for it. Drifting back. Infield fly called. Cash has it. Sanguin up the bat for Pittsburgh. Bases sold out. 2 outs. A chance to drive in a run here. The batter stands in. Cott climbs the mound. The runners take their lead. Cott brings it to the plate. Swung on. Lined at Tolan. Out. That'll do it for Pittsburgh. No runs on 2 hits. 3 left. So the visitors failed to capitalize on the bases full situation. After 1.5, it's still 1-0. Visitors. Johnstone, Boone, and Tolan to bat next. Leading off, Johnstone. Jay is a tough out so far this season. 1 for 4. Johnstone can get on for you. Pitcher Royce eyeing Johnstone. Now he's ready. The pitch. Johnstone pops it up behind the plate. Sanguin moves under it and hauls it in. 1 down. We have Boone to bat for the locals. Bob has been a reliable hitter to date. 1 for 3. Royce gets set to pitch. Royce brings it home. Boone bruises it, heading for the gap in left center. But Zisk flags it down on the first bounce, and Boone decides not to stretch it. He hugs first for the single. Tolan walking up the bat. Bobby has been a reliable hitter. This is his second game on the season. 0 for 4. It would take power to score Boone. Royce poised. The pitch. A towering fly ball to center. Robinson drifts back. He brings it down. That's out number 2. Boone retreats quickly. Now at bat, Boa. Larry has been a reliable hitter. This is his second game so far this season. 0 for 4. Boa ready. Sanguin set. First baseman Stargell right on the bag. The runner's going. Royce delivers. Grounded weakly to first. Stargell up with it. And he tags the bag to retire the side. For the locals, no runs on 1 hit. 1 left. They had a chance but could not convert. We've played 2. Locals down 1-0. The visitors now send up the heart of their order to face Cott, Robinson, Parker, and Zisk. Robinson leading off the third. Left-hander Cott ready. And the pitch comes in. In the air to center, no cause for alarm. Maddox has it in his sights, and he tucks it away. 1 away. One out. We have Parker coming up to hit. He's their cleanup hitter. Parker now ready. Boone crouched down now. The pitch from Cott. high and inside. Ball one. Parker ready to take on Cott again. Cott focuses in on the target. The offering from Cott. Swung on, chopping ground ball up the middle. Moa is over. Stabs for it, and he's got it. Fires to first, in time. And that's the second out. Zisk gets set to bat against Cott. Two gone. Cott will go to work on him. He cranks and fires. He pumps it up right side. Cullen is backing up. He's under it and makes the catch. 3 away. So the visitors go in order. The score still stands 1-0. Locals down as we head for the bottom of the third inning. For Philadelphia here in the third. Cott, Maddox, and Cash. Here's Cott to start it off. He's a lefty. Jim taking his first at bat of the season. Pitcher Royce set to go. The pitch. Ooh! Cott flails the air, but fails to make contact with the ball. He heads back to the bench. 1 down. Now at bat, Maddox. Maddox settles himself in the box. Catcher ready. Royce kicks and deals. Maddox smashes one down the line. Hebner grabs it near the bag. He wings a long throw to first and gets Maddox by a stride for out number 2. Now coming up, Cash. Cash settles himself in the box. Royce ready. He lets one go. Chopper back to the mound. Royce up with it. Flips to first for the out. So the Locals go down 1-2-3. We've played 3. Locals still down by 1. Stargell, Stennett, and Hebner due up for Pittsburgh. Stargell to lead it off. Cott looking in. The offering to Stargell. Just off the plate. And he issues a free pass. Stennett is up next. Stargell at first not known for his speed. Stennett relaxes himself at the plate. Pitcher Cott set to go. And now the pitch. Fastball just inside. Ball 1. Stennett back in the box. Cott prepares to come home. Now the pitch. Smoke to right. Back on the ball goes Johnstone. Can he run it down? Yes, he can, and does. 1 down. Stargell retreats quickly as the throw comes in. One on. Here's Hebner to take his swings. The batter stands in. Cott looking home. Here's the pitch. Hebner lashes one to right. Base hit. That could be trouble. It's rolling. Johnstone gallops for it. He's up with it. Stargell rounds third. The throw comes into Moa. They're holding Stargell at third, and Hebner is in standing with a double. That's Hebner's second hit of the game. For Hebner, his first double of the season. 1 down, 4th inning, 2 on. Royce up the bat. Pitcher Cott set to go. Infield drawn in. Cott fires it in. Hot smash to Cash. Takes it on one hop. Fires home. The tag. And they get him. Go to town. Locals. They cut off the run. And there are runners at the corners. Right-handed batter Taveras now walks out to bat. Visitors with runners at the corners, 2 down. A chance to drive in a run here. Frank ready. Cott looking in at the target. Cott kicks and delivers. Taveras turns the bat loose but comes up empty. He's out of there. That's 3 away. The line for the visitors. No runs on 1 hit. They leave 2. So the visitors fail to cash in on the 2 runners. Locals trailing by 1 as we go to the home half. The locals now send up the heart of their order to face Royce, Schmidt, Luzinski, and Johnstone. Okay, Schmidt to lead it off for the locals. That's right. Schmidt takes his stance. Sanguin crouched down now. Royce comes to him. He goes down on strikes. 1 away. All right, Luzinski is stepping up to hit against Royce. He's a right-handed batter. He's their cleanup hitter. 1 down. Sanguin sets up. The pitch to Luzinski. Fly ball center field. Robinson roams back. Plenty of room. And he brings it down. And that's the 2nd out. Locals hitter Johnstone. Royce poised. The pitch. Lined hard to right. Toward the gap. Parker cuts it off on the bounce. Johnstone has to hold first. Boone to face Royce. Royce comes set. Royce with the pitch. Line toward short, just out of reach. Zisk is chasing it. Johnstone is around second. But the third base coach has his arms in the air. He'll stop there. As the throw comes in, the locals put 2 singles back-to-back. Bob with his 2nd hit in this game. All right, 2 gone. Runners at first and second for Philadelphia. The bottom of the 4th inning. Here's Cullen. Royce put on the rubber. Lefty against lefty. Checks the runners. Royce kicks and delivers. Lined hard to left. Base hit. Zisk takes it on the hop. Johnstone is rounding third. He's headed for home. It's Zisk's throw, and it's a wild throw. Johnstone will score. Tie game. Boone is in at third. Cullen ends up at second. So the single leads to a run, and the locals have tied this game. And that's his first hit this season. Moa steps up to face Royce. The locals have 2 away. Runners at second and third. Moa not looking strong at the plate. A chance to drive in a run here. Royce put on the rubber. Left-hander Royce ready. The runners take their lead. Royce into his motion. Delivers. There's a deep drive to left. It's going to be a long run for Zisk. It's a base hit. 1 run scores. Locals lead. 2 runs score. Moa headed for second. Here's Zisk's throw, and he slides in safely. Double and 2 RBIs. So the double scores 2, and the locals break the tie and now lead 3-1 here in the 4th. For Moa, his first double of the season, and that's his first hit this season. That gives Moa 2 RBI on the season. For Philadelphia, 2 away, 1 on. Here's a pitcher, Cott. Sanguin sets up. Moa extending his lead. Royce delivers, lined hard over second. Robinson is racing over. He cuts it off deep in the gap. Boa is well around third. They're waving Boa in, and he scores. As the throw comes into second, Cotton holds it first for the single. So Cott with a ready single. That was pitcher Cott who delivered, helping himself. It's now 4-1 ball game. 2 outs. 4 runs in. Maddox up. He's the top of the order. Royce set. Cott well off first. He brings it in. Hard shot to the right side. Stargell to his right. Just out of reach. Stennett has it. He flips to Royce. Covering. They get him. Nice work. Stennett covered a lot of ground on that play. 3 down. The line for the local. 4-5-1. They lead 1. And they storm back to take the lead in this game. After 4-1. Locals. Philadelphia will now face the Pittsburgh strength. Sanguin, Robinson, and Parker. Sanguin to lead it off for the visitors. He hits from the right. Decent power. The batter stands in. Boone ready to receive. Cott comes home. Slashed into the hole. Cash to his left. He has it. Over to Coleman. Sanguin is gone, and there's 1 away. Now coming up, Robinson. Bill ready. Pitcher Cott eyeing Robinson. Now he's ready. And the pitch comes in. Swung on. It's popped to short right field. Cash races out, and he's got it, and that's the second out. Parker walking up to bat. Dave has a hit and 2 at-bats. He's stolen the base. Batter facing Cott. Boone sets up. The delivery from Cott. He goes the other way. Blooper to left center. Toward the gap. Maddox runs in on it. Boa is backing up. It drops in, and Parker is on it first with a base hit. Second. Safety for Parker. Well, for Pittsburgh. Parker on it first. 2 outs. Here's Zisk. Ritchie can hit for power. Cott poised. The pitch. Zisk tops the ball. It bounces to the left side. Past the lunging Schmidt. And by the outstretched glove of Boa. That ball had eyes. Parker is around second. The coach is waving him to third. Here comes a throw. Here's a play at third. And he's just safe under the tag. A pair of singles for Pittsburgh. 2 on. The top of the 5th inning. Stargell up the bat. Really can do some damage. A chance to drive in a run here. He singled earlier. Cott focuses in on the target. The runners take their lead. The pitch just off the plate. And he issues a free pass. That fills the bases, and Cott has walked the tying run. And that brings the go-ahead run to bat. 2 outs, 5th inning. The bases are loaded. Stennett steps up to face Cott. Rennie, not a slugger. The locals lead the visitors 4-1. Stennett pulls at his sleeve. Cott flaps his left arm. Fiddle hitches out there. Stennett takes his place in the box. Now ready. Cott is on the slab. The runners take their lead. Here's the delivery. Line to left. Base hit. Nuzinski is after it. He cuts it off deep in the gap. Parker scores. Zisk is around third. Stargell is rounding second. They're waving Zisk in. Here comes a throw home. Here's a play at the plate. And he's safe easily. And Stargell holds it second. Stennett holds it first. So the single drives in 2, and the visitors is sneaking up on the locals. They are within 1. Score now 4-3, and this crowd is suddenly paying attention. 2 gone. Stargell at second. Stennett at first. Hebner now walks out to bat. He bats left-handed. An RBI opportunity for Ritchie. He's already delivered 2 hits in the game. Cott is on the slab. Cott prepared to work. The runners take their lead. The pitch to Hebner. Hebner lofts a routine fly ball to center. Maddox moves under it and hauls it in. That's the 3rd out. That'll do it for Pittsburgh. 2 runs on 3 hits. 2 men left on base. They had good chances for more, but they now trail by only 1. The score now stands 4-3. Locals as we head for the bottom of the 5th inning. Royce will now face the locals. Artillery. Cash, Schmidt, and Luzinski. Cash to lead it off for the locals. He hits from the right. Cash not looking like a threat. Royce ready. Royce into the wind. Slow roller toward third. Hebner has to rush his peg, and he gets his man. 1 down. Now coming to bat for the locals. Schmidt. Schmidt belts the ball. Left-handed Royce goes to the set position. Royce delivers. Cut on, hit deep to left field. Way back, Zisk is racing back. It's long gone. He got all of that one. So they collect a solo homer, his first home run of the season. This ball game now 5-3, and Schmidt now has 2 runs batted in on the season. Luzinski walking up the bat. He has some power. Luzinski gets in there. Royce poised. Royce brings it to the plate. Taken, strike 3. He's gone. 2 away. Two down, 5th inning. Here's Johnstone. Johnstone has a hit and 2 at-bats, and he scored once. Royce looking in at the target. He delivers. That's high and deep by Johnstone. Robinson is on the run. On the run. It's starting to tail away from him, and it drops in. Johnstone is headed to second. He's at a second ahead of the throw. That's Johnstone. Second hit of the game for Johnstone. His first double of the season. For Philadelphia. 2 outs. Johnstone down at second. The bottom of the 5th inning. We have right-handed Boone to bat for the locals. Boone, decent bat control. Left-handed Royce goes to the set position. And they are putting Boone on. Free pass to Bob. Setting up the force. Anderson will let Royce take his chances with Cullen. The next locals batter is Cullen. Runners at first and second. 2 gone. Very little power. Batter ready. Left-handed Royce goes to the set position. The runners take their lead. He wheels and deals. Grounded hard at Hebner. He's up with it. Fires to second. And they get him. And that's out number 3. The line for the locals. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors. They leave 2. They add a little padding. We've played 5. Locals with the edge, 5-3. The visitors will have Royce, Taveras, and Sanguin here in the 6th. Royce leading off the 6th. Cott gets set to pitch. The offering. High pop foul. That should make the stands. Chasing it is Cullen. but it's several rows back. A fan has a present for his little girl. A brand new baseball. Strike one. Royce ready to take on Cott again. Cott ready. To the plate. Grounded to the right side, wide of first. And it squirts by Tolan and on into right for a base hit. And Royce has himself a single. Nobody out. Sixth inning, one on. Taveras walks up. He bats right. Cott staring in, ready to work. Cott brings it home. Low and away, ball one. So Taveras will get back in there. Left-hander Cott ready. Now he throws to first. And Royce gets back. Not his best move. Now Cott is back on the rubber. Cott kicks and delivers. Drill toward third. Schmidt fields a short hop. To second for the fourth. Cash turns and relays it to first. Just in time. A double play. Sanguillen is now up. Sanguillen is hitless in 3 at-bats. Sanguillen now ready. Pitcher Cott eyeing Sanguillen. Now he's ready. Cott with the pitch. Sanguillen started to go round, but he checked his swing in time. He takes a walk to first. That was Sanguillen's first walk of the season. Robinson getting ready to go. Cott focuses in on the target. Now Cott comes home with it. He goes the opposite way. High fly deep to right. Johnstone got a good jump. He's at the warning track. Say goodbye to this one. It's gone. Home run for Robinson and 2 runs score. So they collect 2 on Robinson's big 2-out homer, his second home run of the game. Visitors. They have tied this game, and Robinson now has 5 runs batted in on the season. 10th hit for the visitors. Well, the top of the 6th inning. Parker up. Dave gets good wood. Parker is 2 for 3. He's stolen the base, and he scored a run. And here comes Locals manager Anderson. He's pulling some sort of a switch. Tolan is out of the game. McGraw is coming on in relief for Philadelphia. He'll bat 7th. So Cott goes 5 2/3. He yielded 5 runs, all earned on 10 hits, 2 homers, 4 walks. He struck out 2. He gets a no decision. For McGraw, this is his first appearance. He's a southpaw. He's looking for 1 out. It's his game to win. Anderson is sending in McCarver. He'll be playing first base for Philadelphia. Cott is out. McGraw is finished with his warm-up pitches. The umpire is brushing off the plate. We're ready to go. Catcher ready. McGraw delivers. A screaming liner, but right at McCarver. He snatches it in midair, and Parker gives McCarver a stare for the final out. That'll do it for Pittsburgh. 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors. They have tied this game. Score knotted at 5. For Philadelphia, it'll be Boa, McCarver, and Maddox. Boa leading it off. Larry, 1 for 2. Ribbies. And he scored a run. You don't see Larry on much. He stands in. Sanguillen ready to receive. Now he comes home with it. Chopper back to the mound. Royce up with it. Flips the first for the out. McCarver up, a very steady hitter. This is his second game. He's walked once. McCarver is a guy who'll battle you to get on. Royce looking in at the target. The pitch. Chopper back to the mound. Royce up with it. Flips the first for the out. Maddox up to hit. A dangerous hitter. Gary is hitless in 3 at-bats. Left-hander Royce ready. Here's a pitch from Royce. Batted hard on the ground toward right. Diving stop by Stennett. Throws. And he makes the play to first. Maddox is robbed of a base hit on a great play by Stennett. 3 down. Royce sets them down in order. Scores tied at 5 in the 6th. The visitors will have Zisk, Stargell, and Stennett here in the 7th. Zisk leading it off. Zisk is 1 for 3, and he scored a run. The hitter stands in. Pitcher McGraw eyeing Zisk. Now he's ready. The pitch to Zisk. Half swing. Yes. Zisk going too far. Out on strikes. 1 away. Stargell comes up the bat. Stargell has been on 3 times, a hit and 2 walks. McGraw focuses in on the target. He brings it home. On the hand, Stargell sends it high in the air, but shallow. Boa drifts under it and bags it for the putout for out number 2. Here's Stennett coming to the plate. Not much power. Stennett has been up 3 times with 1 hit. He's driven in 2. Stennett waiting. McGraw gets set to pitch. McGraw winds up. Swung on, smashed toward the gap in right center. Maddox is racing back. Hits over his head, off the wall. He's chasing it down. Stennett hits second on a full steam, and he puts on the brakes. With 2 outs, he'll hold up. Double for Stennett, second. Safety for Stennett. For Stennett is first. Double of the season. 2 down, 7th inning, 1 on. Next to bat for Pittsburgh is a left-hand hitting Hebner. Hebner is 2 for 3. McGraw climbs the mound, shakes off the sign. Now Boone is running out to the mound. They're talking it over. And now Boone is trotting back. Here we go. Glances back at the runner. Stennett stretching his lead. The pitch way off the plate. That'll be ball 4. And a free pass for Hebner. That was Hebner's first walk of the season. Runners at first and second. 2 away. Score tied. The top of the 7th inning. Next up, pitcher Royce. He had a hit earlier. McGraw climbs the mound. His motion stopped. Checks Stennett at second. Visitors, skipper Anderson walking down the bench. Anderson is recalling pitcher Royce. Who is it? Oliver will bat for him. Bat's left. He grabs a bat. His task here is clearly circumscribed. So Royce goes 6 innings. He leaves with 5 runs, 1 earned, on 8 hits. a homer. He can win the game if they go ahead in this inning. Oliver up there. Al can pound the ball. This is his second game. To date, 0 for 1. McGraw on the rubber. Next would be Taveras. Frank is in the on-deck circle. Lefty against lefty. McGraw prepared to work. The pitch. It's a shot to left center. Base hit. Luzinski is racing over. He cuts it off deep in the gap. Stennett is well around third. Hebner is rounding second. They're waving Stennett in. Here comes a throw home. Here's a play at the plate. And he's safe ahead of the throw. And Hebner holds it second. Oliver is on with a single. So the single drives in one big run, and the visitors break the tie and now lead 6-5. Seventh inning. And that's his first hit this season. That's Oliver's first run batted in of the season. Runners at first and second. 2 down. Taveras comes out to face McGraw. Bats right. Frank is their leadoff man. Taveras not looking strong at the plate. An RBI opportunity for Frank. Left-hander McGraw ready. He brings it home. Swung on, driven to left. Luzinski is running back. He's got a beat on it and makes the catch. For the visitors, 1 run, 2 hits, no errors. They leave 2. They move ahead in the game. The score now stands 6-5. Locals trail. Okay, folks, on your feet. Take a break for the 7th inning stretch. And here comes the artillery for Philadelphia. Cash, Schmidt, and Luzinski. Moose is coming on to pitch for the visitors. For Moose, this is his first appearance. He's a right-handed pitcher. Here's Cash to lead it off. He's a right-handed batter. Moose takes a few warm-up pitches. He's rubbing up the ball. We're ready to go. Moose prepares to come home. And now the pitch. Cash pounds it on the ground to short. Taveras is there. The throw over. And in time, 1 down. Next up, Philadelphia hitter Schmidt. Moose ready. The pitch. Hard 2 bouncer to short. Taveras covers it plenty of time. Fires. And that's out number 2. Luzinski will bat next for Philadelphia. A right-sider. Luzinski 0 for 3. Luzinski is struck out twice. Gregg gets good wood. Moose looking in at the target. The pitch. Strike 3. He's out of there. That's 3 away. Luzinski is now struck out 3 times. No runs, no hits, no errors, and at the end of 7. Locals still with a 1-run deficit for the Locals. Their record 1-0 in 1-run games. Here come the big guns for the visitors. Sanguin, Robinson, and Parker. Sanguin will start it off here on the 8th. Some power. Sanguin hitless in 3 at-bats with a walk, and he scored a run. Pitcher McGraw set to go. Here he comes. Sanguin bluffs a routine fly ball to center. Maddox drifts under it and hauls it in. 1 down. Robinson advancing to the bat. 1 gone. Robinson already with 2 homers in this game. His second and third of the season. Robinson is 2 for 4. He's driven in 3. McGraw gets set to pitch. McGraw brings it to the plate. Lazy fly to center. Easy chance for Maddox. He's got it. 2 gone. Parker is stepping up to hit against McGraw, batting in the 4th slot. Parker has been up 4 times with 2 hits. He's stolen the base, and he scored once. Parker in the box. Boone set. McGraw fires it in. Swung on, lofted down the line to right. Johnstone was playing that way. He gets there. Parker is gone. That's 3 away. So the visitors are retired in order. Locals still with a 1-run deficit. For Philadelphia, it'll be Johnstone, Boone, and McGraw. Johnstone will get it started for the locals. He's a lefty. Johnstone has 2 hits and 3 trips. And he scored a run. Jay gets good wood. Moose sets up on the rubber again. Boone to bat next. Moose comes to him. Grounded to Stennett. He scoops it up. Flips to first. 1 away. Here's Boone. Bob has been on 3 times with 2 hits and a walk, and he scored once. Boone has patience. Moose climbs a mound, fingers the ball behind his back. The Philadelphia crowd spurring on. Boone, pitcher apparently unaffected. Moose will go to work on him. Anderson with his arms folded. The pitch is on the way. Fly ball left field. He didn't get all of it. Zisk is over, and he brings it down. 2 away. McGraw is scheduled to hit. McGraw comes up to bat. Tug taking his first at bat of the season. They need to get him on. Now Moose ready. Locals manager Anderson looking at his score sheet. Anderson is yanking McGraw. He's sending Brown to the plate. That's right. He grabs the bat. Strides toward the box. McGraw pitched 2 1/3. The game for McGraw. 1 earned run on 2 hits. Brown coming up. He's earned his reputation at the plate. Moose looking in. The pitch. Brown started to go round, but he checked his swing in time. He takes a walk to first, and Moose has walked the tying run. That was Brown's first walk of the season. Okay, folks, listen up. 2 gone. Brown on at first. We have Boa to bat for the locals. The switch hitting Larry will bat left here. Larry is 1 for 3, knocked in 2, and he scored a run. Larry does not get extra base hits. Moose focuses in on the target. First baseman Stargell right on the bag. The pitch on the hand. Popped up. Hebner is waving off the others. He's under it. He puts it away. The half for the locals. No runs, no hits, no errors. They leave 1. Locals behind the visitors 6-5, and they'll try to hold them until the 9th. The visitors will have Zisk, Stargell, and Stennett here in the 9th. Garber is coming on in relief for Philadelphia. He'll bat 7th. For Garber, this is his first appearance. He's a right-handed pitcher. Here's Zisk to start it off. Right-handed hitter to face Garber. Zisk with dependable power. Zisk has a hit in 4 trips, and he scored a run. Garber takes a few warm-up pitches. He's rubbing up the ball. We're ready to go. Pitcher Garber eyeing Zisk. Now he's ready. He cranks and fires. Fastball bounced up the middle. Cash over, and it's through. Base hit for Zisk. That's Zisk's second hit of the game. Okay, now Stargell to face Garber. Left side batter for Pittsburgh. No one out, one on, up by one. Stargell, we have seen him 4 times, 1 hit, 2 walks. Stargell steps up to the plate. Garber put on the rubber. Garber poised. Zisk takes his lead. The pitch. The ball is lifted into right center. Not deep. Johnstone drifts into the gap and takes it in. 1 down. Zisk retreats quickly as the throw comes in. One gone. 9th inning. 1 on. Right-handed batter Stennett now walks out to bat. Stennett has been up 4 times with 2 hits. He's driven in 2. And he scored once. Garber sets up on the rubber again. Righty against righty. Right-hander Garber. Ready. Garber fires it in. Grounded hard wide of third. Schmidt takes it on the short hop. He'll go to first. And they get him. 2 down. Zisk moves to second on the play. 2 outs. 9th inning. 1 on. Here's Hebner to take his swings. Hebner is 2 for 3 with a walk. Garber focuses in on the target. And they are putting Hebner on. He trots down to first. Anderson will let Garber take his chances with Moose. Moose to face Garber. Bob taking his first at bat of the season. Batter set. Boone set. The runners take their lead. Garber kicks and deals. Swung on. And it's a hard liner to Cash. Caught. That ball was scorched. For the visitors, no runs on 1 hit. No errors. 2 left. So they fail to cash in on 2 valuable runners, holding their narrow margin. We've played 8 1/2. Locals down 6-5. McCarver, Maddox, and Cash due up for Philadelphia. McCarver to lead it off for the Locals. He bats left. McCarver is a guy who will battle you to get on. McCarver is 0 for 1. Moose stretches his arms above his head, adjusts his collar. McCarver steps up to the plate, leans in. Moose sets up on the rubber again. Moose gets set to work on him. Moose winds and fires. It's popped high in the air. Taveras is backing up. He has it measured. And he puts it away. 1 down. The Locals with only 2 outs left. Maddox, the hit for the Locals. Bats right. He's the top of the order. They want to see him get on. Gary, 0 for 4. Maddox, a power hitter. Maddox in the box. Leans in. Moose put on the rubber. The delivery from Moose. Cut on. Whack to center field. Base hit. Robinson is there. Throws it in. And Maddox is aboard with a single. The tying run is on. One gone. 9th inning. 1 on. Cash, the hit for the Locals. Bats right. Cash is 0 for 4. A rabbit on first. Cash grips his right shoulder, stretches with the bat above his head. Moose shakes out his arms. Cash takes his place in the box, adjusts his shoulders. Now, ready. Moose sets up on the rubber again. Right-hander Moose, ready. First baseman Stargell is on the bag. Maddox with a substantial lead. Moose comes to the plate. A laser off the bat of Cash. Taveras leaps for it. over his head and on into left. Maddox is rounding second. But the third base coach has his arms in the air. He'll hold at second. As the throw comes in, back-to-back single. So the locals have an opening. The tying rise. Now it's second base. Here's the situation. One down. Runners at first and second. Here's Smith to hit for the locals. He need not ask what he can do for his team here. Mike has 2 RBIs this season. Smith had his first homer early in this game. Smith is 1 for 4. Smith is struck out twice. Smith pulls at his sleeve. Moose bends to the rosin bag. Moose stretches his arms above his head. If you left the bases loaded, you have no place to put Luzinski. Smith in the box. Now ready. Moose is on the slab. Moose set. The pitch. Schmidt grounds it toward short. Taveras darts to his right, but it slides under his outstretched glove. Zisk running in. Still running. Maddox is around third. Cash is rounding second. They're waving Maddox in. Here comes a throw home. Cash is going for third on the throw. And Schmidt is headed for second. Here's a play at the plate, and he's safe easily. High ball game. And there's a play at second. The throw, and he's in standing. So the Pittsburgh defenses have been briefed. The winning run is now on third base. So the single drives in one big run, and the locals have tied this game. They're now even, all tied up at 6. Just listen to that crowd. And Schmidt now has 3 runs batted in on the season. All right, Luzinski up to hit. 2 in scoring position. 1 down, score tied. Gray is 0 for 4. Luzinski is struck out 3 times. Strikeouts have been a problem for him. Cash watching Moose groom himself. For him, and we'll all go home. Luzinski still not in the box. Works the bat across his back. Moose takes out his arms. Moose needs to bear down here. The batter stands in. Quick lifting up. Again focused on Moose. Leans in. Catcher ready. And they are putting Luzinski on. He trots down to first, but Luzinski is disappointed. There's no room now for mistakes to Johnstone. Anderson will let Moose take his chances with Johnstone. Here we go. Johnstone up the bat. 1 gone. Bases loaded for Philadelphia. Johnstone has been up 4 times with 2 hits. And he scored once. He puts the ball in play. On the season, only 1 RBI so far for Gay. Cash on third is an aggressive runner. This game is only 90 feet away. Johnstone preparing to bat. Moose works the ball with his hand. Does some landscaping on the mound. Johnstone in the batter's box. Leans in. Moose climbs the mound. Sanguin sets up. They're pulled in around the infield. Moose cranks it up, and Johnstone detonates this one. A rocket down the line just inside the bag. Stargell just waves at it. It's all over. Parker trots over. He doesn't even bother. Cash can walk home. Locals win, spurred on by the disciplined leadership of Anderson. Our apprehension is released. Johnstone has won this game with a clutch 9th inning hit. A tight one here, fans. The locals win a squeaker 7-6. Here's the line for the locals. 7 runs on 12 hits, no errors. They lead 9 for the visitors. 6 runs on 13 hits, 2 errors. And they leave 12. Garber gets the win, his first. His record now 1-0. Moose takes the loss, his first. His record now 0-1. So that winds up this 2-game series. Locals take the series 2-0 for the locals. Overall, they now stand at 2-0 for the visitors. Overall, 0-2. And this game is in the books. Ernie Harwell and WAPBA leaving you from Philadelphia. Locals take this one from the visitors 7-6.
All right, guys. Back. 4 hours and 45 minutes. Damn, Mike Schmidt. I thought the Pirates had that in the back. I'm going to switch league files here so that we don't have locals and all that kind of stuff. Oh, I know why this was not 79 and 80. I'm sorry. For some reason, I was doing a thing for how easy it is to like so when you get a one of the seasons it comes from APA, it comes as protected. So if you guys look up here on Data Disk, or wait, is it this one under organization? So where it'll say professional baseball, when you buy a season from APA, this is actually protected. So you actually have to create or copy it and then call it something like replay or whatever you want. So that's why I left this up here. I forgot all about it. So I'm going to get down to this draft league and let you guys pick the next game. If you're into one, again, RJL Network, I think, is still on, though. So let me see. What the hell did I do with it? Oh, it's been a while. What the hell did I call it? Or did I kill it? I hope I didn't kill it. Is it bunch of teams? No. There's a dead ball team, but I think everybody's burnt out on dead ball right now. Shit. There's original franchise. Oh, is it this one? No. Oh my God. I think I killed that league. Oh no, there it is. All right, here we go. Da, da, da. All right, so here's what we have for game number 2. And if you guys hang around, that's cool. And, you know, whatever. I know that everybody else has lives. All right, so we have Nationals, and I don't know, I won't know the years till I bring it up. Nationals at Red Sox, Yankees at Orioles, Cubs at Cardinals, and Pirates at Milwaukee Braves. So this is all mixed up. So, cousin Ken burn out by dead ball playing in an 1890 game. LOL. Nice. Pick a game, boys. Pick a game. Or we can talk another 5 hours, but I think we should just pick a game. Can't believe that was U.S. Cellular for 6 innings. Sorry about that. I still haven't gotten a good veteran stadium for this, so I just put the Phillies and Citizens Bank. So Cubs Cardinals. All right. Welcome in, Clinton. It's good to see you. World's worst gamer voting for the Yankees. He doesn't care who the hell they're playing. I got 2 votes for Cubs and Cardinals. Clinton saying nothing like a rivalry game. All right, Cubs and Cardinals it is. I'll let you know what year. Oh, my goodness. Okay, this is going to be a little bit of old-time baseball. So what we have is going to be the 1935 Chicago Cubs and the 1942 St. Louis Cardinals. Hopefully that'll be cool. And I think for this one, let's have a little fun and have Joe McCarthy manage both. Let's have Joe McCarthy manage both. You can pick different managers, but we'll just do old Marsh Joe, all right? And here we go, Sportsman's Park. And I'm going to go ahead and mute back. But this time I'm going to be staying on chat now. Talk to the significant other, the female particle, if you will. So, yep, going back in time. Clinton says going to be a ton of hits. Clinton, I'll just say this, my friend. I hope you and I can come to an understanding, and let's let the past be the past. If you want to go way back, find out what I had to say 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago. No, nothing mean against you, but I had hoped that maybe while I see where you're coming from quickly, and I let things get out of hand the other night that I shouldn't have. I apologize for that, but I just hope maybe in the future, if you and I have a difference, let's handle it without threats and warnings, please. So that's what I hope, my friend, because I do respect you. All right? Just so you know that. All right, guys, going on mute, and I'm going to be listening to the game and typing with you. No worries, Clinton. All right, here we go, guys.
Hello again, everybody. I'm Ernie Harwell. And welcome to St. Louis Cardinal Baseball. And this is WAPBA, the voice of baseball in your home since 1951. We're coming to you from out here at the park where the Cardinals will host the visiting Chicago Cubs. Overall, they now stand at 1-1. This is the third of a 3-game set. The Cardinals have won 1 and lost 1. The Cardinals take the field here in the first. McCarthy has set his opening slate. Hop at first base. Brown at second. Marion, the shortstop. Karowski at third. The outfield consists of Musial in left field, Slaughter in center field, and Moore over in right. Cooper is behind the plate and on the mound for the Cardinals. The right-handed Beasley. He will be facing Cubs starter, left-hander French. So settle in. We're ready to start this game. Hack will lead off the first. He's a left-handed batter. He gets his share of hits. To date, batting 1 for 7. He's walked twice. Hack is a guy who will battle you to get on. Pitcher Beasley eyeing Hack. Now he's ready. The pitch. Swung on, lined towards second. Brown back. It's out of reach. Hack will hold it first. Runner on first, nobody out. We have Galan, the bat for the Cubs. He gets his share of hits. To date, batting 1 for 8. Hack is jockeying for a big lead off first. Batter facing Beasley. Right-hander Beasley, ready. The sacrifice is on. Beasley delivers, and he fouls it back. Strike 1. Beasley delivers again. Galan squares. He delivers. It's bunted down the third baseline. Karowski picks it up. Bobbles it. Fires to first. And gets him by a step. And Hack moves up. One gone. First inning. One on. It's now Hartnett the bat. Hartnett at the plate to hit so far. 3 for 7. He's walked once. Stand at second has great speed. Beasley on the rubber shakes off the sign. Now Cooper is running out to the mound. They're talking it over. And now Cooper is trotting back. Here we go. Cooper set. Hack stretches his lead off second. He delivers. Strike 3 on the outside corner. Beasley slipped one by him, and Hartnett is enraged. He doesn't like that called strike, but he'll have to live with it. That's 2. One on. Chicago now sends Klein to bat, batting in the 4th slot. He has the talent to do some damage. On the season, 1 for 8. 1 homer, 2 RBIs. Stand at second has great speed. Beasley prepares to come home. Hack moves another step away from second. The pitch. Breaking ball. Ball 4. And Klein trots down to first, setting up the force. That was Klein's first walk of the season. Runners at first and second. 2 down. The top of the first inning. Herman will bat next for Chicago. A right-sider. A force to be reckoned with. So far this season, 2 for 8. The hitter stands in. Beasley on the rubber. Checks the runners. The pitch is on the way. That's skied to right center. Medium deep. Slaughter roams under it. He calls. No problemo. 3 away. The half for the Cubs. No runs on 1 hit. They leave 2. So they fail to cash in on the 2 runners. Cubs, nothing. Cardinal coming up. for the Cubs. Overall, they now stand at 1-1 in the league. Starting this game, they are 5th in batting average at .215, 4th in homers with 2, second best in slugging. The Cubs take the field here in the first. McCarthy has set his opening slate. Cavaretta at first base. Herman at second. Jurgis, the shortstop, Hack at third. The outfield consists of Klein in left field, Galland in center field, and Kyler over in right. Hartnett is behind the plate and pitching for the Cubs. The lefty, French. Pretty good control. Here's Hop to lead it off. Hop, a fair hitter on the season. 3 hits in 9 trips. He has 2 RBIs. Hop steadies his bat. Pitcher French eyeing Hop. Now he's ready. French delivers. Low bridge. Hop hits the dirt. Ball 4 almost hit him. That was Hop's first walk of the season. No outs. First inning. 1 on. Moore's up. Capable of some fine hitting. On the year, 4 for 6. He's walked 3 times. Hop pawing the ground at first. Moore gets in there. Hartnett sets up. They start the runner. This one is hit. It may carry. It's back. Galland gets there. 1 away. And Hop returns to first as the throw comes in. One away. Hop on at first for St. Louis. Now Slaughter to face French. Slaughter good at the plate. To date at bat, 4 hits in 9 trips. He has 2 RBIs. He's walked once. Batter facing French. Left-hander French ready. French with the pitch. Wrapped back to the mound. French knocks it down. Picks it up. Throws quickly. Out at first. Hop moves to second on the play. 2 away. Okay for St. Louis. Hop standing out at second. 2 down. Next up, Musial. He's their cleanup hitter. He gets his share of hits. To date, 3 for 8. He has 3 RBIs. He's walked once. Lightning down at second. Musial gets in there. Catcher ready. French looks back at Hop on second. Here's the delivery. High fly ball to left. Klein drifts over. Plenty of room. And makes the catch. That's 3 away. That'll do it for St. Louis. No runs on no hits. 1 left. A chance goes by the board. No score as we go to the top of the second inning. For Chicago, it'll be Cavaretta, Kyler, and Jurgis. Here's Cavaretta to start it off. Batting left. The Cubs can count on him. So far at the plate, 2 for 7. He's walked once. Beasley looking home. Here's a pitch from Beasley. Cavaretta skies it to center. Should be no trouble. Slaughter roams over for it and records the putout. 1 away. One down. Kyler the hit. Kyler a fair hitter. To date at bat, 1 for 7. 1 homer. Batter waits. Beasley poised. The pitch from Beasley. Grounded toward third. Karowski fields it. Fires. Got him. 2 away. Jurgis is up next. Billy has a lot to prove so far. 2 for 7. Batter facing Beasley. Cooper crouched down now. The pitch. chopper back to the mound. Beasley up with it. Flips the first for the out. For the Cubs. 3 up, 3 down. Cardinal due to bat. Cooper, Karowski, and Marion due up for St. Louis. Here's Cooper to start it off. He bats right. Cooper, recently known as a solid hitter. So far at the plate, 2 hits in 9 trips. He has 2 RBIs. Hartnett set. The pitch comes in. Popped high in front of the plate. Hartnett tosses the mask away. Waves off Hack. And he's got it. 1 away. Now at bat, Karowski. He'll take advantage of your mistakes, looking for his first hit. 0 for 6. He has 3 RBIs. Karowski stands in. French looking in. French into his motion. Delivers. Grounded to the right side. Then Herman gloves it. The throw in plenty of time for out number 2. Next up, Marion, 2 down. He has the talent to do some damage. To date, at bat 1 for 8. French prepares to come home. He cranks and fires. Marion lofts a routine fly ball to center. Galland drifts under it and hauls it in. Side retired. So the Cardinals go down to 1, 2, 3. No score here after 2. French, Hack, and Galland due up for Chicago. Pitcher French to lead it off. Larry taking his first at bat of the season. Larry steps up. Now Beasley ready. Beasley delivers. Didn't mean to swing. A slow roller to the left side. Marion will have to rush his throw, and he gets French. Nice play. 1 away. Now at bat, Hack. Stan has a good eye. Hack gets in there. Beasley prepared to work. Beasley now. Hack shatters his bat, and the ball rolls toward Karowski. And he can't find the handle. On the ball, that is. Hack on first on the error. Galland coming up. Beasley will go to work on him. Space on the right. Hack leading off. And the pitch comes in. Easy bounce at Brown. He's up with it. Over to Marion, covering second. In time. And that's all they'll get. The toss to Marion tied him up. Galland is on at first. Hartnett to face Beasley. Cooper sets up. Beasley fires it in. He swings, and it's pulled hard to left. Down the line. Fair ball. That's good for extra bases. Musial is chasing it. Still after it. He's up with it. Galland is around third. They're waving him in. Here comes a throw home. Here's a play at the plate. And Galland safe easily. And Hartnett holds with a double. So a run scores on the Hartnett double, and the Cubs go ahead by a run, 1-0 here in the third. That gives Hartnett 2 RBI on the season. 1 on the top of the third inning. Chicago now sends Klein to bat. Beasley will go to work on him. The pitch to Klein. Loop to right toward the gap. Moore is after it. Cuts it off on the bounce. Hartnett is around third. They're waving Hartnett in. Here comes a throw home. Here's a play at the plate, and he's safe ahead of the throw. Klein holds it first for the single. So the single drives in one, and Chicago increases its lead. This ball game now 2-0. And Klein now has 3 runs batted in on the season. Now at bat, Herman. Beasley poised. The pitch. Hit hard to Marion. He takes a high hop, throws quickly to first, and the side is retired. The line for the Cubs, 2-2-1. They lead 1, so they move in front. Cardinal trailing 2-0, and will go to the home half. The Cardinals will have Brown, Beasley, and Hop here in the third. Brown will get it started for the Cardinals. You can't afford to take him too lightly today. 2-8. French gets set to work on him. And the pitch. Wrapped back to the mound, and he spears it over to first, and Brown is retired. One down. We have right-handed Beasley to bat for the Cardinals. Johnny taking his first at bat of the season. In the box now. French poised. Now the pitch. French fans him. 2 down. Cardinal hitter Hop. Batter ready. Hartnett sets up. The pitch comes in. Yanked towards second. Herman fields it. He flips to first. High throw. But they get him. 3 away. So the Cardinals are retired in order. The score is still 2-0 Chicago as we go to the top of the 4th inning. For Chicago here in the 4th. Cavaretta, Kyler, and Jurgis. To get it going, Cavaretta. The batter stands in. Cooper ready to receive. He comes home. Cavaretta blasts the drive to right center. It might have the distance. It rattles the wall. Slaughter plays the carom. Cavaretta is going for 2. Here's the throw. And Cavaretta pulls into second with a long double. For Cavaretta is first. Double of the season. Kyler up for Chicago. No outs. 1 on. The batter stands in. Beasley poised. Cavaretta moves quietly toward third. He doubled to lead it off. The offering to Kyler. High and away. And it gets by Cooper. He scrambles. Cavaretta moves up. Kyler ready to take on Beasley again. Pitcher Beasley set to go. Cardinal playing for the out at first. Looks at third. The pitch. Swung on and missed. Beasley pulled the string. And Kyler was way out in front. 1 away. One gone. 4th inning. 1 on. Next up, Jurgis. Right-handed Beasley goes to the set position. Infield deep. Cavaretta into a little shuffle at third. Beasley brings it. Well hit fly ball toward the gap. Musial and Slaughter converge. Musial calls him off and makes the catch. Cavaretta is tagging. They're waving him home. Here comes the throw. And he's out. Just missed getting in. Double play. Go to town. Cardinal. They cut off the run. The coach was waving him on with 2 outs. He streaked down the line, and they finished his story at the front door. And Cavaretta not happy. He's arguing with the ump. But the manager cools him down. That's 3 away. For the Cubs, no runs on 1 hit. We've played 3.5. Cardinals still down by 2. And here comes the artillery for St. Louis. Moore, Slaughter, and Musial. Here's Moore to lead it off. He swings from the right. Moore has patience. French focuses in on the target. Here's the delivery. Check swing. They check with the first base ump. He rings him up. 1 down. Now at bat, Slaughter. Enos steps up. French gets set to pitch. The pitch. Cut on. Ground ball to Hack. He's up with it. The throw across the diamond. Out at first. 2 away. Musial's up. French looking in. French winds up. Wrapped back to the mound, and he spears it. Over to first, and Musial is retired. So the Cardinals go down 1, 2, 3, 4. Complete here in St. Louis. Cardinals still with a 2-run deficit. French, Hack, and Galland to bat next. Here's French to start it off. Beasley poised. The pitch to French. Breaking ball bounced up the middle. Brown is there. Spins, fires to first. In time for the out. 1 down. One out, 5th inning. Hack steps up to face Beasley. A dangerous hitter. Cooper sets up. Beasley with the pitch. Hack goes down swinging. 2 down. Galland gets set to bat against Beasley. 2 outs. On the day, he's 0 for 1. And he sacrificed once. He scored once. Batter waits. Now Beasley ready. The pitch. Soft liner to right toward the gap. It drops in front of Moore, and Galland is aboard with a single. Hartnett walking up the bat. Hartnett 1 for 2, 1 ribby, and he scored a run. Hartnett relaxes himself at the plate. Pitcher Beasley set to go. The delivery. Just inside, and there goes Galland. Cooper digs it out and fires. And he's safe. That's his first steal of the season. So Hartnett steps back in. Pitcher Beasley set to go. Galland now with an aggressive lead. Beasley with the pitch. Healthy cut by Hartnett. He's out on strike. Side retired. That'll do it for Chicago. No runs on 1 hit. There were no errors. The score is still 2-0 Chicago as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. The Cardinals will have Cooper, Karowski, and Marion here in the 5th. Cooper leading it off. In the box now. French focuses in on the target. The pitch from French. On the ground, back through the box. Herman gloves it, spins it, fires. Long stretch. Just slips Cooper by half a step. 1 away. Karowski's up. French gets set to pitch. French delivers. Routine grounded to second. Herman scoops it. Flips to first. Bad throw. But Cavaretta gets his foot on the bag, and that's the 2nd out. The next Cardinal batter is Marion, right-hander. Marion made an out in his first at bat. The batter stands in. French staring in, ready to work. The pitch. Spanked sharply to Hack. Brutal bounce. The quick throw across the diamond. Got him. 3 away. The Cubs retire the side in order. The score is still 2-0 Chicago as we go to the top of the 6th inning. Klein, Herman, and Cavaretta to bat next. Klein to lead it off. Chuck can pop it. In the box now. Right-handed Beasley goes to the set position. The pitch. Klein gets serious wood on this one. It's got plenty of hang time. Klein got under it just a hair, and there to make the catch is Moore. 1 down. Well, right-handed batter Herman now walks out to bat. Billy can pop it. The hitter stands in. Cooper ready to receive. Beasley fires it in. Slow roller toward third. Karowski has to rush his peg. And he gets his man, and that's out number 2. Cavaretta getting ready to go. Cavaretta has a hit in 2 trips. Right-hander Beasley ready. Now the pitch. High fly ball to deep center. Slaughter is back on the track, reaches up and brings it down. That's 3 away. So the Cubs are retired in order. Cardinals still with a 2-run deficit. For St. Louis, it'll be Brown, Beasley, and Pop. If you're superstitious, turn down the volume now. The no-hitter is still alive for French. Brown to lead it off for the Cardinals. The switch hitter will bat right-handed here. French looking home. The pitch. A little tapper up the line. Cavaretta charges, scoops it, and tags Brown. 1 down. He's your leadoff hitter. Johnny has a walk and 2 trips. Johnny steps up. French will go to work on him. He brings it in. Grounded to the right side. Cavaretta knocks it down. He's up with it. He flips the French, covering for the 3rd out. The Cubs retire the side in order. Cardinal behind the Cubs, 2-0. The Cubs will send out the bottom of the lineup. Kyler, Jurgis, and French. Here's Kyler to start it off. He hits from the right. Kyler, decent bat control. Kyler gets in there. Beasley poised. Here's the delivery. Kyler hits one high. Hard right field. But it won't be enough. Moore covers it. It looked for a minute like it was gone. 1 down. One out, 7th inning. Jurgis is out to take his hacks, and he hacks from the right. Jurgis not looking like a threat. Jurgis waiting. Beasley focuses in on the target. Here's a pitch. Grounded to the right side, wide of first. And it squirts by Pop and on into right for a base hit. And Jurgis has himself a single. One away. Jurgis down at first. Pitcher French up. Jurgis at first can run. French stands in. Beasley now set. First baseman Pop is on the bag. Infield drawn in a few feet. The pitch from Beasley. He squares. Fouled away. Again, he squares to bunt. The pitch. Bunted fair off the plate. Nope. The ump says it's off his foot. Strike 2. French ready to take on Beasley again. Beasley is ready to fire it in. French squares away. Beasley brings it. It's bunted to the left side. A little too hard. Karowski flings it to second. They get the force. But that's all they'll get. One on. Next to bat for Chicago is a left-hand hitting Hack. Hack 1 for 3. Beasley set. They're holding French. French about 2 feet from first. The pitch. Ooh, it gets him right in the lower back. The umpire is calling time. The trainer's out. Hack's in pain. It doesn't look good. Stan back on his feet, and they're taking him out of the game. The report from the clubhouse. Hack injured for 6 days. Now Beasley ready. Cubs manager McCarthy looking at his score sheet. Hack is injured. Who are you going to call? McCarthy will hustle English out to run for him. He'll likely keep him in to play third. English is no speed merchant, but he won't slow you down. 2 on. The top of the 7th inning. Galland's up. Galland is a threat for the extra base hit. Beasley will go to work on him. Quick move to the plate. Galland smacks a rocket to right field. And Moore spears it. He's holding it up and waving it for all to admire. For the Cubs, no runs on 1 hit. 2 left. The score is still 2-0 Chicago as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Okay, folks, on your feet. Take a break for the 7th inning stretch. The big hitters coming up against French. 2, 3, 4. Moore, Slaughter, and Musial. French still working on the no-hitter. English remains in the game. He goes to third base for the Cubs. Moore to lead it off for the Cardinal. Right-handed batter to face French. Terry steps up. French will go to work on him. The pitch. Slow roller toward third. English has to rush his peg. And he gets his man 1 away. Slaughter is the next hitter. It's hard to keep Slaughter off the base pass. French looking home. The pitch. Grounded toward third. English fields it. Fires. Got him. 2 down. Musial comes up to bat. Stan is 0 for 2. French gets set to pitch. He brings it in. On the ground, back through the box. Herman gloves it, spins it, fires. Long stretch. Just snips Musial by half a step to retire the side. So the Cardinals go quietly. The score is still 2-0 Chicago as we go to the top of the 8th inning. St. Louis will now face the heart of the Cubs lineup. Hartnett, Klein, and Herman coming up. Hartnett will lead off the 8 bats from the right. Beasley looking home. Beasley fires it in. Hit in the air to center. Slaughter takes 3 steps to his right, taps the glove. He has it. 1 down. It's now the port side swinger, Klein, to the bat. Cooper set. Beasley comes to the plate. Pulled hard down the line. Fair ball. Moore is racing for it into the corner. Klein is around second. He's going for third. Browns relay. Not in time. Safe at third. Triple from Klein. That's Klein, second hit of the game, and his first triple of the season. Now Herman to face Beasley. The Cubs have one down. Klein on third. Herman is 0 for 3. He almost always puts the ball into play. Chicago started French pitching well. To stay in this game, the Cardinals need to stop them here. They're down by 2. Beasley gets set to pitch. And they are putting Herman on. Free pass to Billy. And he trots down to first. McCarthy will let Beasley take his chances with Cavaretta. Okay, 1 gone, 2 on. Second base is open for Chicago. We have Cavaretta coming up to hit. He bats left. Cavaretta 1 for 3. Tough to strike out. Catcher ready. Infield back at double play depth. Klein takes his lead at third. He comes home. It's looped toward short. Marion is backing up quickly. And it drops for a hit. Slaughter feels it. Klein scores. Herman is rounding second. The strong throw comes into Marion, and they're holding Herman at second. So the single drives in 1. It's now 3-0 ball game. That's Cavaretta's first run batted in of the season. 2 on. The top of the 8th inning. Kyler comes out to face Beasley. Bats right. Kyler ready. Beasley prepares to come home. Beasley cranks it up. Outside, and it gets away from Cooper. He's after it, but the runners move up. So Kyler will get back in there. Cooper set. Now he comes home with it. It's a bullet to Marion. He snags it. 2 gone. Herman has to hold third. Jurgis up to hit. 2 down. Herman at third. Cavaretta at second for Chicago. Jurgis stands in. Cooper ready to receive. Herman takes his lead at third. Here's the pitch. Jurgis strokes it sharply toward short. Marion into the hole. Plants himself for the long throw, and the side is retired. That'll do it for Chicago. A run on 2 hits. There were no errors. 2 left. They give French some extra room after 7.5. 3-0 Cubs. For St. Louis, here in the 8th, Cooper, Karowski, and Marion. French has pitched an absolutely brilliant game. He's still working on, well, you know. Cooper will get it started for the Cardinals. A right-sider. Now French ready. French winds up. Healthy cut by Cooper. Base hit right field. And Cooper will hold it first as the throw comes into second. He's on with a single for St. Louis. The first hit in this game, breaking up the no-hitter for French with no one out here in the 8th. One on. Here's the right-handed Karowski to take his swings. Left-hander French ready. Now he comes home with it. Upstairs with a fast one. Karowski doesn't offer, and French gets the call. He's out on strikes. 1 down. One away. 8th inning. 1 on. Marion up the bat. Marion relaxes himself at the plate. French staring in, ready to work. French into his motion. Delivers, cut on. Way out in front, strike 3. A pair of strikeouts for French here in the 8. 2 away. Two away. Cooper on first. Next to bat for St. Louis is Brown. The switch hitter will bat right-handed here. The Cardinal could use another base runner. Beasley waits on deck, kneeling, chin on his hand, staring out. Brown waiting, bat stirring slightly. Hartnett crouched down now. Cooper is off and running. 9 to French. It's off his glove. Brown races down the line. No play. Cooper holds up at second. Beasley is scheduled to hit. French put on the rubber, works the ball in his glove. Hop swings 3 bats on deck. Checks the runners. Cardinal manager McCarthy looking at his score sheet. McCarthy is yanking Beasley. Triplett is enlisted to hit for him. Bats right. He grabs the bat and heads toward the plate. So Beasley gets his innings. He pitched 8. His line, 3 runs, 1 earned on 8 hits. He stands to lose it unless the Cardinal can make up the 3-run deficit. Triplett getting ready to go. A trusty bat. The pressure's on Triplett to deliver the big hit. French sets up on the rubber again. Checks Cooper at second. The pitch. Whack to center field. Base hit. Galland is over. Still after it. Cooper is well around third. Brown is around second. They're waving Cooper in. Brown is headed for third. The throw home. And Triplett is headed for second on the throw. Here's a play at the plate, and he's safe easily. And there's a play at second. The throw, and he's safe easily. The coming runs now at second base. So Triplett with a ready single. They are finally on the board. And the Cardinals are within reach, but they still trail by 2. And the crowd is urging them on. 2 down, 8th inning, 2 on. We have coming up the hit. He's their leadoff hitter. 0-2 with a walk. Triplett has the wheels at second. Score him, and that ties it up at 3. Brushes his shirt. Grant works the ball with his hand. Fixes his cap. The ump wants to look at the ball. Now he returns it to Grant. Steps up to the plate. Leans in. Grant sets up on the rubber again. Ever the fans pressing on top. Pitcher set to left. Left-handed Grant goes to the 6th position. McCarthy looking down. Shuffling his right foot. The runners take their lead. Here he comes. Swung on. In the air to the left side. Jurgis is backing up quickly. He's under it. And he brings it down. That's 3 away. For the Cardinal, a run on 3. Hits. 2 left. They had good chances for more, but still trailed by 2. The score is 3-1 as we go to the top of the 9th inning. For Chicago, it'll be French, English, and Galland. Chris is coming on to pitch for the Cardinal. For Chris, this is his first appearance. He's a right-handed pitcher. Pitcher French to lead it off. Chris takes a few warm-up pitches. He's rubbing up the ball. We're ready to go. Cooper crouched down now. Chris brings it to the plate. Fastball. It's a number to the left of the mound. Marion charges. Picks up the ball barehanded. Then he gets him. That's 1. Cubs hitter English not in there for his bat. English steps up to the plate. Chris looking in. Here's a pitch. High fly ball to left. Musial drifts over toward the line. He's under it. And makes the catch. 2 gone. Galland walks up. 2 down. Galland steadies his bat. Pitcher Chris set to go. Chris comes home. A towering fly ball to center. This should do it. Slaughter roams over. Plenty of room. And hauls it in. 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors. Midway through the 9th. Cardinal behind the Cubs. 3-1. Here come the big guns for the Cardinal. Moore, Slaughter, and Musial. Well, here's Moore to lead it off. That's right. Moore can get on for you. In the on-deck circle, Slaughter follows the moves on the mound. His face serene. French put on the rubber. French winds up. High fly ball to deep center. Galland is back on the track, reaches up and brings it down. 1 away. 1 away. 9th inning. Slaughter steps up to face French. When the Cardinals need a base runner, Slaughter is the guy they want up there. French toes the rubber. Now the pitch. Loop to left toward the gap. And it's up for a hit. Klein gets it back in, and Slaughter is on at first. One on. Musial gets set to face French. Heading left. Not much strategy here. Cardinals need a hit. Musial 0 for 3. It will be tough to turn 2 with Musial at the plate. Musial pulls at his sleeve. French flaps his left arm. French has asked for a new ball. He's rubbing it up. Stands at the plate. Waits. French sets up on the rubber again. Checks the runner. French kicks and deals. Hook down the right field line. Will it stay fair? Yes, it's in play. The ball rolls down the line. Tyler scoots for it. He has it. Slaughter rounds third. The throw comes into Burgess. They're holding Slaughter at third, and Musial is then standing with a double. So fasten your seat belts once again. The tying run is now at second base. Here we go. 1 gone, 2 on. First base is open. We have Cooper coming up to hit. He hits from the right. Walker 1 for 3. And he scored a run. Hard to strike out. He doesn't want to lose the plate here. Cooper wipes his left sleeve across his forehead. French has asked for a new ball. He's rubbing it up. French shakes out his arms. Batter in the box. Works his back foot. Now, ready. French climbs the mound. Cradles the ball in his glove. And waits. Still the crowd pressing on Cooper. French poised. Infielders in. Slaughter with a good lead off third. The delivery. Bounce to third. It skips by him. It's rolling down the line. 1 run scores. 2 runs score. Tie game. Cooper's headed for second. Here's Klein. His throw. And he slides in safely. So the double scores 2 big runs, and the Cardinals tie it up. They have matched the Cubs, tied at 3. Just listen to that crowd. That gives Cooper 4 RBI on the season. Okay, for St. Louis. Cooper on second, 1 away. The bottom of the 9th inning. Karowski, the hit. Whitey 0 for 3. On the season, Karowski has 3 runs batted in. Karowski taps the bat on his left heel. French wipes sweat from his hand. Goes to his hat. Karowski takes his place in the box. Waits. French climbs the mound. Hartnett ready to receive. French brings it home. And it's popped up in front of the plate. Hartnett waves off English. And he makes the catch. 2 away. And Cooper holds at second. For St. Louis, Cooper on second. 2 outs. The next Cardinal batter is Marion, right-hander. Marty is hitless in 3 at-bats. He has occasional power. Marion readying himself. French stretches his arms above his head. Does some landscaping on the mound. French inspects the ball. Marty stands in. Taps the plate with his bat. Now ready. French climbs the mound. Sets his grip with the ball out of sight. Glances back at the runner. French comes to the plate. Marion turns the bat loose. But comes up empty. He's out of there. That's 3 away. For the Cardinal, 2 runs on 3 hits. They have tied this game. This game is 3 runs for both teams after 9. Hope you don't have anywhere to go, because it ain't over till the lady sings. We're going to extra innings. The Cubs now send up the heart of their order to face Chris, Hartnett, Klein, and Herman. Okay, here's Hartnett to start it off. He swings from the right. Hartnett has been up 4 times with a hit. Hartnett has struck out twice, 1 RBI. And he scored a run. Hartnett has pop in that bat. Hartnett has good speed with his power. Chris has asked for a new ball. He's rubbing it up. The batter stands in, touches his cap, waits for the pitch. Chris looking in at the target. Here comes the pitch. There's a liner toward left. Musial is coming in hard. He can't get it. It's on its way to the wall. Hartnett's headed for second. He'll try for third. Slaughter is over. He has the ball. Too late. Hartnett ends up on third with a triple. Musial tried to make a sliding catch, but the ball scooted by him. So fasten your seat belts once again. The go-ahead run is now on third. Second safety for Hartnett and his first triple of the season. Okay, Klein is stepping up to hit against Chris. He bats left-handed. The Cubs have no outs. Hartnett on at third. Score tied. Klein is 2 for 3 with a walk. He's driven in a run, and he scored a run. He's a contact hitter. Chuck has driven home 3 runs for the season. A fly ball will challenge Hartnett to third. Hartnett scores, and this tie is broken. Klein pulls at his sleeve, bends to straighten his socks. Chris inspects the ball. Klein in the box, touches his cap. Now ready. Chris climbs the mound. Herman waits on deck. Pitcher Chris eyeing Klein. Now he's ready. Infielders in. Hartnett down the line, some at third. The pitch. Drilled to right by Klein. It is high. It is far. It is caught by Moore. Hartnett tags. They're waving him home. Here comes the throw. And he's just safe under the tag. Klein picks up a sac fly and an RBI. And the Cubs break the tie and now lead 4-3 here in the 10th. And Klein now has 4 runs batted in on the season. 1 out, 10th inning. Herman now walks out to bat. Herman is 0 for 3 with a walk. The hitter stands in. Chris staring in, ready to work. To the plate. Pulled hard into the hole. Past Karowski. Marion is there. Spins the long throw to first. That's 2. For Chicago. Base is clear. 2 gone. Cavaretta gets set to face Chris. Batting left. Cavaretta has a brace and 4 trips. He's driven in a run. Cavaretta in the box. Right-hander Chris ready. The pitch. Routine fly ball to right. This should do it. Moore moves under it, taps the glove, and makes the catch. Cubs gone. That'll do it for Chicago. A run on one hit. A big run, and St. Louis must get it back. So Chicago has the lead. The Cardinals have only 3 outs to get it back. For St. Louis, here in the 10th, Brown, Chris, and Pop. Brown to lead it off for the Cardinals against French. He'll bat right. Brown not looking like a threat. French works the ball with his hand. Jimmy at the plate. Waits for the pitch. French sets up on the rubber again. Catcher ready. Now the delivery. Batted slowly toward first. Cavaretta feels it and feeds French coming over for the putout. Chris is scheduled to hit. We'll have to wait to see if he bats for himself. Here comes Chris to take his cuts. Howie taking his first at bat of the season. French climbs a mound. Hop waves a weighted bat on deck. French staring in, ready to work. Cardinal skipper McCarthy walking down the bench. McCarthy is yanking Chris. Crespi will bat in his place. Bats right. He grabs a bat, strolls to the box. So Chris goes 2 innings. His line, 1 earned run on 1 hit. Crespi walking up the bat, uncertain at the plate. The ump wants to look at the ball. Now he returns it to French. So now, batter in the box, raises his hand slightly. Now, ready. French sets up on the rubber again. Stares down the hill for Hartnett to sign. French is ready to fire it in. And the pitch comes in. Breaking ball, swung on. Driven to left. Klein is running back. He's got a beat on it and makes the catch. 2 down. Two outs, 10th inning. Here's Hop to take his swings. He needs to get on base. Johnny is 0 for 3 with a walk. Johnny stands in. He rubs out a little chalk at the back of the box. Taps the plate with his bat. Now, ready. French is on the slab. French looking in at the target. Here's the delivery. Hop hits it 9 miles. But foul down the right field line. Hop will try to straighten it out. Strike 1. The ump is dusting off the plate. Hop in the batter's box. Tugs at his cap. Turns his shoulder in. Now ready. French toes the rubber. Moore now kneels in the on-deck circle. French gets set to pitch. Relaxes. Here's a pitch. Hop clubs a high drive. Deep to right. It could be Tyler to the track. And he takes it at the wall. Hop just missed it. And that's the last out of the game. Oh, those Cubs. The Cardinals let it get away at the end. The Cubs prevail. The excitement is complete. It went to the 10th inning. French has a beautiful 6-hitter and a complete game. Not the outcome hoped for by the St. Louis fans. Here's the line for the Cubs. 4 runs on 9 hits, no errors. They lead 8 for the Cardinals. 3 runs on 6 hits, 1 error. And they lead 4. French gets his first win. His record now 1-0. Chris takes his first loss. His record now 0-1.
So that winds up this 3-game series.
Cubs
Take the series
2-1 for the Cubs.
overall. They now stand at 2-1.
The Cardinal
Overall
1-2.
and 2.
That's it for this time. Until next time, this is WAPBA and Ernie Harwell saying so long from St. Louis. Final score? Chicago Cubs 4, St. Louis Cardinals
3.
Felipe Lima de Melo, welcome in, man. It's been a long time, buddy. Glad you're coming in. Clinton, that's very nice. She said about the channel. Thank you. Yeah, it was a great game, huh? Everyone's saying hi to Felipe. Felipe, I got to do for you what I do for others that are really like hanging out on the channel and everything. So you're a moderator here now. So when you type something, you'll see a little blue wrench. There you go. That little blue wrench means you want to put in some links to things, about baseball, whatever. And occasionally when Robbie's Women comes in here, just knock them out of the park. Clinton, thank you so much. Clinton says, Felipe, this channel, bench jockeys, laughter, good baseball chat, and we teach and learn from each other. That's a channel you can get a bang for your buck. Thank you, my friend. That means a lot. Pardon me, didn't mean to cough in everyone's ear. That was a hell of a game. So it went from a no-hitter to, oh man, great one. Great one there by Appa Baseball for Windows, baby. All right. You got it, Felipe. Just glad you're hanging out. Gents, we are at 5 hours and 53 minutes. Holy. No sleep in Brooklyn, huh? Clinton Parks has finished his game. Milwaukee 4-1 over Los Angeles. Robbie says, they aren't your women. That Robbie has groupies. Robbie has groupies. So, all right. Good to see you in here, Felipe. So there we go, guys. Man, we talked a lot of baseball, but what's most amazing about the chat is when we're listening to a game. It's not just when I call a game. It's when Ernie calls a game, and it just kind of degenerates, which I always look forward to. I never. I'm trying to figure out what the trigger is, and I wonder if our Steve Tate is still around. That's right. This is the best. This is the best. I get the best people in here, man. Not because of any of my merits, but just because. Got the best people in here, the most knowledgeable baseball fans in here, and the coolest people. So it's you know what? Steve has probably carded like, I'm thinking what, through a doubleheader here, he's probably done like 8, 9 players easily. That's it. Big Clue, Steve, if you're listening, Big Clue is summoning you, man, and he says, "Get your butt back in here." You're not Eddie Gaedel. So yeah, Mel B gotta agree with you there on her. So the lady I'm seeing, Clinton, she is half Jamaican, half Cuban, and I'm Irish and Italian. So you can imagine, it can get pretty feisty at times. But yeah, Mel B is gorgeous. Love her. Kate Beckinsale, though, she's kind of still she's posh. She's got the, I don't know, man, right? I mean, any woman that puts chocolate, right? She puts chocolate in her husband's underwear. I mean, they play practical jokes. I mean, that's a woman you gotta love. You just gotta love. And yeah. So anyhow, so Ken Castro says all 4 types of classic human behavior in this melange of nut jobs. You could not get any more accurate than that, Ken. That's for sure. Emily Blount, nice. Yeah. Big Clue says he has a thing for women who give him disapproving looks. Oh my God. Well, so we have this at 3. Well, what's that? So I'm not into country western music, but what's that song? Something like "Don't the Girls All Get Prettier at Closing Time" or something like that. It's something like that. But I don't know, man. I mean, this girl I'm seeing is she's beautiful. She's my type. She's a size 2, which is nice, and long, long dark hair. And yeah, so I'm happy. Her temper is worse than mine though. So I don't know. We'll see. A big clue for Phil and not guy fair enough. And by disproving looks, I'm excluding the DMV employees. Oh man, big clue hits one out of the park. Nice. Oh my God, that was. Oh no, OBS, don't do this. What the bloody hell are you doing to me? I guess. Okay, reconnection. Sorry, we had a little dropout there. Clinton Parks. Roger Staubach said it best. He was getting more than half the single. He was getting more than half the single guys in the Cowboys. Only difference, it was with his wife. He said this at the Cavett show. True. And so Paul Newman. What? So he's with Joanne Woodward forever and ever and ever. What a lovely couple, right? And all these starlets, I guess, early on in Paul Newman's career. When I listened to this interviewer asked him, he said, "Well, Mr. Newman, I mean, why aren't you taking advantage?" And he said, "Why would I go out and eat hamburger when I have steak at home?" Weird because Newman was a vegetarian, but I like the analogy. Anyhow, so yeah, Roger Staubach. So Felipe, how have you been, my friend? It's been too long since we've actually seen you here amongst. Well, let's just face it. We're the sort of. I don't know how you put us. I can put it the best here. Melange of nut jobs in the YouTube sports gaming community. So, oh my goodness gracious. I'm gonna be a nice guy because Steve is off somewhere else. I know that we have some basketball fans in here. So I'm gonna put a link one more time. So guys, the link in the chat for anybody that missed it. That's the link to Steve's 5-year franchise for basketball. So if you have Action PC Basketball, Steve has painstakingly, lovingly created all these franchises. So check it out. If you're a hoops fan, you're not going to go wrong. All right, have a good night, Clinton. Don't shovel any more damn snow. And I'll get everything fixed up on FB, my friend. All right. Felipe says, have sometimes what I really want to say in chat, but at times just really love watching. That's all right, man. You know what? Everybody says everything in here, and we all have fun. And at the end of the day, we all share a love of baseball and apparently hot women and beer and the Far Side and what is it? Argyle sweater Clinton mentioned earlier, and yeah, David Little. He actually he would. I wonder if Dave Little is even aware of Steve's basketball file. Dave Little. So we had Chris Slovic in here earlier. Definite great, best broadcaster in baseball, I think, in the community. And that's not knocking Al or anybody. I just think Christopher does it best. I think Dave Little does basketball the best. I'm not a basketball fan, and I will tune in occasionally to listen to Dave's basketball games. He's brilliant. And it's like listening to a Red Sox fan do boxing. So they might be giants. Istanbul. Hey, I like it. I like it. I'll take it. Big clue. I'll take it. Clint Park says, can't promise snow tomorrow night, changing the rain. Same here in the Commonwealth. Friends are not going to agree with all the time, and when it gets heated, it's good to take 24 hour from flight. We're all good, Clinton. We're good. We're good. We're good, man. We're good. I always have and always will respect you, consider you a good friend. I really mean that, man. It's just and I did my mea culpas. I let myself get out of line and all that. So to me, the it's forgotten. It's done. Felipe says, I'm anticipating Sunday when he'll practice cricket. You need to talk to MV. He's probably in bed by now. Unfortunately, cricket, having such few sports games like baseball, have good ones, but not like APA, for example. There is, Big Clue says his would be the Benny Hill theme song. MV, Felipe, if you haven't subscribed to his channel, you should do so. He does cricket. He's a big lover of baseball, but he does cricket. MV might be able to talk to you about some good cricket games and stuff like that. As far as playing them, I don't know if you're playing the actual cricket, but MV's kind of our cricket guy here in the community. I've seen a lot of live cricket, and I really like cricket a lot. But MV, and I'll tell you about, like, there's like kind of a new cricket taking over the old guard and stuff. So sometime look for him in the chat and get him going on cricket, and he will educate you. What's Big Clue says here? Nice. So get into dead ball, and I'm gonna forgive you. That's all right. You're getting me into 1960s baseball, so I guess we're even, my friend. When I first met you, you were a 60s baseball guy. I was dead ball, and then now we've both found each other's kind of thing, and it's cool, and I'm pretty excited to do some stuff with 1960s baseball. It is by far my weakest decade. Oh my God. Terrible. Still would like to have that chat some night, everybody. If we can get a couple guys on mic. That why do you love baseball? Just simple, and have a nice 9-hour chat about that. I think that'd be fun. Clinton still has 4 seasons going in the 60s. Big Clue says, so last night's, yes, it is. It's done. It's done. Done. Oh, it's a Big Clue, man, really. Or last year's Pirate season. Yes, even that. Oh, my God. Big Clue, if I had $1 for every jab I'm getting you from the Bucks now, I'm telling you, man, I'm going to have to fire back with some red stuff pretty soon. And after all, you did have Marge shot, so we can start from there if you'd like. But we'll not fire any salvos tonight. Oh, my God. What was the other thing you said about the Bucks earlier? It was funny. I'd have to go back, but the chat, we've gone for 6 hours. I can't even thank everybody that's been here now. So I think this only goes back. I think these chats only get back like, yeah, so this is only going back. This game was about an hour. So I have no idea. I have no idea who was here. It's not so. Oh man, that Big Clue, man. He said if you had $1 for everyone, you'd have a bigger payroll than the Pirates. Oh my God. Forgotten like the late night pickups I had in the 80s. I'd like to try to forget some of my, but I can't. Oh well. The only thing funny about but yeah. It's true. You know, we'll come back. I mean, it's Pirates who had some bad years. We were once one of the strongest franchises in baseball, really. And at one time, yeah, but we'll recapture those. I don't know that we'll recapture those glory days now. Baseball's changed so much, but through it all, I'm still a Pirate fan and always will be. You don't give up on your team ever. Can't do it, man. It's not right. It's not right. Anyhow, they do jump up the count. Am I right? As Big Clue says, sorry, this is easier than Will Craig forgetting to step on first base. Jeez, I am definitely in purgatory, man. All right, we got a little bit of time left. Not a time for another baseball game, but we do have some time left. So that was a fun game, that one though. I thought I was gonna have another no-hitter. So good. I thought about occasionally, although I don't know, it'd probably be silly. I was thinking about like taking a few like some great games every once in a while, and not doing them as played, but just as a way to kind of touch on different points in baseball history as well. And one of the ones that comes to mind, yeah, Robbie, I've got it. I got to be at work like super early tomorrow. So now Wednesday night on, I'm actually good. But so I was thinking about like the 1951 game, the shot heard around the world. Bobby Thompson. Of course, we're doing the game, and no guarantee that Thompson's gonna hit the home run or anything like that. But talk about so in that 1951 season, the Dodgers at one point had I think something like a 14-game lead on the New York Giants, and of course that's a rivalry. Clinton was talking about the Cubs-Cardinals rivalry. That Dodgers-Giants rivalry, they both moved 3,000 miles, and that rivalry never died. And anyhow, the Dodgers Brooklyn went into a terrible slump, and the Giants got hot, and it came down to that 3-game series. And I think it would be fun just for giggles, man. Play that game, or play some of these other games. It doesn't matter. It even can be newer baseball, whatever. I mean, so in 2019 on my channel, we did that famous Yankees Red Sox game in 1978. I just think it'd be fun to do some of those. So, yeah, Pittsburgh is the Penguins have kind of dominated now. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. I know it's all in good fun. Yes, and we are. Big Clue and I share that being sufferers of ownership in small markets. The Pirates far more penurious, if you will. Yeah, but it is all good. Yeah, that 1951. Yeah, what a great game, and at the end of it, oh my God, just those Dodger fans, right? And of course Russ Hodges call, and then you can hear it. You hear Russ Hodges call, and then you hear what Red Barber has to say. So that would be fun. I'm trying to think of some other games that would be iconic like that. I don't want to redo 1978 because we did it once, but like that 1951 game. What other games come to mind, guys? Because it'd be fun to do some of these. And Out of the Park hasn't gotten some love in a while. I wouldn't mind doing like maybe something like that, sort of one-offs in Out of the Park baseball, just because that's something that would be super easy to set up in Out of the Park baseball. It would literally take like 3 minutes and it's ready to go. So, but it doesn't matter. I'm trying to think of some more of those iconic games that would be great to play. Did the '92 Pirates and Braves, so won't do that one again either. But I know there's got to be lots. Okay, the Dunn Deckinger game, 6, and yeah, we could definitely do that. That would be cool. Big Clue's gonna hit me with as many games as he did Steve with those MLEs. Bring 'em, bring 'em, bring 'em. Love 'em. The Bartman game in '03. Felipe says small markets are always a big challenge. Appears in my mind. MSL Arena Soccer, for example, lovely league, but kind of a non-profit one. I believe just a few ones that get their finances well on it. Yeah, it always will be. And with baseball, I don't know about the other sports so much, Felipe, but baseball is becoming kind of thing. Although, I mean, Cleveland last year, the Cleveland Guardians, I almost called them the Indians. The Cleveland Guardians, because they were the Guardians last year now, finally. I mean, they made it to, they did well. But I think you have small market teams like Cleveland, but you have small market teams like Pittsburgh. And, living here in this Commonwealth right now, at least, the state's kind of divided, Pirates and Phillies. It's probably, it was for the longest time more Pittsburgh Pirates, but the Phillies, I mean, they're kind of moving more into central PA. The Phillies were usually south, really eastern PA, but that's really changed now. I don't think you ever get as far west, as you start getting into the into the Appalachian Mountains part of Pennsylvania and west, where that's hardcore pirate territory. But where I live, near the state capital, there's a lot of Phillies fans here and a lot of Pirates fans. But the Phillies have really gained a lot of ground. And I mean, that's no knock on the Phillies. For years and years, they, when the Pirates were, consistently in the first division, the Phillies weren't. I mean, Phillies went from right? They had a World Series in 1915, and then they didn't return to the World Series till 1950. And then the Phillies started getting hot in the 1970s, like big time. But so were the Pirates. Glory days in Pennsylvania were the 1970s for the Pirates and Phillies, and the Phillies just kind of kept it going then, you know. Hey, there's Tim. He's back in with us. Clee baseball fans, says you can watch MASL on Twitch. Another good channel to subscribe to right there. Clee baseball fan 879. It's a good channel. He's down to the end of his McCormick replay. I think he said 2 starts left, so catch that. And I've said before, Tim's channel has really evolved beautifully. Not that there was anything wrong before, but so Tim used to kind of do recaps of what he was doing, and now he's actually doing games, which is nice. And I've had Tim on here a couple times, kind of just when we would do some simulcast stuff with Action PC and with Diamond Mine Baseball, and it was a real joy, Tim. And I hope you'd be willing to do it again sometime. I think it'd be a lot of fun to have you aboard, just and hanging out. So he's trying to upload start number 32 of the McCormick replay right now. So you guys, I think, would really like what Tim does on his channel. Super knowledgeable sports fan all the way around, and the guy needs to be on Jeopardy. Tim needs to be on Jeopardy. He's one of the smartest people around. So it's good stuff. And he says he'll be getting his. He said we'll be getting my Tuesdays back from doing NFL picks. Sports Jeopardy, missed your calling there. It's never too late, my friend. All right, so Felipe and Robbie talking about football, as it were. Not F-ball, but football. Big Clue, man, he's here all week. Gotta love it. And Steve Tate can't be sleeping, man. It's only 10:29. Where's Steve Tate? Where is he? He'll come in. You guys are still on? Where is he? Where's Steve? We're gonna get Christopher Slovic to call one of the games, man. We should get Chris to call them all. You seriously have to check out Christopher Slovic and the way he calls a game. It's really amazing. So Sports Jeopardy is no longer filming on Crackle. Dan Patrick was the host, and I could have been in Stump the Schwab back in the day. Sleeping is overrated, yeah. So's work, unfortunately, but we can hang out for a little bit longer, just chat. No such thing as a half-hour baseball sim, unfortunately. Even Diamond Mine, for all its speed, is unless we did something like Dombrov. Dombrov game can go quickly, but that game is just not a streamable game. So, well, Ken, you worked, man. You at least the work I do right now. I have a very fun job, but it's not what I want to be doing. It's not a career, it's a job. So, what I want to do requires this pandemic thing to be really kind of where people are going to be okay with more proximity, because especially with magic, the type of magic I do does require more close quarters work. And I know I can do it again full time because I used to, and I'm practicing like a madman, but it's just not time to jump back into that yet. So I've got to have a regular job. Ken's getting a lot of writing done. Yeah, Ken's something I want to talk to you sometime, but we can message through Facebook. I had an idea about something I'd like you to maybe think about. Just spare time every once in a while when you feel like it. something about writing, but I'll talk to you at another time about it. Felipe says he's a math teacher. He loves it. It's a challenging job, but challenging in the right way. Well, you're a teacher, and you know what? Thank you for that. You know what you're doing, man. To me, oh, you do. Excellent, Ken. Ken says he has something on the horizon. Felipe, being a teacher to me is, I think, the most noble profession. And that's knocking others, but what you do is noble. You're shaping minds. You're opening infinite horizons to people, teaching them about the elegance, the and not only the complexity, but the beautiful simplicity of math, or maths, as we might say in Ireland or across the pond. So, worlds of respect. It is the most noble profession. And I always love when I would see the bumper stickers. If you can read this, thank a teacher. And so awesome. Just as we say to service people, thank you for your service. I always thank teachers. It has nothing to do with me having an advanced degree in education either, but it really doesn't. Teachers. Steve is also an educator. It's the most noble thing around. Yeah, but you know what? You say thank you, you say you're not the best one, but trying, living, and learning. That's what makes you a great teacher, right? Remember what Socrates said? He knew he was the wisest man in Athens because he knew that he knew nothing. And I think anybody who says, "Hey, no, I'm still learning, I'm not the best," that tells me a lot about who you are as a person. And I'd rather deal with that than somebody. And all my heroes in anything, whether it's music or that, you know, I've watched so many interviews with Paul McCartney, and people are throwing accolades. He's like, look, I'm a songwriter. I love doing music. I learn from others, and he talks about learning from Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys, or learning from the great like the great pioneers of rock and roll. And here's a guy who is the most successful songwriter in history, and yet so that humility speaks a lot about your soul, brother. Keep teaching, keep shaping those minds, man. Yep. So Ken says I lost a lot of cognitive creative output caused by doing squat during the past 2 years. It took me a long time to get back. You know what I do. I do. Believe me, I do. Creative person talking to a creative person. I feel it, brother. Robbie Wartburg says, Beetle, as I know so in the past now, but I do want to thank you for hearing all of us out. Well, Robbie, thank you. I mean, yeah, I don't know how important or awesome, but what it is it's where I mean, none of us have ever met, but I consider us all friends in here, and I look forward, as I've said so much. And I slept like crap last night because I'm like, dude, to myself, I'm like, and then I read all that stuff. Actually, I didn't read anything that you guys wrote until I got home today from my job. And it really thought, "Well, you're an idiot, dude." So here we are. And whether it's a night that we have 11 people right now, and there's nights that we have 4 people, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It'd be nice to get to 300 subscribers, though. I'm still stuck at 297. 300 is a nice number because I could be like, Sparta! Right? But for now, I guess we'll just stick at 297. There'd be 3 Spartans off having some wine and whatever those crazy Greeks do. Music is fantastic. Art is underrated in our days, unfortunately. And music and mathematics, what a close connection we have, right? So Ken says to Felipe, my son is an arts writer and gallery director. I know full well what you say. Your son, your son, Ken, is a brilliant writer. He got it honestly. So guys, some time ago, Ken had shared a piece that his son had written, and it was just so you read prose, it's like poetry. So, and an American author that comes to mind is F. Scott Fitzgerald. So I read F. Scott Fitzgerald. You're just reading this prose that draws you in. It's so lyrical, so poetic. And Ken Castro's son writes like that. I mean, not in that style of Fitzgerald, but it is high praise. That I kind of felt that same vibe reading what Ken's son wrote as when I read F. Scott Fitzgerald, who's one of my favorite American authors. Just great stuff. Yeah, this is baseball. We hear ya. Oh my God, Big Clue's having a cow over here. He's having a cow. This is baseball. All right, let's talk about some great baseball writers. What about it? So, Roger Angel, superb baseball writer. Come on, let's throw out some names here, guys. What do you think? Who's some of your baseball authors? You've tried poetry, music, acting. Now I'm supporting a pro wrestling group. Yeah, exactly. Big Clue, take a glass of almond milk for fuck's sake, says Ken Castro. No, dude, bad timing. Come on, Roger. Come on. Who else? Who else do we like? Peter. What's his name? Peter Golenbach. Good, good writer. Good baseball writer. Yeah, you're mimicking that. This is Sparta. This is baseball. I'll tell you what. If I hit 300 subscribers, dude, we're gonna do a This is Sparta broadcast. That's what we're gonna do. I'm not ripped like that guy though. I'm like what you expect a rock musician to look like. I'm like really thin and tall and stuff. But that's all right. Figure out something. I have a big tomcat here. He can be my Spartan. His name's Albert, but I'll give him a Greek name or something. I don't know. Anyhow, oh, you can change we always change the subject. Big Clue. You've been hanging around here long enough to know that no subject sticks for longer than 5 minutes, but then it returns a half hour later. It's all good, man. So, should be the channel line. This is baseball, says Robbie. Yeah. So Ken Castro says Joe Falls was my inspiration, Art Spander, both SN guys. Waiting for the Gerard Butler baseball movie now. It could happen. Anything could happen. Bill James stuff. Yeah. Bill James can be quite a capable writer. Actually, I like some of the, and I have the whatever the latest edition of the historical baseball abstract. To me, that's one of the Bibles, and I know Bill James is kind of controversial in the baseball world, um, but I love the historical baseball abstract. And I would look at the Bill James abstract every season. I haven't now in a while. I don't know if there's something like that around now or what. I don't know. I kind of get all my, you know. Now I'm starting to think of that song Dirty Laundry. So, whatever. Bill James is like the Angel Mencken of baseball writers. So, good stuff. So, the other night we talked about, last week or something, what was your first digital baseball game? Yeah, Big Clue doesn't even, right? I'm not even surprised anymore. He throws out these references, right? Todd B coming in. Todd B, we've been at this for 6 hours and 25 minutes. So welcome in. Good to see you, buddy. Todd B in third place, 2 games back, I think, or two or three. Tied. No, you're tied for second. Yep, 6 hours, dude. 6 hours, Todd. And this is after I worked 8 hours today. Came home, fed my cats, did all that kind of stuff. Got on here, I even let a game run with all these crazies in here. I put on an Ernie game, went down, had dinner, had time to talk to a girlfriend, did a twin bill on that, then got on, and we just been like doing the old what we do best here. Can't wish. Oh, here we go. Ooh, G.K. Chesterton. Big Clue bringing out the big guns now. G.K. Chesterton, member of the Inklings. G.K. Chesterton. So I asked a question last week. I think it was about digital baseball. What was your first digital baseball game? So now for the cards and dice guys, because I don't want you to feel like I hate you, because I don't. I just can't find anybody to play cards and dice baseball with. So what was your what was the first? No, not the first. What was the cards and dice game that hooked you? That hooked you into simming baseball using cards and dice? What was it? Was it Apostrat, Inside Pitch, National Pastime, whatever? What was it? What really hooked you guys? Kind of curious. I do know yours, Cousin Ken. I do know you. That's right. And then Todd is Appa. Yeah, I am one for orthodoxy, just a little bit there, Big Clue. Okay, so we got Appa. What else, guys? What hooked you? For me, it was okay. So Felipe says next National Pastime Next Generation Plus was his. Ken's been rolling since 1968. 1968. Nice. Yeah, nonstop. And managed to have a great career as a journalist too. So hey, this is something to I don't know, your wrists would be kind of tired after a while, but nah, but seriously. Um yeah, so I think that's the one that Clinton plays. I know he went off to sleep already, but I think he's a big National Pastime Next Generation Plus fan, and if I'm not mistaken, it's an Appa clone. Ken was rolling something else in '68. Big Clue. He said he's never been hooked on cards and dice because you didn't grow up with it, and I agree. So much more fun with fun. Absolutely. So, yeah, PC. Yeah, I mean, I'm really PC baseball for me too. Played a lot of them. So Felipe says that he's just discovering dice games these days. It's amazing. It is. It is. There's something very visceral about it that I like, but I can't do cards and dice solo. I want that managing against whatever, an AI or another person, which is why it's kind of funny. I'm thinking more about cards and dice now since Steve and I have been playing. We've played like five head-to-head games now or something, maybe a little more with the ones that kind of crapped out on us. Ken's still holding a grudge. He says he's still pissed at his dad for not letting him attend the Doors concert when he was 12. Robbie says it's a lack of space to set up cards and dice baseball game. That's why you're digital. For me, it's nobody to play against, and I also have two young cats. Albert is two, Darcy, or no, Albert is going on three, Darcy's going on two, and they act like they're kittens. So, rolling dice around here, I can't even do a lot of board gaming stuff right now. I've got to wait till I get my own flat and set up a room just for gaming, board gaming, and whatever. Big Clue says he did buy History Maker Baseball for his dad last year. Played a few games together. Oh, nice. He loves it. It looks fun. It looks like a fun game. It would be a big paradigm shift for me, Big Clue, to look at, and I think it's interesting. Looking at something like tendencies rather than stats and ratings and stuff like that. But is he flash, or what is it, semi-flash, or a sad sack, or whatever? But apparently underneath it's supposedly a very accurate game, though, that is statistics driven, it, a different approach. I'd have to try it. I've watched Al play it on his channel, and it looks interesting. Looks interesting. Morrison was stoned at every concert, Todd, right? Went up the Doors concert. He went to a ball game from a public library summer reading program. I'll give you a hint. What game they wound up being to? It was the summer of '85 in Cincinnati. Summer 80. Wait, my eyes are so bad. Is that '85? Yeah, it's '85. Huh. Well, I missed a Pink Floyd concert, so at my second favorite band. Damn it. All right, well, Robbie Wartburg, he says, hoping I can at least learn what Status Pro is about. Digital Diamond. Oh my God, you missed game 4-1. Oh my God, wasn't even thinking. Pete Rose's 4,192nd hit, making him the all-time hits leader in baseball. Damn. Ken missed a Hendrix show too. Wow. Well, Ken, you're not old enough to have seen the Beatles when they were touring, so I'm not going to ask about them, because if you were 12 when the Doors were around, the Beatles stopped touring in 1966, so you didn't see them. Big Clue says naturally he didn't keep the tickets, and after watching the game on TV that night, Dad says, "Guess we should have kept them." It's just shaking my head. Yep. God. Ken Castro says it's a sin for some religions. Todd B says Ken missed Jolson's show once. And so it begins, as we are now at 6 hours and 33 minutes. So, yeah, we've left Return of the King way in the dust now. Ken asking what's a sin. Robbie, Status Pro's really cool. So, as I said, as an undergraduate, we played some APA, liked it. We played some Strat, and we were kind of like, yeah, pretty cool. But we got to Status Pro, and it was the Avalon Hill version, same version that Clinton plays. Robbie, it's really fun. It's really, really fun, Status Pro baseball. I think you'll like it. I think you'll like it. So there's lots of charts and everything, and the game board has all kinds of stuff. But what we liked about Status Pro was a lot of the information was on the game board itself. So I think you'll like Status Pro. We played with the fast action cards. Apparently now you can play with dice or something. I don't know. It's been that long. Like I said, I got my master's in 2013. Turned down the doctorate in 2014. So that should give you. It's been a while since I played cards and dice baseball. Ken Castro says he missed the Jolson show because he and Ty Cobb were having dinner. Did Ty have to be first? So, Todd B, he would have been angry because John McGraw used to, when he did vaudeville, he would just talk about baseball strategy. John McGraw, gotta love him. There was a quote last night, and I wanted to remember it. Mel Allen said it because I told you guys I watched Game 7 of the 1952 World Series last night on a YouTube channel called the MLB Vault. See how much I missed you guys? And there was something that oh shit, what was it? This John McGraw quote about baseball, and I wish I would have noted it down. It was brilliant. Now I'm going to have to go back and watch it again. So Red Barber does the first half of the game, and Mel Allen, surprisingly sober, does the last part. So, well, anyhow, what the hell time is it? 10:51. 10:51, hanging out with friends on a Tuesday night, talking about everything. Can you beat it? I don't think so. also thinking about cracking this Walter Johnson biography that I have. I'm so behind on reading. It's crazy. Picked up a great book on Celtic myth, though, so got the big Bert Solomon book. Did anybody buy that? That book I reviewed a couple weeks ago? Did any of you guys go on eBay and pick that gem up for $6? That 1,200-page behemoth. You really should pick up the Baseball Timeline by Bert Solomon. It's really good, guys. Yeah, I know everybody's kind of tired. I don't think D. Scott. I don't know if D. Scott Howard's still in here. He's our West Coaster. Interested, I'd be honored to read it, cousin. I'd be honored to read it. It's not a question of mere interest. Let me see. Let me catch Big Clue up here. Robbie, you're never tired. Robbie, I would actually try to break the record and do one more game, but 5:30 comes like with such alacrity that it's yeah. There's still 10 people hanging out. I would talk for a little bit more, but I'd just not time for another game. I wish there was, but there's a game on Steam. It's called Bottom of the Ninth, and apparently what I haven't downloaded or bought it yet, but what this game apparently does is it sets up situations and counts, and you have to try to solve it. It will give you a goal. You have to do this, and so I'm kind of intrigued by it. I might pick it up. It's an inexpensive thing, but maybe we'll mess around with it some night on the channel. So it's called Bottom of the Ninth. Robbie, whatever happened to that game you were talking about, Dugout Steps Baseball or something? Did that ever come to fruition? It's only a test page. That's all right. And nobody else will see it, cousin. I promise you. I promise you. I don't. I'm Irish and Italian, so somebody tells me something, whatever, stays. It's all good. Still no new word. I think it's a dead game. What about your buddy that does that 4th Street baseball? Felipe says, well, lads, he needs to go. Well, not go, but to stay in standby. It's 1 a.m. All right. We'll see you again, Felipe. Tomorrow night we'll probably do, well, we're all going to get together. Don't know what we're going to do, but we'll get together, do some, it'll be baseball. It'll start out as baseball and end up as just about everything else that's fun, as Clinton said, all the bench jockeying, and as Ken talks about, just the good fellowship and everything. So come back, join us always. You have a home here. 4th Street still in business? Has he changed his pricing policy at all? And realized that there's like games out there he might want to try to compete with? Like, Action PC Baseball and all the other usual suspects. I mean, I think there's a promising game in there, but I don't know. You haven't checked in with him much. Okay. Just curious. That Dugout Steps baseball looked really interesting. That's too bad. I really don't think it's going to happen, though, Robbie. You've been talking. That's like 3 years now, I think. We've been talking about that game. I don't think it's going to happen. Wish it would. Still waiting for Anthony's dead ball game. Yeah, right? It's funny because he says, and Anthony has said this, right? So he played F-ball. He did some boxing. He said, but his favorite sport is baseball. And I keep forgetting to ask him why he didn't do a baseball game first. I mean, Glory Days boxing is amazing, and I do like boxing. Amazing game. I don't know about his F-ball game. I'm sure it's good. But I wonder why he didn't do that baseball. I'm dying to play that baseball. And he wanted to talk to me about the baseball game, but we haven't been able to cross paths. So I hope to talk to Anthony sometime about that, even if it's just he needs, if it's something on the QT, whatever. But I just have the sense that Anthony's baseball game is going to be just amazing. His baseball knowledge is considerable. Considerable. I wish he'd hang out with us more, but Anthony is a gentleman, so And I was giving him some crap one night, whatever, and he says, "You do know I'm also a British citizen." I said, "Yeah, I know." All right, I'll check it out tomorrow, Ken, right after I get off work. Actually, thank you. I'm absolutely honored. So Ken, ballpark baseball, I loved it too, but holy shit, the price. Oh my God, ballpark baseball. Because actually, it was Robbie that told me. He said Robbie told me one night. He said Ken's playing this great game called Ballpark Baseball. Check it out. And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, oh my God, I have to get this game. Till I started looking at the prices, and it's like, ooh, this is above my pay grade. It was owned by two brothers older than Hal Richmond. Damn. So it's not. Is it still around? I mean, I can't afford it. I mean, right now. But I was really super interested in ballpark baseball, but I couldn't afford it. That's expensive. Oof. One of the brothers lives in Ohio. Maybe I should go out there and show him some sleight of hand magic and say, "Look, dude, show you some magic." Yeah, and I won't even charge you what I usually charge. Third parties, and you sold your cards. So how was it to play, Ken? What was it? Would it have an analog to games that we may be more familiar with, like Appa Strat, whatever? Or was it like really its own system? Like completely? I'm just trying to get a better sense of it. I know there was a lot of deep research that went into ballpark baseball. That time I was working animal rehab, and animal rehab doesn't pay anything, man. It's like I was full-time animal rehabilitation, and it just doesn't pay well. Unless you're doing work like in Bronx Zoo or the National Zoo or something, but I was working with rehabbing dogs and stuff like that. So Ken says it was 50-50 at its base, but the extreme modifiers made it strong. I've heard good things about it. Because I was reading the pricing incorrectly, cousin. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna pick up this season and that season. I'm looking like, oh no, that's not how it works. It was like, Jesus. So, oh man, I would have loved to have seen that game played. Maybe I'll find it on eBay somewhere someday. Who knows? Um, Todd says to cousin, I still have the PDF files of the two teams you sent me for ballpark somewhere. Damn. God, I wanted that game so badly. I would have played cards and dice with that just because I loved reading. Right. So if you guys would see the website, it's like so 90s, so 1990s looking, right? Textually dense and everything, but apparently they did some super deep research, and I was just intrigued right away. I'm like, I gotta play this thing, but it just didn't happen. 64 Phillies and 67 Red Sox. That'd be a lot of fun right there. So guys, don't know. Oh, there it is. That's it. Thank you, Big Clue. So it's still around. Medium to hard learning curve. Um, that's the one, Big Clue. That is the one, my friend. You hit it out of the park. That is it. That is it. That is it. And man, did I want this game. Oh my God. But yeah, so you get rid of prices and ordering. So you have to order teams in this thing. You could order leagues, but then the number of teams and So I filled out this whole thing one night and preview order total, and my eyes had a heart attack. So I'm like, oh, well, yep, that's the one. That's the one. You order two teams at a time. So Ken, how would you say? I mean, I know two teams and whatever, maybe not a control, but how did it feel? I'm just trying to get a sense because I'll probably never get to play it. I mean, like, did you get a real sense that? I mean, so you're saying it was a strong baseball game. I mean, so all of its modifiers. I don't know. I'm so intrigued by that game and yeah, check out the link, Carlos Yaz. It looks really cool. Just expensive though. Really, really felt like real baseball. That's high praise coming from you. Damn it. You know what? I'll bet you I'm not even gonna be able to find it on eBay. Puh. God. If I would have won the power or yeah, the what was it, the Mega Millions? Sure. So I don't know if you guys are aware, Sean Sullivan is around. So the guy who designed Pure Sim Baseball is around. He actually visited the channel, left a comment. So, and it was on a night I was talking. That night we did a comparison, or that day we did a comparison of some digital baseball sims. So I'm hoping that this means that Sean, as because Big Clue had mentioned, I think it was Big Clue that mentioned that he's still around. And he visited, says, hey, whatever. And so I'm hoping we will see the successor to Pure Sim Baseball because that was really a fine baseball sim. Good stuff. This guy comes across as a poor man's Hal Richmond. Well, you got to figure if you're doing a baseball game, it's a labor of love. And if you make some bucks, good on you. And let's face it, I mean, look what Hal Richmond and who was it, Ken Seitz? That was his name with APBA. I mean, what they were doing was really, what did you have before that? You had some of the spinner baseball games. That took balls to create a baseball sim and make that your business. I applaud both those guys. Amazing stuff. Oh, not asking that you do share it, Ken. No, 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 no. I was just curious. I just wanted to get your thoughts on the game is all. And if you're saying it feels like real baseball, that's really high praise. Which means I'm going to be moving up in this company quickly so I can get a few seasons and give it a go. On your word, I would get this game, seriously. So, anyhow, what else? The funny thing is there's a lot of things in my life that I've got, like, sort of cycled through, and I always come back to them. But, man, even when I was doing, like, as a rock musician full time and touring and all that stuff and full time with Magic and so super immersed in that, I've never ever, I don't know what it is about the game of baseball. I just can't, like, and I don't want to, I can't escape it. I'm just so, the more I read about it, the more I sim it, the more I watch it, the more I love it. And just when I think I can't love the game of baseball anymore, I love it more. Like last night, watching that Game 7 of the 1952 series, I was entranced. And yes, I knew the Yankees won, but man, I'm like watching that game like I'm watching, it hasn't happened yet. And I don't know. Is it the cadence of the? I don't want to start sounding like Ken Burns here, but there's some intangibles about baseball. Maybe those of you who are into the other sports maybe feel that way about f-ball or basketball or hockey, but I don't know. I see 10 people in here, and I know you guys are a fan of other sports too, but you wouldn't be hanging around here after a game, and we've been here almost 7 hours, almost an entire work shift for some people, and we've been largely talking baseball. Does that even happen in other sports? So, I don't know. Todd B found the files. He found the files. In their mid 90s. These are old school baseball fans for sure. These guys are around what, World War II era. That's another thing. We're going to live to see. We saw the World War I generation die out, and we're going to see the World War II generation next. And that's so weird to think. Anyhow. Well, these guys have to stay alive till I move up in this company or write a bestseller or something. The playbook and the two parks. The extent to which there's conversation, F-ball get-togethers, you pass me another beer. Yeah, I know. Again, I live with a bunch of F-ball fans, and they talk about the commercials the next day. And I told them, really? I said, baseball fans talk about the World Series. We talk about the game. I'm glad the World Series doesn't get all the big commercials and stuff like that. I'm glad. I doubt that hockey fans talk about the commercials either. And I don't think basketball fans do. I think that's an F-ball thing. I do. Like I hate commercials anyhow. And when I get a streaming service, I make sure there's no commercials. I hate them. I don't care. So I don't know. I want to watch the game, and if I was an F-ball fan, I'd be looking for people coming. No, let's talk about the game. Let's talk about. I don't give a shit about you know somebody's new commercial, how hot this chick looked or whatever. That's why there's platinum memberships and stuff to places for various agricultural sites that Ken Castro has shared with us. So, because some of those agricultural models, they know how to do those different things, right? Anyhow, so just saying this now as we go into 7 hours. I can't do the individual good nights because the chat doesn't go that far. So I'm thanking everybody now that was in here. And even you lurkers, thank you. And those of you way back that were looking for drama, sorry to disappoint you. Actually, I'm not sorry to disappoint you. So, Robbie Wartburg's perking up about what game? That ballpark baseball, Robbie. You and I talked about it like 3 years ago. Hey, if a game plays well, I don't give a damn. I'm going to put up here the game that most people think is ugly. We're not going to play a game, but I'm just going to put it up there with its gray screen and all its lack o' glory. Yes, I am. Yep. There it is. It's not showing for you guys yet, but let's play. Yeah, it'll come up in a minute. So I'm more interested. Uh-oh, there's a fan site for it. Oh, geez. Oh my God. Um, uh, um, Okay. So Todd, what you just sent me is a site with um I think it got taken over because this is high pressure vein pump limited. So not knowing anything about high pressure hydraulic gear oil pumps and triple cartridges Denison vein pumps for yeah, I probably I don't know if really is it even showing for you guys? I don't know. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Well, I just or Big Clue. This is from Big Clue. I'm sorry, Todd, not from you. From Big Clue. That site you sent me had a bunch of hydraulic pumps. Are you trying to give me a hint there? All right. I want to talk to you guys. I'm just gonna click this button here on this Diamond Mine Baseball. This is Mathewson. This is the Giants and Pirates. There we go. I should just let this. There's a way you can autoplay this thing. Just let the game play out itself. How do you do it? I forget. There's a way you can just let this game just play out. And I forget how to do it now, so forget it. Oh, stop after. Is there a way to not? No, there's a way to do this. Oh, I forget how. You can just let it play on its own. Anyhow. Fred Clark's up. Oh, if that's their fan site is advertised by them, somebody probably took over their domain, and whoever's doing that isn't going to sell a lot of hydraulic pumps. That's for sure. So I don't even know what's. I'm not even looking at the play-by-play on this. I'm just clicking buttons. How, Carlos, you're asking how is the Action PC? Does that say basketball or baseball game? I can't answer about the basketball game, but a lot of us could tell you about the baseball game. Hey, Davis got to third somehow. There's only one out. And Hannes Wagner isn't even up yet. Baseball. How is it? I'll show you for a few minutes. See you later, guys. Yeah, what? I cannot close it down my window without first stopping the game. Are you kidding me? Oh, yeah, I have to do it here. Dumbass. There we go. Alright, so let's go out of baseball for Windows and show you Action PC for a couple minutes. Carlos Yaz. So, you're looking college basketball. Okay, so, Carlos, I'll preface my quick little run through of Action PC Baseball with the following questions. Do you like pretty much infinite possibilities in a baseball game? And if you answer yes, this is your game. Do you um, do you if you're not big graphics but gameplay is important, Action PC is amazing. This thing is 10 miles wide and 10 miles deep. And the guru in this game in our community really is Steve Tate. And in fact, what you're looking at right now, Carlos Yaz, is one of his big projects. So this is a 5-year file that Steve created. 5-year franchise file. So we'll take a franchise and take 5 years, like where they were at 500. Now he has some below 500 teams. So we'll look at some rosters in a minute. This is just the American League, and there's like 90 plus teams. In the National League, there's 90 plus teams or 90 plus franchises. Okay. This itself, Steve created this not to be a league, but rather to draft from or drag teams into. So show you what he did here, for instance, and then we'll talk more about the game. So let's take a great early team like the early Detroit Tigers. Okay. And ignore the ballpark down there. We'll talk about that another time. I know that's not the proper park. So, Steve, if you subscribe, you're more of a numbers guy. This is it. And actually, it's interesting you should say that. So you see all these stats here for the 1907 to 1911 Detroit Tigers. Every single player that's in here, I can put the photos back up if we want. By the way, do player photos. It's nice. Every single player in here, Steve carded himself using a ton of different resources. Okay. Now, if you're a numbers guy, well, this is your Huckleberry. Let's look at Ty Cobb. So you've got ratings going all over the place. You've got ratings, stats for everything. And as you're playing, I could show you, like in a league that we're doing, what this does. So you're a numbers guy. So, okay, so you did. Oh, big clue. Thank you, man. Thank you. We'll hopefully see you tomorrow night. He's going to hit the sack. We're going to be closing it down here in a minute, or a couple minutes here. I'm going to show Carlos this awesome baseball sim. Have a good night, Big Clue. Thank you so very much, buddy. 7 hours. Good God. All right. Let me show you a couple other things here, Carlos, I think that you'll like. Now, I have to caution you. So the two big, in my estimation at least, and I know some people would want to include PC Replay Baseball and Baseball for Windows and Diamond Mind. PC Replay Baseball I can't speak to because I tried it twice and I couldn't get into it. I love Baseball for Windows. I love Diamond Mind Baseball, but for my money, the two top digital baseball sims for me are Out of the Park Baseball and Action PC Baseball. So the one consideration about Action PC is, you buy the base game, but you should also get a couple things to go with it if you don't want to buy a lot of seasons. It's going to be more expensive in the long run if you want to get everything, whereas Out of the Park Baseball at full price at $39.99, you get everything. With this game, you don't. So, but you can buy seasons as you go over time. But let me show you a couple other cool things here that you can get with the game. The one big one I think that's really nice to get is the Baseball History Collection. Now, hopefully, mine won't keep crashing on me like it did on Steve the other night. And I'll show you this bad boy. And you're going to see a league already created with this. And I should put a fresh version of this elsewhere. So what we did here, Carlos, yeah, $500 for every season available, which is cheaper than the way I bought it because I never had every once in a while. Ken's laughing, 7 hours. It's true, man, 7 hours and some minutes now. So, Carlos, I hope you don't mind if I just shorten you to Carlos rather than Carlos Yaz. So this is our Ned McGreevy League. And this is created from what's called the Baseball History Collection. And so what's cool about this, if you don't want to buy every season, you don't really have to. Okay, all right, thank you, Carlos. So what you can do here with this Baseball History Collection is we created a draft league of players from 1880 to 1919. This comes with roughly 19,000 players. So if you're familiar with Stratomatic's career history disc, Carlos is total crap. Just don't even go there. With what this does is it takes what Dave Cook calls a peak slice of a player's career. So the longer a player's career, the shorter the slice out of that career you get, so that you get a really super accurate representation of the player. And you actually see that too in Steve's own homebrew files. That the game engine under this is really, really amazing, 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 amazing. And again, I would certainly, I know that Big Clue is a big fan of Diamond Mind, and so am I. This is, I think, for my money, as good. It is as good, maybe even better because of its customizability. But I'm going to show you how powerful and how cool this is. So we're going to go into rosters, and I'm going to draft a player, but I'm going to take him out, and I'll just put him on my team, and I'll take him out. So if I go to players here, and I want to draft players, okay? So here's where the beauty of this baseball history collection is. Yes, Pib, thank you. Grazie, Paisan. He says DKS has frequent sales, individual seasons, decade sets, everything. So, Carlos, that's another thing, is price. So you can get seasons for like super cheap in this thing, like $4 or $5 at a go. So if you don't need everything at once, what I did, I figured out what I spent on this game, and it was a lot of money. But I've been buying stuff for Action PC Baseball for 6 years. So over the course of 6 years, it doesn't hurt. And I do have everything Major League for this game, plus their Negro League stuff. There's minor league stuff, but I'm not really interested in that. But let me show you something here that's really, really cool. So right now I have this player pool just set to 1940, 1980, but I think it defaults to 000 to 9999. And if I click OK, this is going to chug for a little bit. But it's going to show you, hopefully, if it refreshes and doesn't die on me, we'll see every player, every retired player in baseball. Is it doing something? It is doing something. There we go. So we'll just give it a minute, and then we'll do some searches so you can see, hopefully. And I want whoops, yeah, here we go. There we go. All right, so you can see here in red, if you're looking on the screen, it says narrow your search, not all free agents are displayed. Maximum display is 5,000 players. This thing is mammoth. Okay, so we'll do some searches. You name a baseball player, if he's retired. Now, I haven't done the latest update, but he's in here. So let's find some people. So your buddy, Carl Yastrzemski, as soon as this is done loading in, this is a huge file. What I usually suggest to people, Carlos, is to pick up a version of Action PC Baseball. If you even want to just go with the basic game, it's like $29. And right now, the Baseball History Collection is on sale for $39. And I promise you, my friend, I'm not a shill for Dave Cook. He wouldn't know me from whatever. Wouldn't know me from Adam. But I think when you really see how big this file is and what you can do, it's incredible. You can create entire draft leagues if you want. The sky's the limit with this thing and beyond. So let's look for a player. All right. So let's do tools, player. Let's see. Let's draft a player. Oops, I have to specify a player. Sorry. Is it? Because I want to do. Oh yeah, down here, first last. You don't even have to type in the whole name. So let's look at Yastrzemski. Y-A-Z. Oops. Where are you, Yaz? Where'd you go? There he is, Carl Yastrzemski. All right. View player. And there he is. He's carded. So we see that Yaz in this file right? What's he got? 26 home runs, all the way down, right? And this is not sure what peak slice Dave uses, but this has been around a while. Steve could explain this in more depth. So you want Yastrzemski in your team, you got him. Anybody that's played baseball is going to be in this that's retired. Everything's set to a neutral park, what have you. But this is brilliant. But you say you like numbers? I'll show you about numbers after we look at a couple other guys here. Let's see. What if we wanted, who's that Lou Gehrig guy? Let's get Lou Gehrig. Okay. And did Gehrig end up on somebody's? I have no idea why he's not in here right now. Anyhow, I think you're getting a sense. I hope you're getting a sense. Let's look at Charlie Gehringer. Great second baseman. There's Gehringer. Yeah, this is super cool. This is super, super, super cool. But you want to talk about numbers? Let me show you something cool about numbers. You're a numbers guy. What you're about to see, I'm going to jump out of our Ned McGreevy League, and I'm going to bring in a different season. And I'm going to show you something so super cool about numbers. You're going to love it. Okay? So, since I'm probably not going to do the 60s Draft League too much, let's go with this. I'm going to show you something that's new in Action PC Baseball 2023, which to me makes it worth it. All right, so what I did, Carlos, is I created a draft league, players 1960 to 1970. I just created 10 managers and let them draft. I didn't draft a single player at all. Okay? At all, at all. Yeah, Arnold Hunter, he just picked up the baseball history collection. He's saying the file is super, right? So I have all these guys here. And we'll just pick one team. Why not spoil it? All right. So this is a nice balanced team. I've already started assigning ballparks. And doesn't matter. Look at this. You got Tommy Harper, Jimmy Wynn, Don Clendenin, Ted Eulander. There's Ron Santo, Rico Cardi, Rocky Colavito, Rico Petrocelli. So this is all 1960s baseball. But here's what I want to show you. So let's go up here to this thing called reports and show you something else. How deep this game is before I go to that. Look at these menu choices as I'm going slowly across and over. This game it's absolutely off the charts insane with the kind of things that you can create. Okay, you can draft players from here. Ballparks or whatever. All right. So you get, and then under these are other menu choices. But I want to show you this since you're a numbers guy. This is a batter versus pitcher analysis. So I'm just going to pick a visiting team, and I don't even remember who's on these teams. Let's take that Portland team that we looked at versus Erie. Okay. So first thing to take note is you're looking at, you're saying, well, okay, no big deal, right? I'm seeing these position players, their position and how they're rated and stuff like that, right? But here's where the real fun stuff comes in. I want to know maybe how this Portland batting order is going to do against this Erie, right? This Erie, right? So like Denny McLain made it on this team, Jim Cott, whatever, Bob Veal. All right, so let's do this. So how would Portland bat against Denny McLain? Now, before I do that, Carlos, so these aren't filled. What you're seeing here, hit percentage, double, triple percentage, home run, walks, strikeouts. So I'm going to bring up Denny McLain. And now these numbers start filling in. And we can see here, based on the statistical analysis, that now, again, this is not situational. And so down here, over here, it says, yeah, when viewing outside of a game or prior to the start of a game, analysis does not include base situation, outs, or fielding. However, So we can see here, for instance, that let's say Rico Cardi, right? He has a 10.4% of chance of striking out against Denny McLain, right? Edwards is going to have a real tough time with him. A 25% chance that he's going to strike out. Don Clendenin, 22%. But let's pick another pitcher, right? And you can see here, what's the hit percentage? What's going to be this hitter's average versus this specific pitcher? Okay, let's try Jim Cott, and you're going to see these numbers change. Boom, they just did. Now, what do we see here? Edwards is going to feast, right? Or he's going to have a much lower chance to strike out against Jim Cott, for instance. In fact, only Don Clendenin is still going to do a lot of whiffing. We could go over here to this Erie team, and we can look at pitching versus, I don't know. Let's pick somebody. Doesn't matter. Horland. There we go. And so you can do these matchups up here. How's any individual pitcher going to do against, let's say, Earl Batty, right? Earl Batty, who played for the Twins. All right. So Batty, as far as like chances of getting just a hit, his best chances look like to be off of what was this, Hank Aguirre, I think. There's Horland, right? Barry Latman. So if you like numbers, there you go. How are these pitchers going to do against Rocky Colavito? And you can do this with any season that you have installed. Any season you have installed. It's just incredible amounts of fun. And what's more, you can certainly do batting minimums, pitching minimums. So how many you can do by plate appearances, games started, innings pitched. What type of pitchers? Maybe you just want to compare relief pitchers against hitters, right? Maybe just starters. So in a very, very short time here, I'm hoping you're getting a sense of the depth of this game. It's incredible what it can do. Pib says his first Action PC version was 2009. It's crazy how far the game has come since then. You know what? I've only been playing since 2017, and it blows my mind just in 6 years. And you've seen more, and Steve's been playing since 2003. So, Carlos, if you're still here, I hope if you're not still here, it's because you've gone to DK Sports to buy this game. It's that good. It's that good. Geez, what else can I do here to show? It's crazy. There's a where's What If? Is What If under reports? I can't remember now. I'll find it. Or maybe I won't. Maybe I'm really tired right now. Because the What If was kind of like the first. Oh yeah, it's under players, isn't it? Yep, What If. So I can take. You can take a batter, Carlos. Oh, you think this will be the next purchase? Okay, cool. Good. I don't have to go into all the other stuff then. So I would say get this. Maybe get the version of the game you can afford, because it does come with a bunch of seasons and stuff, or a bunch of teams, not a bunch of seasons out of the rip. And if you get it while it's on sale, even if it's not on sale, it's a steal. The Baseball History Collection. If you don't want to go that far, there's a great file called Baseball's Top 160 Teams that's really cheap, and you could do so much with it. And remember, any league or any season that you set up, you can release all the players to draft leagues. You can combine as many seasons as so many seasons as you want. Do draft leagues from there. I can't think of anything you can't do in Action PC Baseball. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. Tubby says another sport news, 66-67 San Francisco Warriors. So we're going to basketball here. Defeat the 83-84 Mavericks 127-118. Rick Barry with 41, and Mark Aguirre fires 36 in a losing cause. So I hope you do buy it. It's great. And again, I mean, I could release all these guys and do a draft changing manager tendencies and come up with a very, very different team composition. Um, my God, there's so much stuff for this game. Here's a state collection if you wanted to do something like this. This is pretty cheap. I've done nothing on the channel with this, but our friend, our Red Sox fan is. These are teams that are created based upon a player's where he was born. So, of course, I have to look at Pennsylvania, and we got a badass team. And I'm still waiting to challenge our Red Sox fan to Pennsylvania versus Massachusetts. So, look at this. You got Hannes Wagner, Sherry McGee, my God, Ken Griffey, Reggie Jackson. These guys are all from PA. Nellie Fox, Hack Wilson, Stan Musial. But my pitching, got some pitching in here, man. I got Christy Mathewson, let's just look at this here really quickly. Ed Walsh, Christy Mathewson, Bruce Sutter, Eddie Plank, Stan Kovaleski. This is a pretty good. So it's what you want to do with it, and certainly the more you buy, the more you'll be able to do with it. So I hope you enjoy it. I think you'll like it a lot. And then if you want a nice companion product to it, I would say pick up Out of the Park Baseball. Also, it's good. Basic package of Action PC comes with the 1969 season plus baseball's all-time 20 teams. Right, Pib, and if you think about it, just think about how much you can do with just those all-time top 20 teams. How many configurations you could do that you could, I mean, here, right? So that's 8. Where is it? Where is it? I just want to do this combination calculator. You start to get the sense of how big this gets. So is this the one I want? I think, or is this the one I want? Doesn't matter. Okay, so if you wanted to make a combination of 8 teams out of the 20, all right? So if the number of objects here is going to be 20 and my sample is going to be 8, you guys can't see this. I'm going to calculate this though. All right? So just creating an 8-team league out of the 20 available, you have right out of the rip 125,970 possible combinations. Right there. I mean, that's crazy value just out of the basic package. And you add in that 21, let's just say we would add in the 1969 Mets, which I doubt that are going to be, right? So now it's going to be 8 choose 20 or 21 choose 8. Let's recalculate. Just adding that team, now you're up to 203,490 possible combinations. So the numbers start getting dizzying. I once came up with this huge number. It was literally in the decillions or something, and I was playing around with the baseball history collection. How many players could I put on teams based upon a subset of the whole thing, and the number was nuts. So, so it's 20 some dollars or 30. It's about say $30. So for $30, then plus 39 for 69 for $70, you'd have lifetimes worth of baseball that you could never ever explore, and then you go get Steve Tate's 5-year files, and you've got it all, man. You're ready to rock, and then buy seasons as you go along. So you are most welcome. And again, I don't work for Dave Cook. They're a very small company, very small. But it's awesome stuff. I mean, how many teams are here? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's 32 teams in this league, and there are no duplicate players. In this particular league, no duplicates at all. So if you take these 32 and start working out the combinations of what you could do, releasing everybody and creating a whole new draft, just this state file, you've got an insane amount of baseball that you will never play. Hey, there's our buddy Jake Weimer, everybody. And he was born in Iowa. How about that? Pretty exciting, I guess, for you Jake Weimer fans. Carlos says, I bought every college basketball season DK offered, having a blast so far. Could have baseball and basketball running at the same time. Yes, you could. Yes, you could. I can't recommend this game highly enough, Carlos. It's brilliant. And again, I promise you, my friend, I am in no way associated with DK Sports. And I've been playing digital baseball for quite a long time. And with what you can do in this game, and I wish Steve was still here. Catch some of you've caught Steve like just making cards. He's going to be doing a stream where he's going to be showing how he creates players from scratch, and he doesn't use DK Sports data. So that baseball history collection that I showed you, there's a subset called Nations. So the next project on this channel, Carlos, after we finish our 19th Century and Dead Ball League, which is going to be a bittersweet thing to end, we're going to do an all-time World Baseball Classic. So it's going to cover pretty much the entirety of baseball and be players on their country of origin. So we're going to have Dominican Republic, Mexico, United States, Canada, all over the place. It's going to be nuts. And so that's going to be fun. And we're going to do our own World Baseball Classic. We'll probably get started before the actual World Baseball Classic, which happens this year in March. If you love baseball, I just get the game. Okay, yeah, Pib. So you're like Steve and I, right? You're like Steve and me. Sorry about the bad grammar there, but Big Clue went to bed. I can get away with it a little bit. Yeah, I've got everything from 1880 to now. So I don't have. There's a few things I don't have. I think here and there, but. So yeah, Pib and I both need, and Steve, we need intervention. But to be honest with you, and Pib, I don't know whether you feel the same way or not, but even for all the stuff that I have, I find myself not replaying seasons, but doing that just for me, mixing and matching and what if. I'm really into the what if thing, and I want to see Walter Johnson face off against Sandy Koufax, or Walter Johnson versus Randy Johnson. With on Randy Johnson's team, maybe I have Chuck Klein batting third or batting cleanup. And you can do it, and you can do it so easily in Action PC. Yeah, Robbie, I think it's going to be fun. Glad you're excited for it. Really glad you're excited for it. I'm going to add in some minor league ballparks to kind of represent the other countries, because I don't think it would be cool to just they're going to be like just again, some nice minor league ballparks, but we can pretend that this park's in the Dominican Republic. Or actually, what I'm also going to do is look for ballpark images from other countries, and if they look like they're working Action PC, then that's what I'll put into that project. Pip99 says, yep, I'm into World Series replays and all-time great team tournaments right now. Yep. World Series replays are a blast. And again, super easy. Pick the teams, and the schedule's easy for a World Series, and you're off to the races. Out of the park baseball is a little bit easier for that, but not really much. The only thing I would say about out of the park baseball, and it's excellent, is you do get everything for a ridiculously low price. But there's a lot of things in out of the park baseball that are so much harder to do than would be in here. I could right now, if it wasn't so late, Carlos, I could create a draft league from beginning to end, except for the cosmetics, in probably 20 minutes, easily. And that's only because I'm trying to decide what choices I want to make. But it's super, super simple. You can play any team from any season or whatever you have against any other team in an exhibition. You can just throw together a bunch of teams, create your own season. You can really do what you want. And if you're like Robbie and you'd like, some minor league stuff or college ball, there's just a crap ton of homebrews for this game as well. But I keep returning to Steve Tate's 5-year franchise files because I think they're brilliant. And they're getting featured and noticed on much bigger channels than mine, like Digital to Dice and Our Red Sox Fan and others. So there you go. I have Todd B. And as a graphic artist, I like it. It's just not robust enough yet, but I do like it. It's got a ways to go, though, but I do like it, yes. I think it's very cool. And once they get it done, and that's another thing, actually, Todd, you just hit me up with something there. I could just create ballparks in out-of-the-park baseball and use those in this World Baseball Classic if I can't find, good ballpark pictures. But yeah, I love it. I love it, but they need to finish it. They need to finish it. And I hope Marcus and company will put some love into it this year because it's not quite there yet. So I want to recreate. Not only do I want to do those ballparks and fictional ballparks, but I want to go in on my own and I want to recreate Shibe. I know there's that great mod out there, but you can tell the difference between the parks that come with out of the park baseball and the parks. And these guys did a great job doing Google SketchUp to design all those ballparks. But you can see there's a big difference. And the out of the park ballpark creator, those parks look as good as the 30 parks that come with the game. So I really want them to finish it, and I hope they do. Anyhow, I think that's about it for tonight, guys. I think 7.5 hours is probably enough for tonight. As I said at the beginning, YouTube chat only goes back so far. I feel badly that I cannot thank everybody for coming in tonight. Because I would feel badly. I would go through this list, and I'm still not going to get everybody. There's just no way. This goes back. It just goes back too far. In fact, the furthest back the chat goes right now is Big Clue's comment. The extent to which there's a conversation in F-ball and an F-ball get-together is pass me another beer. So, and most of you guys are here for that. Todd B says hit the like button. Thank you, guys. This has been amazing tonight. I didn't expect to be on here for 7.5 hours, but I'm glad I was. So thank you all. Come back tomorrow night. Don't know that we'll go 7 hours, but we'll do a ball game tomorrow at least and talk some baseball and stuff like that. So to all of you that have come in, and to those of you that were lurking, thank you. I appreciate you. But especially the people that have come in to chat and interact. And this is a family here that we have. Well, Carlos, maybe the first hour you might not want it to catch, but the rest of it, I think you would have had fun with it. But maybe not the first hour. We have plenty more. We're known as doing very, very long streams here. So the only thing I will warn you, Carlos, if you hang around my channel, the only thing you're going to see on here is pretty much is baseball. You're not going to see any other sports. I'm not a fan. Yeah, I know. Snow coming here too. I'm not a fan really of any other sport, Carlos. I have somewhat of interest. I mean, cricket and a bit of an interest in boxing, but baseball is all you're going to see here. I'm starting another channel that's going to be for all the other stuff I do. All right. Thank you guys, one and all, and I hope to see you tomorrow night for whatever we end up doing. And you guys mean so much to me, and thank you for your support and talking me into sort of coming back and keeping this going. All right, I won't let you down, I promise. Ned McGreevy, next Ned McGreevy League, really quickly, and I'll let everybody go. Next Ned McGreevy League will be on Thursday night, and we're going to probably see either Manchester or Philadelphia. And if we do a doubleheader, we'll also have Cleveland and whoever Cleveland's playing. Manchester, Philadelphia, and Cleveland are up there, and Providence not far out. That's it. Have a good night, Carlos, Todd B, everybody. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow. All right? And as I always end it, see you around the batting cage.